All right. Well, they lied to us and said they were going to go live, and that ain't true. They said no court today, and I fucking said that earlier. Did I not? Did I not? All right. Well, they lied to us and said they were going to go live, and what the fuck is that? That ain't true. They said no court today, and I fucking said that earlier. Did I not? Did I not? Well, that's awkward. Let me find my little tweet. It's over. It's
It is?
over. They said no court today.
Oh my.
Ridiculous.
No court today? Why? What happened?
No, I guess they probably still talking. They said it was gonna be at 3:30, and then here we go. They said
Wow.
that is done. No court today. Ridiculous.
Wow.
And I fucking said that earlier that was gonna happen.
Wow.
Yeah. So we all been sitting here waiting for this amount of time for no
Yo,
reason.
I literally chose to like work from home
Well, you didn't have to leave, right?
today and I am I really don't know what is like okay, so did you see the update that guy from Fox News
Yeah.
what he said? He said multiple defendants are accepting oh, I'm sorry, they're considering pleas and they've submitted their what is it? I guess
Counter
they've
offers. Yep.
submitted counter offers to the DA's office and I just hope that this is not like being forced on them. I hope they're the ones with the upper hand. Um they're so tight-lipped. Do you think they have them on like a gag order or something?
No, I just think
Or
that
is it just strategy?
yeah, they don't. There's no reason to really say because you gotta think about it. It's a delicate situation. So if you're trying to get you know uh the DA's office to play ball with you and to let these guys go, uh the last thing you're gonna do is try to shit on them while you're doing the offers. You're not gonna sit there and be like, oh, this is what's going on and blah blah blah, and then make them look like they the punks. So at the end of the day, it's better to be quiet because as long as you're being quiet and you're not seeming like you're trying to put a lot of pressure on them, then they're going to be willing to play ball. And I think that's what they're doing. They don't want to come out and say anything because then you got to think about it. Say if they come out and they're just like, oh yeah, we got the DAs on the rope and we're going to get something done, that's going to put false hope not only into people like us that are watching, but the family members, their clients as well. And then, next thing you know, everybody's on social media, podcasts, internet, everything, saying that, they're free, they're about to get out. And then if they don't, and then we start back up with court, everybody's let down, everybody's confused, and, now their reputation is ruined. So, at the end of the day, they're just doing what they can, doing the best that they can. And it's better to work in silence than anything else than to, uh, operate with such conviction, knowing that this DA's office has it out for you. You know.
Yeah, hi everybody. I don't want to hug the mic. Anybody can speak. We waited. I worked from home today and thinking it's going to be a big day and I didn't
Got swindled.
yeah, hey Knack. Hey guys. Anyone can grab the mic. I'm go ahead, girl. Is she on? Oh, I thought she was on stage. Never mind. Um are the jury coming back tomorrow? Are they coming back tomorrow, do you know?
They were supposed to come back tomorrow. Um, don't really know, honestly, if this was a come back tomorrow in the jury, or is this just we're gonna be in court tomorrow. It seems like the media was told to come back tomorrow, so I wouldn't think that anything changes with the jury being there tomorrow.
Isn't it disrespectful though to tell them to come today and then they show up today, then they have to camp outside? It's just like, I don't know, I feel like it's a disrespect for like people's not even the media, even the public that's coming in to listen, to sit through the trial. It's just like, I don't know,
Well,
disregard.
I don't believe so because at the end of the day, it's not the court's job to know do things like okay, the media's job is to come in and record the trial, and that's their profession. But at the end of the day, if plea deals are going on and this is information that we can't see, we can't hear, and we're not supposed to be privy to, then that's just what it is. You
No,
have
I'm saying
that's
like,
part of the deal.
what's the point of having them come? No, 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 it's not that.
Well, because if they didn't come and if they weren't told to come and that there was an opportunity or a situation where court could have been happening yesterday. Imagine if they were told not to come today and then plea deals happen and then next thing we're getting tweets from Doug's sister and their family saying like they're free and then we're just like where's the coverage of it? We didn't see anything and then we don't have it. We don't get that information. We don't get to see anything, and then we're learning. I mean that's not a bad thing, but at the end of the day, you have to have you have to have the media there just in case something happened because it has to be well. It doesn't have to be public, right? It doesn't have to be recorded by the news stations or any of the media. It's recorded in the court system, and they can do what they want with it. But just in the light of something happening, you want the media to be there so they can react and have the ability to, uh, get that information out there in real time. So, it is what it is. I mean, as long as the jurors weren't told to come and then they were just sitting there all day, I don't think it really is that big of a deal. Because, like you said, we thought we were going to start at 9. We thought we was going to start at 9:30. They said 3 o'clock. They said 3:30. They said come back tomorrow. So it seems
Wait,
like
wait.
shit was happening.
Question.
Yeah,
Question.
go
So
ahead.
the jury wasn't there today.
No, the jury's not there today. No.
So we all knew it was the nine jury. But
Yeah,
still,
today was a non-jury.
still like I understand that the public don't have to be privy to anything, but it is our tax dollars that support that building and the people in it, except for the private defense lawyers. They should have courtesy for the public as well. Like they know how much this mattered to a lot of people. It's not hard for the court to say, you know what, until further notice, we are not in session today. And if they do happen to come back in session, make an announcement and give people time to get back to the courthouse if they want to. There's ways to do things, and I've seen court been more courteous than this. I'm gonna speculate that the judge and the district attorneys are just trying to save face and embarrassment.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like, just be courteous. Just say, hey, they're still working on it. Until further notice, we'll let you guys know. And it
That's
doesn't
so
take long. Go
that's
ahead.
so focused on what's gonna happen is they don't care about nobody because they're not even telling the family. They even coming up there for no reason. So the media and the public's gonna be last for them to care about if the family is going up there for no reason.
Damn, that's crazy. But I do hope that they are getting some.
And then I seen Mr. Kokomo say he can't go in either. And Thug's
Stop
sister
me if you've heard this.
said something to her. I mean, sorry, to him, and was like, "Yeah, I wish I can go in." So it looks like nobody is going in, and he's like on the defense team. So
Yeah.
they don't care about what we feel. They're trying to see what they're gonna do
Yeah,
next.
because Kokomo is not a. He's probably like like on the research team and a paralegal
I
more
think
than likely.
yeah. I was about to say I
So
think that's
he's
his
not.
head.
Yeah, he's not representing thug, so he can't go in there. Like it's
But it's just
only
the fact that he's
them.
even a part of their team and he still can't go in. You should know that that
Yeah,
means
that's why I just like
it's
that. The whole thing
concealed.
is straight. This is all that's been happening today is that whatever we left off on Friday, nothing got done, and it was a premise of we could possibly have something by the morning. That's why we were supposed to have the arguments for the mistrial and everything today, right? So it was either going to be a yes or a no. Mistrial deals got done on Friday, or no deals didn't get done on Friday, and we just continue with the trial. Supposedly,
That's
whatever happened from Friday till Monday to today has been we are close to figuring out what we're going to do. And when they got into court today, they quote unquote pretty much had an ex parte meeting. They cut off the public because instead of everybody going into Judge Whitaker's office, which you can't do with all of them because they have the bars on their legs and stuff, so you don't really want to bring them back there and everybody standing up and doing whatever. So everybody just stays in the courtroom. Everybody's in there. They're eating lunch and stuff in there, and they're just talking. They're just full communication. This is what we want. This is what we don't want, and that's just how today played out. I mean, it's not really too hard or too difficult to figure out that today was literally them still talking about plea deals and figuring it out. And I do think by tomorrow, we're not going to have court tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be where the plea deals get agreed to. I think the plea deals are going to get agreed to today. Whatever counter offers they put out, it's going to be up to the DA's office you know, to, you know, to adhere to it and just be like, all right, we lost, and let's just go about it. And
Well, Thugger Daily just posted. He says the current plan is for the jury to be back tomorrow.
yeah, I mean, you have
I
to,
mean that's the plan.
yeah,
The plan was for court to be going on.
yeah.
You see
So
what's been
that
going on.
that like you gotta kind of try to read between the lines because unless we've been swindled and they were doing all of those motions and having all of those talks about the mistrial and everything off record, or with just no media, involved, which wouldn't be right. I don't
I
think
understand. Oh, I'm
anything
sorry.
has changed. So I think that tomorrow, I think we're gonna start court. I mean, I think what they told them to come back tomorrow at 9:30. I think that they're gonna be there at 8 o'clock, and they're still gonna either be talking about the plea deals or they're gonna start early and do all of the motions and stuff. So it might
I feel
randomly.
like it's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Now go ahead.
Now I was gonna say I feel like it's some disagreement with the defense because a lot of them don't want to take a um, don't want to do a mistrial. Some
Yeah,
people want to go. So you got to think about it. They arguing, not arguing, but they're going back and forth within each other. Then they got to go against the state. Then they got to go in front of Whitaker or
yeah. I don't.
Farley. So I feel like it's a lot going on,
Yeah,
and that's why
I don't think that with the defense, I believe that as long
I'm
as
not gonna say arguing. I don't
no,
feel
no,
like
I know what you're
they
saying.
came to
No, there's
agreement. That's what
absolutely arguing going on
Yeah, but
right
I
now.
believe I forgot where I heard this from, but I heard it I think yesterday or so that it was from shit, I forgot the white guy and his dad that are lawyers down in Florida that be covering trials and stuff, but they did
Lawyer,
say
you know.
yeah, the lawyer, they did say that they will be able to do the mistrial with like say if um the Quays want to get off Westmoreland and Mr. Matthews, them and their clients want to get off, as long as the other parties, um, you know, say that we do not agree to the mistrial, the judge can give them a mistrial and keep the other guys together. So,
she
I
kind of made that clear too, because she
yeah,
said
Thank
who
you, because
wants
we
to
had a
join into it.
discrepancy. We
yeah,
had a
so
discrepancy about
yeah,
that
so
years
it
ago.
can be separated. So they don't have to, argue to the sense of you guys can't take a mistrial because if you take a mistrial, that means that we're all done. That's not what can happen. That's not what's gonna happen. Now, Love is gonna argue, no, she don't want them to get a mistrial, and like because she wants as much evidence and as much people to be, involved in it, so it can make everything more murky. But I think that the defense are all on the same page, and it's just like, hey, listen, if we don't get the like, I believe that um the Quays are going to be. I think the Quays are out of here. The Quays are done. Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey and Mr. Matthews, they're out of here. They're taking it regardless of what happens. So they're just trying to get the best deal um, for their client, or they're just gonna say we just want the mistrial and you guys can try this over. And then I think that everybody else is just gonna it's just gonna be based on the plea deals, and I know it's gonna be for Thug. It's just like no felonies, none of that, and I believe that that's kind of where it's gonna sit. I think that everybody is on the same page of like they're not they're thinking about themselves, but they're also trying not to be wrapped up in the next trial that's after this, right? So they don't want anything in their plea deals to be worked against the other people that's behind them, because if they're coming in and their plea deals is YSO's is a gang, YSO did this and that, we did this and that, that is can be used against those other guys. We've seen it, and we know we don't want any of them guys to get on the stand, be forced to come back, have their probations revoked, all that other stuff. So it's really delicate, and it's more than just can these guys go home. It's like they want to go home. They don't want anything to be used against the other people. They don't want to have ridiculous probation sentences and stipulations. They don't want all of that stuff because you can be the next moot. They can just randomly say you ran a red light, and the next thing you know, you getting worked like Woody, and it's just like you either testify against them or go sit in jail for 30 years. So that's just kind of
So
where things is at, I think.
like I did watch the show that you're talking about, but maybe I misheard. But from what I've gathered, a mistrial for one is a mistrial for all. So let's say Quay still stands on wanting a mistrial, right? And then the really if the others say they don't want one, Whitaker doesn't really have to um
Yeah, it's up to her discretion.
consist. So, but if the others say we don't want a mistrial, but then she goes ahead and grants it, it's going to affect them, and then those other people that objected, they may have something about double jeopardy. I don't recall exactly how he said it, but I do know that mistrial for one person is a mistrial for all. But I do agree that everyone is for themselves, but I'm sure they're considering other factors as far as each other. And I just want to know, like, who started the plea deal conversation? Like, how did that even start?
That
Because
plea deal conversation started as soon as everybody started to think about taking the plea deals. So as soon as Miss Westmoreland said yes, and then Mr. Matthews says I join in, and then when Adam Sharp said, can we talk about this? You saw as soon as that happened, what's her name? Hilton ran out of the courtroom, and I think the call was made of what happened and the situation that they were in, and it got to the higher ups, and the higher ups had to make that decision. Go ahead and Tony, you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, I would just be careful in saying that they're all the defendants are all on the same page because think about like you get a really favorable offer, however, it requires you to testify against Thug. You know that's probably not going to
That's
make
what I said.
Brian feel too happy. So I would just be careful with that because just on painting the picture, um, because I definitely think that they're going to try to. I think the state is taking this opportunity because there's two opportunities being presented. The state is presented an opportunity to save their case right now by having, Nichols or Gotti get out of jail and come back in 2 months and testify against Thug, and then now they have who they wanted. And so it's really a flip of a coin over who thinks they have the most leverage, the state or the defense. And it's not really clear
I
because go ahead.
I
I
don't see.
oh go
Oh,
ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I don't feel like the state has more leverage because they know that they got this mistrial hanging over their head.
But they can retry it, right? They
Yeah,
can come
but
back and
we
say,
seen how bad it was. It's really it really was going to happen. When the election come around too?
Yeah.
Because what if she doesn't get reelected? So them retrying it is out of the window because she already said that that's the first thing she's gonna do when she get in office.
Yeah, and
So I feel like they don't really have the upper hand because they got put in a bad situation.
yeah, and I still think that the defense have the upper hand because at the end of the day, they can always take back the mistrial. Like, so if that's how the state is gonna play their hand and try to get people to flip and snitch and stuff, they don't have to take it, because as I would think that as long as enough people say they don't want the mistrial and the judge and the state aren't willing to separate them, I think that it all comes off the table at some point. So, and then it will be just sloppy if the jury sees these people sitting there for 150 something days, and then next thing you know, they're on the other side testifying on the other end. That's just going to be easy work for the defense to just be like, man, they're only over there because they were able to get a deal to get out of jail.
And then what if they get up there and say, "Yeah, I was locked up before"?
Exactly, and then we
There's
don't
gonna be
know.
another
They
problem.
might get
Like
a whole immunity thing where they can go up there and say whatever, and they promise that, but they can't really be held accountable for anything. They go up there and say, "Yep, this is we pulling the Woody, bro. Why is it not a gang? This and that," and then we're in a shit show again. So it's just
yeah,
I don't think that the state is going to be that stupid to entertain or even give the
waste
opportunity.
more time for
Yeah,
real.
like they're not going to give the opportunity for the people that are sitting there to become witnesses, because now the jury is just gonna see through that and just be like, okay, these guys are really taking pleas just to get out of jail,
Because the
and
first
we
thing
can't
still can
really
say, "Weren't you just on this side?"
exactly. And
And then they just make them look like, okay, they lock everybody up to make them testify because that's already
exactly,
the narrative they pushing.
yeah,
So
and
I just don't.
I don't see anybody. The only person I can see that will take a plea, honestly, I would say Little Rod, but like Little Rod's in jail for life, so he doesn't care. Like as long as his his thing gets appealed and, overturned or whatever, he don't care. He in jail, so he ain't gonna snitch. Like he don't have no reason to. I would think that Mr. Matthews' client is the only person because he's really not charged of like any murders or anything like that. He's just an
What is
associate.
Mr. Harvey client charged with?
Oh, I forgot, but I think he probably charged for some guns or something like that. I'm not even 100% sure. I'm
Because
gonna
I
have to
can see
look.
him taking a plea.
So
Yeah.
he's charged with guns and also Chamel drinks
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, never
murder.
mind.
Is it true that Yak took a plea for conspiracy relating to Donovan Thomas? Is that true?
He
No,
was
that's not true.
No,
Okay.
he was charged for it. He was charged. He was one of the first
Okay.
people that was charged for him, Woody, Motunk, and somebody else was the people that were charged, and then the charges were dropped. So that's what it was.
Okay. I mean, I can see everyone taking a plea except Jeffrey Williams, um, because they have a lot more. Um, yeah, they have a lot more on their record than than him, and because if he takes a plea, then what happens to like the green emojis, the snake emojis? Like, can he not promote himself anymore? It's and then Brian Steele is not going to let him take any plea that's gonna like cut him off or open him up to lawsuits, because if they're already demonizing the green emoji and he continues, with because that's his brand, is he now gonna face future charges because he uses green emoji and say slat or
A
slime?
hundred percent. Let's get Trakisha. You can go, and then we have Antonio, and then Thugger Daily and wants to come up. So I'm gonna drop somebody down.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to talk to KZ about Phil's comment. If you go back to his next live, I think last week, Thursday or Friday, he expounded upon a mistrial for one is a mistrial for all. He wasn't saying that it's mandatory. He was basically saying it should be. So I just wanted to let you know that he sort of elaborated on that tweet during his last live. That's it.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much for the
You're
education. Thank you.
welcome.
I
All
appreciate
right.
it.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
Thanks.
Well,
Hey, my mic went out. Can she repeat that again? I didn't hear her.
She basically was just saying everybody doesn't have to take a mistrial if they don't want to.
yeah. All right, we got Thugger up here. Thugger Daily, you can go ahead.
My bad. I was trying to answer someone's question, but someone else got it.
Okay,
So you're good. Yeah, I appreciate it.
no problem. All right, Antonio, go ahead. Antonio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My bad, bro. I didn't have my hand raised.
Oh, okay. All right. Alrighty. I think we got come up. Let me slide somebody down real quick. Auntie, you up? You want to speak?
Yep, I was gonna say to help you out with your people, you can make a couple of co-hosts that'll free up some of
Oh
your
yeah,
spots.
you're right.
But I just wanted to say with what KZ was saying, I don't think everybody but Jeffrey would take a plea deal because it doesn't look good on Jeffrey if every single person in there takes a plea deal against him. Their odds would be totally stacked up against him if that happens. The only person that I really think would really, really take a plea deal is Mr. Matthews' client for sure. Cause he got a slew of shit. Now the others, if they're talking about 30 and 40 years, like on probation and all that kind of dumb shit, I wouldn't even take that because we see how that went with Moontoon. So I don't know who else would take a plea deal, but that one wouldn't be it. I ain't taking nothing 30 and 40. Really don't want to do 20. Barely want to do 15. Might do 10 if I know I won't get in trouble, but the least thing I had them fried. So I don't know. This is such of a suspense. And I hope that we can move past this, or if it was a choice for me, I would just move on because I haven't seen anything just yet that will cause these guys to go forever. So I would move forward, but you never know. They have to do what's best for their client.
And those people been locked up for 2 years and right straight, they trying to get up out of there. So some of them people gonna just take the plea deals because they want to. Because I know Weinstein was like, it's not up to us to decide what a client does. We just let them know what their options are, and it's their choice on what they want to do.
If I had to think about Yak at his age now, I would think Yak could sit there. Shannon, I think, would sit there at their ages now. I think they would sit there. But you never know if it's something like, because I don't know. If I had to think about it, if it's something set up like how Lucci was, I don't even think Lucci can be around any of his people. And that would mess Thug up totally, especially if he still have albums or, unreleased music with these
Yeah.
guys. It'll fuck him all the way up.
And also, they told Lucci he was gonna get out when, and he's still locked up. So,
Still there.
I wouldn't take no plea on their face
I feel like
card.
that's why they arguing so much because they know how to stay even.
Yeah, I wouldn't take a plea just on the state's face card alone. Like y'all ain't got, I don't trust y'all.
And even if they did take a plea and they can't be around Thug still gonna make his money regardless. But it's gonna stop a lot of their money because he mainstream and they're not. So it wouldn't be smart for them to take a plea if they still want to make money.
What if Fani is just stalling on purpose for the election? Like, they're going to keep pushing back. They're going to submit their recommendations, what they want in the police. She's going to push back and just wait until after the election. Because,
I mean, if she want to do that and be stupid, then she do her thing because that's next Tuesday. Go on freedom next Tuesday then.
At this point, honestly, the election is null and void. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, this case putting stain on her run.
Mm-mm. Yeah, this don't have nothing to do with what's going on here.
I feel like she knows she losing because if she wasn't losing, she wouldn't be in that office. She ain't never been in the office trying to talk.
no, I think she's going to win, but it's just maybe this go round.
No. I'm not talking about the election. I'm talking about the case.
Oh, I hope so. I hope she knows that. But after this go round, her run for another 4 years or whatever it is, she might be done unless she wins the Trump case, which who knows?
I think it's more of her trying to elevate somewhere else, which makes sense if she's been campaigning in other states that has nothing to do with voting here in Fulton County, or voting here in Georgia, period. So I think that she's actually looking further to do something bigger than what she is now, to be honest.
Yeah, I think she's trying to take the Kamala Harris route, become Attorney General, and then go into the White House. I think she's trying to take that path, but this YSL trial just needs to be, just dismiss it. Just take a humble pie, dismiss it, wash your hands of it, and move on.
She's never gonna do that. That's just not gonna happen.
It's about making an example. And basically, her thing was, okay, if I show them this, that means all these other people that's out here in Atlanta, in Fulton County, in the surrounding counties, metro area, I'm going to show you that if you have a record label and you using it as quote unquote a gang, you could try that shit, and then all the other counties and all that gonna follow suit. It's all about politics, in my opinion. That's really what it boiled down to. I'm just gonna show y'all an example, and then who else want to step up? Partial
Yeah.
reason why you don't hear the little babies, the futures, and all the slaughter gangs and all that. You don't hear that much anymore because they scared they might be called up next. You don't know. Look how much they done threw in Birdman and done threw in all these other people in this case. A lot of folks been catching strays, don't have nothing to do with this shit, and they, throwing it in. So that's basically what it is, in my opinion.
And also, she's just not the type to go back. Like, I'm gonna use this for lack of better word. She a little bit arrogant in the sense where she came out and made all that noise about this case. She's not the type that's going to turn back around and then dismiss the case altogether. Absolutely not. If y'all seen her testifying in that Trump case, that's just a picture of who we dealing with. She's not backing down from shit. Period. It's just not in her nature,
Do
especially
you
not when
guys
she
think?
rolled so hard about it.
Yep. Do you guys think the case may have went better for them if it wasn't broadcasted? Would Woody have gave them what they wanted if it wasn't all over the place? If it wasn't on TV being live streamed?
I think that they would have railroaded them probably the same way they've been doing people in Fulton County, while Woody probably would have still stood on business because you still got the same factors involved. The Glanville would have never got recused. All the motions would have got pushed through. They would just been having a weight in there. Now they being held to a different level, a different standard because the whole world looking. In my opinion, that is.
I'm just wondering because I heard that the lady Page was trying to get up on the Supreme Court. So I'm just wondering, what is that looking like? If that is the case, I wonder what the hell does that look like with all the commentary that she's been making these last few weeks.
Well, yeah, that's probably why we don't got no cameras on, and there's such a big, like, we all feel like there's such a big emphasis to end this trial right now, like mistrial or with these deals, because she knows that if this trial goes completely through, then there's gonna be a real big chance that she might actually like get messed up from this, because if it doesn't look good if you're trying to be on the Supreme Court and you have something overruled or overturned, your history. That's kind of like a stain on your record. So like I think she kind of like sat down with herself and knew that she messed up and knew that she let her emotions get the best of her. And I think she's been pushing, not necessarily forcing, but she's been pushing for the state to make these plea deals happen, and in some way, shape, or form. Because if this goes to the end and this does get appealed, we all think that it's going to be overturned. But if her saying what she said and some of the actions that she's had are the basis of them overturning things, it's going to be very bad on her, because that's going to be case law, and the last thing you want is case law to have your name about you making a mistake. And then those are the same peers that she's going to be wanting to work with.
If I had to be honest with what you're saying, I don't even think it'll affect her. I think it'll definitely affect Glanville. I don't even think we'll get this far to when she picked it up for it to be overturned because there was a lot of mistakes in Glansville process where this shit should have been out the door and
Oh
out the
yeah,
way.
but when you do the appeal, you don't just do one thing or one reason. You got to do all of them. So they're gonna start
Oh,
from
okay,
X,
okay.
Y, Z, but they're gonna go all the way through because they want to make it
They
short
want to
for the
support their
record.
case.
Yeah, so they're
And
gonna put
Glanville
everything
don't
in.
give a fuck. He finna retire, so he don't give a damn if his shit get overturned
Glanville
again.
with his dog, he chilling. He don't care no more. Like I think
Nah.
he got his time in. He getting his little pension. But for her, she has more aspiration. I don't think Glanville has aspirations to go any further. She
She
does.
like to make a she like to make a scene too. That's why I feel like she did all that to Moon too. So I feel like she's just trying to make, I don't know, she's just trying to make a name for herself. Like I guess she already had one because I never know like paid attention, of course, to this trial. But I just feel like she just trying to make sure everybody know who she is. Like,
Well, that's what happened when you try to do things like that. I mean, I've been noticed that she was a hothead from
yeah, she
once she
definitely got a
started
bad attitude.
reacting. Like when she gets to a certain point, she shows a different side of her. Like we all sit up there and be like, man, she acts like such a blonde and she's so happy and giddy and all this other stuff. But when she get upset, that look like a very hot-headed woman that will probably punch your teeth out. Like she be up there hooting and hollering, and you wouldn't expect that from somebody
And her
who's coming
comments be
in.
crazy.
Exactly, and we be hearing her on the hot mic talking shit. She be up there talking shit, like
She
so.
sure do. And she don't care what she say.
Yeah, she
I
be up
think
there like,
she
oh
done
my
got
god.
invested like we have. She done got all the way invested, emotions invested in this,
I
you
think she
know.
like being on TV too.
Of course,
And honestly, half
hard
the
not
time, I
to.
really don't think she be listening. I think she done got to the point like Glanville ain't listening to shit and just saying overrule to everything or
Yeah.
sustain to everything, and it's just all over the place.
Cause she'd be like, hold on, wait. Say it
Yeah.
again. Like, what you mean?
Oh no,
Wait,
you
say it
definitely see
again.
her
You
up
supposed
there.
to be paying attention.
She be like sustained, and we be on the side like, wait, what? And she be like, oh, wait, overruled. I'm sorry. I'd be like,
Yeah, and
you are
she
out of
I
here.
feel like she look at everybody's facial expressions. She love to determine stuff by facial expressions. Like that doesn't mean nothing.
Hey, hey, can I ask the person a question? Somebody said, I think that's why she did all that to Monkton. Can I ask that person a question?
Yeah, that was
I think
next.
that was me.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you say you think she did all of that to like, would like based off of his testimony, you think um
Her
her
ruling was fair.
sentencing wasn't fair?
I feel like she's seen. Now, I'm not gonna say that what she was saying was wrong. I'm not gonna just say I feel like his time was should be short or less,
What's up,
but I
everybody
do
that's
feel
on
like she's
YouTube? We are
seen that
on
it was a different
we are on
plea
Spaces and
deal, and she's
Twitter.
seen
So if
that
y'all
it
want to
was a
come through and
discrepancy in the lawyer. I
come
feel like she
chat,
could have looked into it a little bit more. I feel like she
just
just was
come on
ready to wrap her
Twitter,
day up.
come on X,
Like
King
she
Did
didn't.
Gatsu on
somebody say
X.
my
She
Y'all can
name?
didn't.
I'm sorry.
join the space. Make sure y'all
Huh?
come through. Y'all
Huh?
share your opinions.
Oh,
Y'all
I
come
thought
listen.
somebody said Alexis. My bad.
Oh.
Hey y'all.
But yeah, I feel like she was just ready to wrap her day up, and she just didn't care. She was like, "Okay, well, this is not a technical. I'm just gonna give you 5 years, and I hope this don't like push you back." I just feel like she could have did a little bit more, like thought about it a little bit more. Like she seen it was a discrepancy, even though it was the lawyer fault. I just feel like she just threw it out there and just was like, "Okay, bye."
I mean, that was her way of also saving the state's case because she also had a choice. She could have given him, I don't know, community service, go to the jail
Yeah,
every
she had
weekend.
all of that in
There
her
was
hand.
more to it.
So she had a bunch of options. So I feel like her doing that is to make an example for like future witnesses and her way of saving the
Yeah,
state's
for
case.
sure. Cause she even
I
said that too. She was like, "Yeah, we gotta make sure we take testifying seriously," or whatever she said. I can't remember her exact words, but
yeah.
she was like, "We gotta make sure we taking this serious." Like I just felt like she just was trying. Like I
Yeah.
mean, maybe he was worth 5 years, maybe he wasn't. It just her word and how she say stuff.
The theatrics.
She
Oh,
There
just
was
give
so
off
more
you
to
like
it. That's what she's saying. She wasn't saying that what she was saying was wrong. She was saying basically how she act. But I said in the spaces the day before that, I said anything that goes on with Paige, because I just been watching her and studying her this whole time. it depends on how she wake
How
up
she
in the
feel like
morning
she
is
be
how
acting like her
shit gonna
period
go.
on.
And so she was already an asshole earlier Friday, so I wouldn't expect nothing but the worst Friday evening.
There was more
Yeah.
to it. There was
Yeah.
definitely more to it.
It's like she come in with a good attitude, then she might be all right. But as soon as she start getting mad, oh, everything else from the rest of that day is gonna be bad. She not turning it off. She don't know how to turn it off and turn it on.
I think the defense just need to continue because one thing that is for sure and certain is the state is going to make more mistakes. So imagine if they come back, continue as and then they make one more mistake, she's gonna run out of excuses to the point where it's gonna make her look even more bad. Because that's one
Yeah,
thing that's sure, they're gonna make more mistakes.
I feel that, but you got to think about it. Those people been locked up for 2 years in Rice Street, can't go home. They probably not eating. They on solitary confinement. Some of them people ready to go home.
There was
Should,
more to it.
do
There
I
was a
feel
lot
like they
more.
should take a plea deal? I don't know. I don't know the plea deal to make it make sense. But a lot of people, when you in jail and you away from your family and you used to living a whole different lifestyle, you ready to go.
There was more to Muntuk's case, though. Muntuk's case, there was more
I'm
to
not
it.
talking about Muntu. I was just talking about the rest of the people that are on trial.
Muntuk, unfortunately, was violated because if you look at his parole officer, he already had used the first time offender program. He used it twice. He used one in DeKalb County and one in Fulton County. And then she used the case against him too. That's why she violated him.
Yeah, we're not in a disagreement
She
on him being
violated him
violated.
because he didn't live up to the plea agreement. Y'all can say whatever
We're
y'all
we're
want.
we're
No,
we're
but
not we're not
He didn't
talking.
testify
The
to the plea
argument is
agreement.
not about what he did, what
Yeah,
she
that wasn't
did
it.
to him.
That's
It's
not what I'm
about
saying.
her theatrics, how she acts, not what she did to him. It's just
Yeah,
no,
I
about
I
how
never
know,
she
said
but
the
acts.
that's
car
what
thing.
she tried to use so that way, as the audience is watching, oh, he had this, and oh, he had that, oh, and he did this. And then, unfortunately, he had poor legal representation, and the man actually said, I didn't look over it, and I allowed him to sign it, and I signed it. Why would you still penalize him for it, though? But she was just looking for little things to pick at in order to justify what she was going to do.
And then you only get one time to use your first offender. You seen that he used it first offender more than one time. You see he just got so much crazy stuff going on in his past. And I just felt like she just made a rational decision. Like you could have waited. You could have
Well,
said, look, I'm
I,
gonna come back and think about this.
well, but for my that was gonna be my next question to you. You said something about it being rational. What it was scheduled for about 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure. As y'all said, his
It
lawyer
wasn't
didn't.
scheduled for 2 weeks. It was
Okay,
like a couple of
1 week.
days.
You know, it was definitely more than a week. I
I don't
definitely
remember it
seen
being
that.
a
You
week.
leaving? Yeah. All right. But okay, even still, like y'all said, the lawyer didn't come in there and made no new arguments for anything for her to have to go back and think about or
I
try to
mean, she
change her
didn't have to make a
opinion.
new argument. It was in her face that he didn't know that it was two different pleas. Like I'm not saying.
Oh,
See, y'all
okay.
taking
Yeah,
what I'm
I'm
saying
saying
out of
okay.
context.
Take number 8 out of the picture, just like
It
she did.
wasn't just. It
Hold.
wasn't.
Literally, that's all they argued, and that's all that was there, right? Let's just take number 8 out of the picture. We could just go with
I'm.
number
I'm
one.
not talking about
YSL
just number
gang.
8 though.
Okay, I'm talking to you though. But let's just it was YSL gang. If he said yes to that, and then he got on there and said it's a record label, that right there is enough to violate him.
I'm
So
not
just going
saying.
off of that, hold on. Just you trying to defend yourself, and I'm just having a regular conversation. That's all.
I'm okay.
And
I'm
and
fine.
and instead of my whole thing is she had everything she needed. She was the judge that was there when he started testifying. She knew what his plea agreement was, right? Let's just take away the number 8 because that seems to be the only discrepancy that they tried to fight. And everything else he didn't agree that he didn't testify to that he said he would or that he tried to change up. What more time did she need that she needed to go back and say, well, let me take a couple days to think about this? There was nothing new there. She had everything she needed right in her face. What else
I
did she need to do?
Exactly.
I think what you're missing is
Yeah, he not seeing
it
what
didn't
I'm
matter
saying at
if he
all.
had the best attorney in the world. Young Thug has Brian Steele, and we see how the trial. So it didn't matter if he had the best as attorney in the world. She was going to make him an example because she had a choice. She didn't have to send him to jail, but yes, technically, based on how he testified and his plea, okay, sure, she did that, but it really wasn't because her reason was perjury, taking the judicial system much more seriously. But then you have Miss Love in your face every day, not taking it seriously. So I don't think it's about his lawyer or anything. She was gonna do that anyway because we see how much they're railroading those boys. I mean, those men, and they have one of the best attorneys in the world.
But
And
when you
let's
saw that she allowed Love to put his attorney on the seat, I knew right then and
Oh,
there he
girl.
was in trouble
Oh yeah, 100%.
and
because
to
I was disgusted with that one.
Anybody knew that. Anybody knew that. I mean, I get y'all passionate and everything. I totally do.
Girl.
But sometimes you gotta
I just
be
want to say thank you for
understanding.
everybody that's participating.
Can I say something real fast, y'all? So with Judge Page and like the decision about Moontunk, a lawyer, I don't know which spaces it was, but a lawyer in one of the spaces did say that the judge really like that was the least she could give him was five
Yes,
years. So it's like when you
yes.
think about it
No,
that
that's not
way,
true. That's not
yes,
true.
Yeah, that
a
wasn't
literal
true.
lawyer said
That's
that.
not
That's
true. It's
not
not
true.
Yeah,
true.
She
well.
literally
So
said
this
that.
is what she said. She said that the 5 years was the least that she can give for perjury.
Right.
However, the situation is for me was a couple of things. For one, the probation officer got up there and said that she ain't know shit about this. So that was my
yes,
first thing.
yes, yes.
If she didn't know anything about it, and then she turned around and said, I'm gonna leave it in your hands, that pissed me off because the probation officer knows exactly what's going on with this boy. She know exactly if he's been doing what he's supposed to do while he's been on
Exactly.
probation, all his charging and everything. Then I don't know if y'all caught when she said something about he had some kind of sexual charge, and they came back and said that was not even true. So
Yeah, she
I
said
get
he
what
had
y'all. I get what
aggravated
y'all
sexual
saying.
charge.
I get what y'all saying. Like, yeah, like she didn't have to say, "Oh, it was perjury," to then, sentence him to 5 years. But it's like I be trying to like take myself away from like the emotional stuff and like the feelings that I have about it, and look at just reality. Like we're dealing with people who have power
What you
that
want? Ew,
unfortunately
had a
it's just
booger.
like that. Like when like that's what the lawyer was basically saying. Like to how like everybody has this one perspective, but like it's other perspectives. Like, and this is not me trying to justify what Judge Page is doing because I do not agree with anything that she's doing. But I just wanted to kind of like touch on that. And also, I wanted when y'all were talking about like how she acts. Do y'all notice how like she breaks after every motion for mistrial? Like it'll be a motion for mistrial, and she'll just up and be like, "Okay, we're gonna go on another 15-minute break."
Yes,
And I'm
because
just
she's
like,
getting feedback. She's receiving feedback on what she can do.
and
That
it's
I
like
believe.
it's sketch. It seems sketch. I don't know.
Yes, she's receiving
That that
feedback.
that would be smart.
No, she is. She's getting advice. Listen, I worked in the courtrooms in New Jersey, and I'm telling you, she's probably speaking to someone she can trust.
Hey, what's up,
A
Who
Queen?
staff
How you
attorney.
doing?
Staff
no,
So what
attorneys,
happened in court
judges,
today? There
no,
was
not
no
just
court.
staff attorneys. We're talking about
We
somebody that she
believe that
really trusts.
hold
right?
Who's
on.
That's what we said.
Let me make
I
sure
mean,
probably
that's
I
not too
feel
low.
biased.
like
Hold on.
you.
So in court today, there was no court. I believe that the attorneys in the state were still discussing pleas. The defense put counter pleas out, so they're waiting. They're still having conversations. So nothing happened today. No court. They gave us the blue balls. They played with us today. They said 9 o'clock. Then they said 3 o'clock. Then 3:30. So supposedly we're supposed to be starting tomorrow at 9:30. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if plea deals get done, if people get thrown out for the mistrial, or if a mistrial is granted completely. Um, so we'll see. But thank you for coming out, Queen. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For Georgia law?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
that's for
saying. Every
Georgia.
state
Yes,
is
It's
yes.
different.
Okay.
1 to 10,
Up
and if
to
you go
10
Because
listen
you
to
know
the
in
years.
Jersey it's way different.
if you
Up
go
to
listen to the
Yeah,
video when
yeah.
she was doing it, she said perjury is 1 to 10 years. So I'm gonna give you
Yes.
5. That's
But it
exactly what
wasn't
she said.
perjury. And my whole thing with this is if he had a 1 year sentence instead of that 30 or 35 year sentence that he had, she would not have given him 5 years.
Exactly.
So why would you give him like why would you give him 5 years? Just like play it
Because
She's
fair.
justifying
She's trying to
herself.
punish him.
Cause the
Yeah,
five
she's trying
years
to punish
wasn't
him.
off of the perjury. The 5 years was off of all of the bull. As soon as they said that sexual assault shit, I said
Yes.
it's over. I was just like,
Yeah.
up,
Yes.
you could throw it
And
out
remember,
because
she said aggravated sexual. She didn't
exactly
say
Yeah, and
like
I don't
sexual.
even think that's one of his charges. I think someone pulled up
Wait,
his
and y'all
charges, and
keep
that was
saying
not
that some
listed.
stuff could be
no,
sealed. Like
no,
y'all
yeah,
don't understand.
it's
Y'all don't
not his
have
charges for the court case
His
now.
first offense is
things could be
sealed.
sealed. Things could be sealed.
She
Things could
read
be
she
kept
read
away from
all
y'all
of
so
But
his
you
if it's
y'all can
history.
sealed,
avoid
does
it.
that mean we were supposed to know?
Yes,
But his first offense is supposed to be sealed according to Georgia law. That I learned with the other judge,
I
the
don't think
other
that
attorney.
sexual thing was the first offense. Cause she was
No,
reading
he
it.
had
Because it was like
robbery
that.
was
It was
his
like
first
back in
offense.
2005.
Yeah, so
Robbery was his first offense,
Right,
if
but
I'm not
it
mistaken.
don't right. But just because it was under that first offense,
oh, no
whatever, it
problem,
could have been
Queen.
a
I got
second,
you. And
third.
yeah, man,
But if it
everybody,
was
we
sealed
all
for
been
other
on
different reasons that
Twitter
we
and
probably not
everything. I was
privy to,
streaming it
it
earlier
still goes
and
against his
nothing happened. I was like,
criminal
God damn it.
history.
And then I
But if
came
it's
back
not out
live
there for the
because thinking we
public,
about to go
which
Just
we
live
see.
on
all
at
are,
3,
just keep
3:30,
going to Google and
and we
check
still got
because you
played. So
could
yeah,
Google
But his
something and
I'm gonna
not
be
even know
live
that was
tomorrow. So
something
if you
that
want
was
to
alleged.
lock
his
in
probation officer could have
and
spoken
subscribe
up
and
on his
everything,
behalf too,
follow me
and
on
she just turned her back on
X.
him.
I'll be chatting it up over there and
She
stuff.
chose not to say,
Like I
but you
said,
know
we
what?
got
He
a
hasn't been in trouble in the last
Spaces
5
going
years.
live right
She
now.
just turned around and was like, hey, Judge,
A
that's
good
up to
amount. It's
you.
like 100 some people over here.
I thought
So
that was
we having the
not cool
conversations. We
because
we
if you're
have
my probation
conversations all
officer
throughout
and
the
I'm
day.
following
So
everything I'm supposed to
you want
be
to lock in
doing,
anybody else that's
Exactly.
on the stream.
That's
You
why
want to
what
are
pissed
you
come
me
not
off.
speaking
lock
up for
in
me?
And what is
and
probation
hang out.
for? It's so you get
Probation
on the
is
right
Or if y'all just
track.
want to lurk on
no
YouTube,
Right?
that's all
probation,
good.
right? And you
But I'm
definitely,
definitely gonna
if you're
go
coming
live
in,
tomorrow.
you
So if
probably,
you guys
I
want to
don't know
hang
about
out,
him, but
it's
in
gonna be
Jersey where
a
I'm
lot
at,
more.
you got to
I don't think I'm
PG
gonna be doing the
and you
spaces.
got to be
Might we'll see.
positive.
We'll see how
Can't be
everything
negative.
goes.
You can't be positive because
Um,
then you violate him because
because it's good
there's
to
a
have
list of
everybody
stuff
else's
that they
opinion,
give
and
you.
if we get some
So
fireworks
if
going
he's
on,
coming in,
it's gonna
obviously,
be good
since
to
he's
see
been
everybody's
home and he's been
reaction
on
at the
my
same time.
probation, he
Um,
hasn't violated any of your
but yeah, so
criteria
I'll be
because he
live
would have went
tomorrow.
back to
I do a
jail.
lot of other stuff on the channel,
But for her to
game
turn
and
around
all
and
that
say,
other
"Well, you know
good
what,
stuff,
Judge,
but
this is on you," I was like,
been watching this
"Girl,
trial for
get
the
That's
it
the
whole time
same
and
same
streaming it
exact
together."
every once in a
attitude
while,
I
but
had because you could have saved him.
thinking that it's gonna be over. So
You his like
hopefully
his
tomorrow
little,
this thing is done and these
his
boys
little
go home.
paralegal assistant. Come on,
But
man.
we'll see. But thank you for coming through
But
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
not
chat,
sure
and I
that
you
they
want to
appreciate it.
say
didn't call
something?
her either and say, "Hey, what's going on? What are you gonna say?" you know, like, come on, man. This I see. The first time you do not you have a good faith basis to not trust your attorney. Do not go back to the same attorney. Like, good God.
No, isn't Mootunk in a better position when he files the appeal if he files the appeal for that? Because
I don't know
since
if he
all
can
this stuff
appeal
going
this.
on,
No,
Did,
I
he
don't.
can't.
did he
They
file for
said
an
he
appeal?
can't. They said he can't file an appeal on this.
what?
I doubt he did it this early.
No, listen. I love Georgia, but Lord Jesus, I don't ever want to get in trouble in Georgia.
Say he can't
It's like this
say he
everywhere,
can't
by the way.
appeal it because it's a
It's a
probation
probation
violation. So you
revocation.
can't
That's all it
Well,
appeal
is.
probation
unfortunately, it
violations from what
happened.
I
I just
heard.
feel
I
like
don't
she
know.
make a lot of decisions off emotion. Me personally,
I agree with that. She does make a
that's
lot of
just me.
decisions.
Do I feel like he deserved 5 years? I don't know, but I don't feel. I feel like I just feel like if she in the mood, she in that mood, and when she
Yeah,
in that mood, she can be
that's
But my
removed.
how.
thing is,
But that's
how
how
long
most.
has he been home?
But that's how most lawyers are. I mean, most judges are. But he's been home for
How
two
most
years.
people
He's been
are.
out for 2 years.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
so
they
that
did that
means
in
he has not
2022.
violated anything in 2 years, right?
Exactly, and I didn't like how the probation officer was like, "I'm gonna leave it up to you." Like, no, you the person that's meeting with him. You know if he pissing dirty. You know all of
Right,
that. You
because he
supposed to
would have
say
been back.
something.
He would have been back to jail if he did.
She supposed to say
I'm
something. I
telling you,
feel
because
like she
I'll be
just didn't want
waiting.
to be.
I'm the one that's waiting for you. You piss dirty, I'm coming to get you. I know.
So
Yeah.
I feel like she could
I
have
have
at
that
least said,
same.
even if she didn't say how much sentencing she feel like he should have. I feel like she could have at least put her little 1 2 cents in it. Y'all put
But
it.
see,
You put your 2 cents in any
and
other
that's what
time.
I think a
Well,
whole.
she
I
did.
think
She did. She
let me
did.
say this. I
She didn't
think
really say anything though. I feel like she could have been
Nah,
like,
she said that he ain't done nothing wrong. Like the only
correct.
it went left when they was reading off all of his charges and stuff that he had in the past. Like other than that, she said he ain't get in trouble. He ain't been arrested. He ain't tested dirty for anything. She
he's
said that
perfectly
he's
fine
been
with
a good person.
But she
I
didn't make
feel
no
like if I'm a probation
recommendation though.
officer and it's supposed to
But
be a
let me
correctional
let me
like
say this.
process, I
Yeah,
would
go
have
ahead.
been like,
She just
I
gonna
don't know
overtake
what
me, so
he
I'm gonna
should
let her
get,
go.
I
but
got you.
I can say X, Y, and Z.
So I think one thing a lot of people is also overlooking is the relationship they have, right? Just in the beginning when they was getting
Hopefully
her
we have
on
court
the
tomorrow though, cause
Yep.
when they was
this been
bro,
dragging.
Yep.
do this lady not hear me speaking?
I agree with you, DJ Poppy. I know exactly what you've
Woo.
been to say.
So people don't understand the relationship that they had where she said, "Oh, my normal probation officer. She knows her. She knows her reputation. She know how she
Ooh,
is, right?"
yes.
So if that lady, if Paige, if she had an issue and Paige know her, she would say, "Hey, yeah, this dude, he gives me the runaround. He give me this, he that, blah blah blah." But no, she
And
didn't
depending
need to do
how
that.
on how this case go,
Oh
Brian,
my
still
gosh, is this lady not
price is going up,
listening?
baby.
This got to be crazy. I'm gonna just mute
Yo,
because
Nat,
this
you
lady
can't
got
hear.
too
You
much
can't
going
hear
on.
DJ
What is happening?
He's trying
because
to
DJ is
speak and
talking
he's getting
and
over talked.
yeah. So I think you
Who
can't hear him.
who is saying you can't hear me?
It might be a
Yeah,
glitch.
you
Don't
can't
worry
hear.
about
She
it.
can't hear you. She can't hear you. But DJ
Okay,
DJ's
okay.
talking, so that's
Oh,
why.
sorry, I
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah.
Yeah, it was just a glitch. But I mean, I think y'all get the gist of what I'm saying. I really feel like she said, that's her normal probation officer. She deals with her
Is he
on the
talking now?
Yeah, he
yes,
talking now.
Yes,
man.
he's talking now.
I still can't
she
hear him.
it's all good. She do. I
Yeah,
probably
relog.
blocked you. That's probably why. No, I follow her. Never mind.
Try just leaving the
Um,
spaces and coming back in.
yeah, but that's all I was saying. That's all. I don't feel like it was nothing malicious, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, and another thing I did speak that one thing she said that kind of threw me for a loop because I talked to some people who literally are probation officers in Fulton County, and it's typically like this everywhere. Once you get a court date, your probation officer gets notified. So with her saying this last minute, I don't know if she wanted a week or two or what she needed, but I guarantee you, once Paige signed that order for that hearing to be on that day, she got a notification. I will say that.
Oh yeah, nah, she knew.
So, but my thing is, why you gonna get up there and lie like you talking about you just found out? And my thing was that kind of made the state look bad because I know damn well y'all done told this woman before today that she had to show up. So she was like, I wasn't ready. And so with that being said, I go back to whatever KZ was saying or whoever was saying. I don't know if KZ said it, but somebody was like, she could have took some time out and say, let me go take a look at this and I'll be back. She wasn't going for none of that, and that's her favorite probation officer. She just said what she was gonna give him and left it instead of taking a breather for 5 or 10 minutes, taking a look at everything, replaying everything that was said in her mind, and then make a judgment. She already knew what she was gonna do.
But what
Yeah, and
about this
that's what I
perspective?
said. She knew that already, and the lawyer didn't bring nothing new to the table. When she signed that order, she started thinking about it. She played it all back in her head. And if you ask me, I mean, come on, y'all, he tried to do a Woody up there. He was playing in their face. Y'all know what it is. Y'all just being emotional because y'all invested in the case so crazy. But any real person could be honest and know the man went up there playing in their face. And okay, maybe he did want to get home, et cetera, et cetera, but it's still consequences to that at the end of the day.
That's
Facts.
what I was.
So
I was
she
trying to say
she
that, but
knew
you said
what
it's
she
not
was
like that.
doing. She knew what her time was. She had it in her mind. Okay, if this dude come in here and hit me with something crazy, or he got a ace that I don't know about, yeah, maybe she would have needed time. But then y'all keep saying his lawyer was bullshit. He had no other no new defenses about why he got on there and played in their face. What more did she need to go back and think about? She had
I
it in her
mean,
mind already.
he was told that he can get up there and explain himself. He kept asking, "Can I explain myself?
And
Can I
she
explain
and
You
she
myself?"
can't.
asked she asked
Wait,
them,
wait.
is that in writing? Is that on the live stream? Did anybody say that in open court? And what did
I
they
know
both
that's
say?
right.
You
No.
can't. That's like
I
saying
know
you
that's
sign.
right.
Look, that's like saying you sign your contract for your phone bill, and then you tell AT&T I want to explain about my bill later. You signed the contract. You can't do nothing about that. That's
I
crazy.
mean, but when they met, she did say that he can explain himself because while they was in court, she said, "Yes, I did tell you that you can explain yourself, but answer the question first." So she didn't. She never denied that she said
It
that.
it wasn't
He
the problem of what he was testifying to. It's when it got to the acknowledgement part. Once he started saying like this ain't true and this ain't true,
Is
that's
YSL a
when they
gang? The
got
nigga
him.
said no, it's a record label.
Yeah, and he
Come
just needed to
on.
he needed to stick to what he testified to. If he would have said
You already said yes,
YSL
just
was
say
a
yes.
neighborhood gang and Thug was not a part of it, and when he made his record label, he named it after YSL the gang because he was familiar with us and he used to hang around us, but he never did anything. He just needed to say that, but once he started to say like, "Oh, this ain't true, this ain't true, this ain't true," like you didn't have to do that, bro. Like at the end of the day, if he would have went up there and acknowledged everything, and then when they asked him, "Yo, YSL is a gang?" Yes. Can I explain? Yes, go ahead and explain. YSL was a neighborhood gang when I was younger. Obviously, when I was younger, Thug was not a part of a YSL or anything. He wasn't even born. I'm a lot older than him. So when it was a neighborhood gang when I was there was X, Y, and Z, X, 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 Y, and Z. But he was never part of the gang. When he made his record label, he made it for X, Y, and Z because of whatever he made it for was whatever. I can't speak for him, but he was never part of the gang. He never did no crimes. He ain't no leader or anything like that. He could have just did that because in his plea agreement doesn't say that he can't say like anybody is or isn't a part of YSL or anything like that. He needed to stick to that type of answering, and he wouldn't have been in a situation for them to say he was doing any type of perjury or anything like that. He just needed to, yep, I signed it. That is true. I believe that was true, but let me tell you what my truth is to that. But when he went up there and said, "No, this is not true," that's when they got him because it was just like you signed it, you said it. Like you could have just said, "Yeah, I signed it and I said it was true, and this is what I meant by when I said it was true." Just like when he said the drive-by shooting, when he was just like it was done um with YSL for YSL, whatever the way he said it. But when he explained it, he said, "Oh, I only signed it because it was me and what QZ and whoever else was in the car. So y'all saying that because it was people that associate themselves with YSL, that's why I signed it." Like he needed to stay with that type of speaking, and then let the defense team do all that and make with it what they wanted to make with. He was trying to go against the state while talking to the state where he needed to do that with the defense, and then on recross just say, yeah, that's what I signed, that's what I admitted to, and that's it. He would have been all right, but it is what it is. But I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna go in order. I'm gonna let Antonio speak, then Keisha is gonna speak, Alexis has her hand up, and we're gonna go from there. So go ahead, Antonio.
Yeah, man. I'll
You muted yourself again. What the hell's going on? I think he fell out. Alexis, go ahead.
I forgot my question. You can go to the next person. Sorry.
All right, I think somebody's like kicking. Nobody else to call, so I don't know. Uh, Keisha, I'm gonna bring you up 1 second. Boom, invite to speak. All right. All right, Antonio, you can go ahead. Oh wait, he's not back up here. I don't know what happened. I think somebody was close and just kicked everybody out. Is
I
everything good?
think,
Y'all can hear me?
yeah, I think Antonio probably requested to speak because I see him as a listener right now.
Yeah, I just invited him back up, uh, and I invited Keisha up because she had her hand up as well. Jayhawk, I invited you back up as well. And then I do have a question that is from one of the people that are listening, and one of the questions is, what do y'all think is gonna happen with Wooney Lee when we start back tomorrow? Do y'all think that he's gonna be on the stand ready to go, or nah?
Plea deals is gonna be taken, and the jury is gonna be dismissed.
I think it's really hard to speculate on what's going to happen tomorrow because everything is so tight lipped right now.
You speculate about everything else. We could still speculate about this.
I think like the state is never ready with witnesses, so I don't think that their next witness will be ready.
Well, it would have to be Woonie because the defense would be, have to cross him.
Go ahead, Thugger Daily.
I was thinking, like, imagine a case where everybody pleads out except for a couple, like it's just Nichols and Lil Rod. Do you think the state even keeps going? Like, imagine they keep this RICO going after that.
Um, I think they will only do that just to bolster their case for the other guys. But that's what I was saying before. I was just like, either there's going to be a situation where it comes down like that, or everybody takes a plea deal where they don't have to testify at all in the case, and then Thug just stays by himself and continues the
So
case, and then
you think they'll
be done.
finish the trial even if it's just a couple people?
I mean, at that point, it's either everybody. I mean, it really like it would be stupid to do that because then you have to worry about the jury seeing these other people not there, and then what type of curative instruction is going to happen to where it'd be like, oh, all of this evidence and all the testimony that you heard against the people that are not here can't be used against these people. We're going to have to go through your notes and take all of your notes and shred them. And then you would have to just start the case over at that point because it's just like, shit, what do you do? Because then 90% of your witnesses are probably irrelevant because they're going to be talking about things that none of these guys did and can't be
I'm just
spoken on.
thinking along the lines of if it's like worth it for them to continue for like whatever how many months just for a Lil Rod YSL case.
That's why I
Like,
think that this is it's just not going to happen. That's why I think
I think
we're in such a situation where we're just waiting because you know if it's going to be a mistrial, I don't think that they really want to start it all over again because why? Who wants to do all of this again? Secondly, if certain people get if the Quays are gone, then that kind of changes the premise of the case because you know they're trying to use stuff from them against everybody. So then you'll have a curative instruction on that. And then if four or five, if three people take the plea deal and they're no longer on the case, then it's just too much. Like they can't even figure out what they're doing with the case with the people that they have with all of the stuff that they have. I don't think that they're going to be able to sit down and go back through everything and say, okay, these are the witnesses, these are the evidence, this is what we want to bring in. Like they already went through everything for Thug, so like they don't have nothing else for him. So I think they already went through everything for Shannon. So at this point, I don't really see how I think they would be done. Like I don't think that they would be able to just go forward and put forth any other testimony. Cause like we're talking about Little Rod right now. And we're talking like we were just talking about Little Rod. We were talking about Winnie Lee, talking about his plea deal, whatever. Like we're in a place where we're not actually doing anything with evidence. Like we're just going off of talking at this point. They done went through all the crimes. Like I don't think what else is left? What other crime is left?
there's the Drinks murder that we haven't really talked about.
That's it. But if the people that are involved in the Drinks murder are not on the case anymore, then they can't do it.
Right.
So that's why I think that would be a big thing. Who was that? Who's involved with that? Mr.
It's
Nichols
and Shannon.
and Shannon. So them two, if Nichols is gone, and that would mean that if they're trying to avoid that coming in, then Shannon would need to go.
I don't see Shannon getting a plea because like there's no way the state gives him a decent one. That's just what I think.
Hey, Duggadale, it's something you probably know. What is the bill on a daily or weekly or monthly rate that Fulton County is paying Cobb County to house Jeffrey Williams? Do you know that?
I actually don't know that now.
Can you find that out?
I can ask. Yeah, I can ask.
Thank you.
I've been hearing so many rumors from like quote unquote like previously good sources about what's going on the past 4 days, and they all contradict each other. It's been so funny. The rumors are flying around. No one knows what's happening. I think they're keeping it shut, but everyone's like, "I trust me, trust me." I'm hearing it from the source. It's really interesting.
Were you here for the whole Mook conversation, Thugger Daily, that we just had?
Yeah, I listened to it.
I'm pretty sure. Well, I know you know the case inside and out. Do you think it was fair for Page sentence, or you think it was unfair? What is your stance?
Man, I felt bad for him, felt sympathy, but I don't think it was like a crazy sentence. No.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think it was, and I was annoyed that the state was trying to get it done right away. I think the state should have waited till
Oh
later.
no, they got people. They gotta let know not to play with them. That's what that was.
Yeah, but now we see like Obama's got the same thing going on, and they haven't scheduled it. They have no like normally it takes months to schedule this stuff, apparently, and then
Oh yeah,
they got moved done in a week.
Yeah, that was
yeah
kind of
most
wild
of.
that they just
But
ran through
see,
that.
I didn't like. I think somebody. I think you posted it, Thugger Daily, and one of these lawyers. Somebody. I don't know. When you was like you brought it up, and somebody was like, "Wow, this happened in August or whatever, and now they're doing it before he take the stand." I don't agree with that statement because my thing is they're not gonna try to revoke him or punish him, violate him, not revoke him, but violate him if he was to be found innocent for that. And we all know Fulton County and most of these other counties in Georgia are not, going to court that fast. So yes, it probably happened in August, but whatever just took place where he probably put in a plea deal or he pled guilty or whatever got done. I'm
No,
pretty
it's
sure
still open. I
recently.
checked. It was still open.
Oh, the case is still open.
Yeah, he's on bond,
Oh,
from what I last saw.
now that's a different thing in my opinion. Then wow, okay. I thought it was I thought it was done already.
It was a
Wow.
misdemeanor $0 bond, so he like it's mandatory bond, so he just got out instantly. Spent I think 1 night in jail.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that changed my opinion quick. Yeah, I feel like I think they are trying to send a message. I don't know. I don't think the probation, and I don't think so. No, I still don't think they trying to do that. I think with Monk they were sending uh, a kite or a message to everybody. Don't come in here and try to play in our face like he just did. Don't try to be a Woody. Woody ain't got nothing to really lose. Y'all do. Y'all the ones that said this, that, and the third. And honestly, I still think he's making out in a sense, right? Like, let's just say he didn't do this, sign all those paperwork, and he would still be sitting, or he would have fought the case. He ain't gonna just get no 5 years. So I mean, I think everybody is calculated. Even on there, I think even on his side, it was a calculated choice, personally.
Yeah, I mean it's the choice of do I come up here and cooperate or do I, you know, save myself? Because what's the point of being out and you gotta look over your shoulders and stuff like that. So throwing up situation. But
Yeah.
Kay, you can go ahead. You had your hand up for a while, and then Jma, you can go after.
Hi.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hi. As you can hear, I'm from the UK. All I wanted to know was, let's just say it's a mistrial. Will Tunk not get
Nope,
revoked?
nope. He's stuck in there.
Seriously.
Even if it's a mistrial with prejudice and all that stuff, his thing, even though it pertains to him testifying is a probation violation, so it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be a probation violation of probation if it's a mistrial.
No, it happened already, so
Yes,
it wouldn't
yes,
it
it
wouldn't matter.
should be. He
I
got up there, he violated. Yes.
Yeah, so it wouldn't matter. That's just like you know, if you were driving without a license and somebody ran a red light and crashed your car, you still would drive without a license, so you could get arrested for that as well, and it wouldn't matter that the person broke the law and did
Yeah, but
something.
let's just say the state retry the case and then they bring Monk to up and whatever to go ahead with the same situation again.
You got to cut
Then
a
what?
deal.
And then he's
Then
not going to
they
be in
give his
prison
ass
for life.
another 5 years.
No, no, he wouldn't have to testify. He wouldn't have to testify. If
Yes, he
he's
would have to testify.
He would. He would.
Yes, he
but he
would. What
if
do you
he's in
mean?
jail, he wouldn't be held to. Well, actually, he would be held to that
Yes,
plea.
he
It's
Oh
still part
yeah,
of
agreed
his
to
deal.
testify.
And he
yeah,
still has
Out of his
you're
probation
right.
plea.
time for them to revoke.
Yeah, so yeah, he would have to
And the
testify.
wording in the plea is like until the conclusion of this case or something stupid like that.
Yeah, that would be the only way he can argue is that since the case technically ended with a mistrial, it would be another separate docket. So it could be.
No, no, it would not. No,
So then
you
he's going to
cannot
fit
argue that.
himself into another
I'm
mess.
I'm not saying it's right, but you can make that argument if you have a good
Do
enough lawyer.
mistrials cause another docket? I thought it's the same case
No,
number.
it
Yeah,
is
I
the
thought it's the same case
same.
number.
I would hope so.
He he will have to retestify if they have to call him. And if he don't want to testify, if he refuses to testify, he still got 22, 23 years hanging over his head that they could violate him with again.
Yeah, I would if I
On
was
the other
him,
hand,
I would try to be like, hey, y'all want me to testify? I'll testify, but y'all gotta let me out. So y'all can unrevoke these 5 years, let me out. I'll testify and say what's in my shit. And
on the other hand, Umfunk, they like revoked all his time. Glanville revoked all his time, so the state didn't even bother putting him on the witness list. They just didn't even consider calling him again.
that's what I was thinking. All right, J-Mo, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. I don't think that lady from the probation office was actually Monk Punk's probation officer. I think she's just somebody that Paige deals with from their office to go over these things in hearings. Because it sounded like she didn't know anything about him.
I don't. I mean, it could be a theory, but I don't think so. Um, it sounded like when she first started talking, she knew, about him, but she just didn't know that the judge wanted to go so far back into his full history, so she had to pull all that up and all the extra stuff. So I think she was just there to just testify, like, oh, he hasn't gotten in trouble, he hasn't done anything recently, and he's been on his best behavior. But I think once Paige was just like, well, what has he done? Has he had any problems and all that other stuff? And what are all of his charges? Then she had to like do her job and like actually open up her shit and go back and look. So
For sure. I also think that the state was testing her too, because they didn't recommend anything. They wanted to see what she was going to do.
well, they knew the optics. Like I think when we all were watching, we all felt very heavy at that point of time. Like it was very uncomfortable because we all knew that he was about to get sentenced to something. And, you know, even though we would think that they're not paying attention to, the media and the sentiment on the trial, they knew that doing this was not a good look. So they tried to just pass it off to the judge. Hey, we are not
Passing the
recommend
buck.
yeah, we're not recommending anything. We don't want to look like the bad guy. So whatever you do, that would just be it. And I think that a body was mad that she gave him 5 years. I think that he
You
was
think?
mad. Yeah, I don't. He didn't like. It didn't seem like he was happy. Like it seemed like when that happened, he was kind of like,
You think he wanted her to revoke it off?
no, no. I
Or
think
do you
that,
think the opposite?
yeah, I think the opposite. I don't think that he wanted him to get like 5 years. I think he probably wanted him to maybe be like, oh, he has to go back to jail until the end of this trial because
Yeah, I
that
agree.
makes sense. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Like, well, until the
Me
trial is
too.
ended, you have to go back to jail until it's done.
It's
But
kind of interesting too because like it's seeing how she was like when she called the lawyer
yeah,
and
no
all that,
cameras
and
today.
like
We'll be
the
in court
whole
tomorrow.
when Love called the lawyer up onto the stand and was like, well, that didn't go very good for you. Like you would, my thought was like that she wouldn't have given him all that time, but I think she used that perjury quote to justify giving him that much time.
Yeah, I
Does that
mean,
make sense?
yeah, I think. I mean, if we all rewatch it, like I think once the probation officer brought up his past, his history, and once she said that sexual assault or sexual assault thing, I think that that kind of perked Judge Whitaker's ears up, and she found a way to give him some time. But once she found a way to give him some time, like perjury, you have to go at a certain, you can't go below it, and I think it was the minimum 5 years, so she
But
stood
she
on it.
didn't charge him with perjury.
Yes,
She
she
just
did.
said that's how she sees it.
Yeah,
She
so
sees
that's
it
what.
more as like perjury as opposed to because she didn't charge him with perjury.
No, I think that that's was um the probation revoking reasoning was perjury and not testifying
That's
truthfully
fair.
to
I
your plea
figured
deal.
if they were gonna charge, if she was gonna, I figured it would be like an added charge if they were gonna charge him
No,
with.
no, no, it's not a.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be added charge. It's just the reasoning for your revocation. So like,
Well,
if
that's
you,
fair. I
yeah,
learned something new today.
yeah. So that was in his plea. Like his plea is like he had to testify, and anything on that plea deal, if you don't do it, then they can throw you back in jail. And she just said you didn't come up here and testify the way that you agreed to on your plea deal, so here's your punishment. And I see it as perjury, so I'm gonna give you the same ramifications as perjury.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So let's see. Do y'all
All right,
think
guys, I'm
that?
gonna drop down now.
All right, cool. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks.
Um, Keisha, if you're trying to come up, I've been sending you speaker invite. Go ahead and request, and I can bring you up. Alexa, do you have something? You have your hand raised, or no?
I don't know why it looks like my hand's raised. It's crazy. But nah, not right now.
I bet.
Not right now. Oh, I said I was gonna say Moontunk. Moontunk.
Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm just saying it because I'm trying to see if I'm pronouncing it right.
Yeah, you pronounce it right. But
Cool.
do y'all think that these jurors have been able to completely be in a bubble and be off of social media or anything this entire case, especially I would say this last month, maybe 2 months Whitaker's been on?
No, I don't think there's any way that they haven't heard something.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. I believe that they are definitely in the know. I think that some of them are definitely looking this stuff up. Um,
You gotta think it's everywhere. Everywhere. You can't do anything without seeing something about the child.
at all. Somebody was saying something? But yeah, so what do y'all guys think is gonna happen tomorrow? What are y'all best bets? Do y'all think that you know just go on with the trial at 9:30, or do you think that we're gonna get a couple people severed from the case? Think we get a mistrial and we start over and these guys yeah. Cause I don't even think with the mistrial that they get out anyway. I think that it just starts over. So what do y'all guys think is gonna happen?
I think we're seeing at least a couple pleas tomorrow. I really do think so, or this week, maybe not tomorrow specifically. It's
Yeah.
been the negotiations have been going on for too long for it to go nowhere, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting. I believe that it's gonna come in the 11th hour. I think we're gonna get there. It's gonna be at 9:25, and they're gonna come to an agreement, and we're gonna get a detailed explanation and be able to predict what's gonna happen with this case next. Do I think everybody's gonna take the deal? I don't know, man. It kind of honestly, I think it all stems on with whatever Young Thug can get. Because if he can get a plea deal without having a felony and being able to go home, I think everybody who has a okay deal will take it. Time served. Some of these guys already got felonies, so I don't think it really matters to them. So if everybody can just get out, I think that would just happen. Obviously, Little Rod ain't getting out, but everybody that's able to get out, I think it really comes down to that whatever plea deal that they give Thug and allow him to negotiate. I think that's kind of where it's gonna be stemming at.
And when everybody say like they don't think he would take a felony, I think I disagree with a lot of y'all when y'all say that. I think like he he the most of everybody, and I mean I think everybody else got him. But when we think about that, I think we think about lay people. But him and his status, the money, the opportunities he have, the felony, the most that's gonna hurt him is why he's on probation. But really after that, I don't really see it, really hurting him too much if he take a probation deal. So
Well,
I don't know.
he wouldn't be able to, travel outside of state,
No,
so
I mean, he could.
You could
It won't
travel
be
on
as
probation.
freely. He would just need
no, I'm talking about the
permission.
felony.
Yeah, even
You
with the felon,
you could
I mean,
travel with a
you just
felony
need
too.
Not
permission.
every
I
no,
mean,
no. When you have a
some
felony,
some
you have
countries
to.
don't.
Yeah, some
Some
countries
countries don't
don't
let you.
allow you, but if
But
you're a felon, I think you have to do an application every time you are going to the place, and they have the ability to deny you entry into the country.
Yeah, but you know how
that
many
that
rappers
is
are
correct. But
felons?
most places have waivers, and you could get
I'm
that.
just
And
saying
I
that can be a problem.
yeah,
And
I
if he
don't know.
don't want, if you want to stand on it and say, look, I don't want to take a free felony for no reason. If I don't even got any misdemeanors or anything under my on my shit, I ain't gonna try to take a felony just to take a felony when I don't think that they gonna prove it and give me a felony. So
Oh, well, if you don't think that, then yeah, okay. I would disagree, but okay.
I don't think that I don't think that uh the jury that's sitting there right now is gonna be able to throw him in there. I wouldn't, and I not even on some being a fan, but I'm just thinking as if I was a juror and I was listening to all of this. I'm a very information based person. Like I like math, I like equations and stuff like that. Shit is very easy and simple to come across. So like if the court or somebody's coming through and saying that somebody did something and there's no definitive proof, I'm not making a decision to put somebody in the jail without any proof. Like, and that's just what I stand on now. There are some instances like, in a situation where somebody said they got raped, like that is very delicate and you have to take, you know, a lot of things into a lot of consideration with that because it's very it's very hard to prove that, especially if they didn't get the DNA or whatever, like all of that type of stuff. But if you're saying like this person's a gang leader and ordered hits and been a part of murders and crimes and stuff, I want to see all that. Like I don't want to hear you say it. I want to see it. And if you don't show me anything with that, I'm not about to throw somebody in jail for that. Like I just couldn't do that, and I would think that there are some people that's on that jury that thinks that way. So I ain't gonna say that he's gonna get a full not guilty verdict. I think that will be depending on the way that the defense put their trial together. But I do think that in the way that the state has put their case forward, I don't think that everybody's sitting there saying that you know
So
Thug is guilty.
with that logic, none of his this would be my thing then. With that logic, none of his charges is misdemeanors. So if you don't even feel comfortable right now that okay, if he won't get a full not guilty, then he's gonna be a felon at some point. So then
What
why
you mean?
not?
No, I'm saying
It's not just a free felon. It's something
no,
that's been proven. If you think the state haven't proven anything right now, then I'm gonna say you're delusional.
no. I'm saying that well, pertain to him. I mean,
Yeah, pertaining to him. Yeah.
I don't
You don't think they proved anything pertaining to him?
to 100% or for reasonable doubt. I don't think so. I don't.
Hmm,
There's way
okay.
to think. there's like the way that we're having a conversation. This is me and you. If me and you are on different side of the fences, then that means it's not definitive. You know, like we could sit here and talk about the Lil Durk shit. And we could be like, all right, that nigga going down. I can't say in the same way that Thug is going down. Like I don't see it that clear cut. And if you don't see it that clear cut, then I just think that there's always a chance of a hung jury. So even a chance of the hung jury, they're able to retry the case as well. It's just like a mistrial. So um, I think that there is a better chance of a hung jury than a not guilty, but I think that there's no chance of a guilty. I don't, I don't really see it. So that's kind of how I feel. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm not gonna say that.
So quick
Yeah,
question. Going back to back when they was talking about the whole
hey,
thing
what's
with the
up, Jilly
car
D?
and
We're
Thug
on
was the one
Spaces,
that got
so if you
away.
want to come
You
through
don't
and
think he was
talk, you
you
can
don't
come
think he
through.
was a part of that in that car?
And Donovan Thomas.
No, not no no. The robbery when they were shooting and they ran from the they were shooting at the police and they ran from them
Um,
and Thug got away based on the jail calls and everything, all the other evidence they put up.
I mean,
You don't think he was in that vehicle
that's just
or he
hearsay.
was
There's
part of
no.
that?
That's just
I'm just
hearsay. I know.
asking.
I'm no. I hear what
Just
you're saying.
I'm
Nah.
asking.
Do I think
You
he was in the
upset?
car?
You
Yeah, I think he was in the car.
oh
But
okay okay.
if I'm a juror and they say,
No, that's
yo,
what I'm
he
saying.
was in the
In your
car.
in your
Oh, if I'm a
juror
juror,
point.
I'm just like, bro, did y'all ever arrest him? Was he ever charged? And if the only thing y'all got is a phone call of a dude saying, man, I should have went the way Thug went. Instead, I went the other way and I got caught. I can't just say that. I can't be like, all right, he was in there. I'm just gonna say he was in there and he was a part of, stuff. So hold on. All right. So yeah, like I just can't like. So even with that, like that's just something that you can say. You can say, okay, we got phone calls of somebody saying that he was in the car, but then we had the people that got caught. Like, did they snitch to the police? Did the police ever get him get him for that? Nah. So just like I can't put that on him. I ain't gonna put that on him. Did they get the surveillance videos from anywhere around?
I can respect
Any
that.
other witnesses? Like it got to be more. Did you get DNA out of the car? Like, did you get a dread, a hair follicle, like fingerprints? Like they didn't do
I
their
got you.
job good enough
I
for
got
me.
you.
Yeah, like if they would have did their job good enough and said, yo, we got DNA, we got his hair, we got fingerprints in the car. Oh, we got a wallet. His wallet was left in the car. Like something else other than the nigga talking on the jail phone. Like I just can't. I can't do that. Cause like these niggas is dumb because they talk a lot, but at the end of the day, they could be not as dumb as we think and just talking and just saying like the nigga was there and he wasn't there. Or maybe he was there,
I
or maybe
got
he
you.
was in the car, or maybe, they went and did the shit and then he hopped in the car after. We just never know. You never know. So, yeah, I couldn't do it. And just like the technology era we live in, is just no way that there's no video, there's no surveillance of this shit, bro. There's just no way. I just can't think that there's no way. And knowing that we're in 2024 and all this stuff happened a decade ago, and this stuff was all investigated before and nothing happened, like I take that into very much consideration of that, that these people did their investigation and nothing happened with the investigation. Like, so I'm not gonna go back and say, oh, 10 years ago they didn't do their best investigation, but I'm going to make a decision on it. No, they didn't make their decision on it back then, so I'm not gonna hold anything that's really being said just for the word of mouth of a phone call. Like I just can't really do that on my conscience, on my thought process. Like that's just kind of how I feel. And I don't see enough concrete evidence in this case. It's a lot of hearsay. It's a lot of speculation. It's a lot of, if you believe my story, if you believe the state story, this is what it is and this is what it could be. But other than that, like I don't really see, the foundation and the strength of their case. And I would think that the jurors might be in the same situation, and especially if the defense comes along and then they have a stronger case. Like, what happened if we get up there and still has all these tapes? It still has, some surveillance cameras from areas around all of these crimes and things that they're saying. What happened if he has the McDonald's surveillance? It's going to be like we just going off of what the state is putting forth, and I just don't think that they putting forth a good enough case to where you should be comfortable putting people away in jail. I just don't really see it, and that's just kind of how I feel on it. But Stan, go ahead.
I was just gonna add on to that flying car situation. They were being actively pursued by the undercover cops, and then they were unlucky enough to fly over another cop car, and nobody saw any other person get out of the car.
Yeah, and then they
It's
crashed
just
into
crazy to me that the only evidence they have is some dude that said thug.
yeah, and then
Like,
they
yes,
crashed
we
into the
know him as Thug,
wall.
but he's not the only person in the world that probably has the nickname Thug.
Yeah, and then they crashed into a wall, and then people get caught, but then Thug get away. Like
And
it
then
just
they
don't make
ask to
sense.
let the guy through to see the to get the surveillance footage, and then that never comes up. Like
Exactly. Like
it's
uh,
that's weird.
yeah, I'm not gonna throw people away off of bad police work.
No.
Unfortunately. Keisha, I keep sending you invites to come up. I don't know if you have anything to say or anything like that. Auntie, I sent you a invite to come up as well. Maybe it's not working. Maybe I need to refresh. Actually, let me do that. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let me try to up here because I don't know if my thing was working or not. There we go. Auntie approved to come up. Keisha, can you send a request if you want to come up? And anybody else that wants to come up and join in the conversation. And if you don't want to come up or if you have questions, go ahead and put your questions and I'll read them off and then we can talk about it. But Auntie, go ahead.
I didn't have anything to say, and I wasn't getting your request either.
Okay, so that was weird. I don't know what's going on. I think I just had to refresh. But let me see. I think we have some questions. So I have a question from CMT. Um, they ask if there's a mistrial, do y'all think that they're going to try to throw some of the people that's in this trial on the other trial and like space it out more? Like since they already went through 150 something days, do y'all think that they'll be like, okay, we probably can't get maybe they'll be like, oh, we probably can't get the whatever, but let's take Lil Rod and Shannon and let's add them to the otherwise so case that hasn't started yet. Do y'all think that that can be a plan for the state to drop some of the charges on some people and then roll them over into roll over the other people into the other court case that's going to be going on after?
I think that would be a consideration and maybe a good tactic. Personally, I think that would benefit the state a little bit more.
Yeah, I do believe so. I think that that's definitely in play for them. I honestly think that if I was the state, I would really sit back and like just have an honest talk and realization about how this case has gone and what they have done wrong and what they have done right. And I would have always thought that they did this in reverse anyway. They should have gotten the other people first so they could have used their conviction against the people that they have on now. I think that they were just so thirsty that they wanted to go for Thug and the people with some type of name first, and that just kind of came back and bit them in the ass. And you know, I don't really think. First and foremost, I don't know how they're going to be able to go through jury selection and find people that don't know about this case now. Like, I don't really see how that happens. Um, so yeah, I do think that that would probably be a good thing, or a good thing for them to do. I think that they'll do it. No, I think that they have way too much pride and too much ego, and I think that they really think that they're winning this case for some reason. I think that they're probably going to be trying to set things up to go after the other guys with them, or I think that they're just offering bad deals. But I do think as tomorrow comes along and those cameras go on and are about to go on, I do think that deals get struck tomorrow. I do think tomorrow Brian Still is going to get a deal done. I don't think that they're going to be able to really talk him out of, or make enough bad offers for him to not go home. I think that they're going to have to concede. I think they have to concede to Thug. I think that would probably be um, in their best interest, because I think that in their minds, if Thug is gone and off the case, I think the media attention and the pressure from the public kind of goes away. And I think that that's kind of something that they want to do, and want to get the eyes off of them.
That's your thoughts. That's kind of shocking. So my thing is, so this would be my question to you then.
Yep.
If they're, and so just going based off of your thoughts of what you said before, you said he's not taking no felony. So you think the state is gonna offer him a misdemeanor? They rather, it'll be much smarter all this money to just let him walk away free, uh, losing the case, than to offer him a misdemeanor plea deal at this point. So is that what you're saying? You think Brian Still is gonna have Fannie Willis in the DA office offer him a misdemeanor plea deal?
I think if there's ways to make the deal to where he doesn't get a felony, I think that that's all he really cares about, regardless of what the charges or things can be said or whatever can be done. I know there are ways that you can you know have something on your record, but it doesn't stay there. So maybe I honestly, I think that they really care about him admitting that YSL was a gang. I think that that's all they care about. I don't think they care about the felony or their involvement and all this other stuff. They want him to say that YSL is a gang and that he was a part of YSL as a gang, and so they can use that against the other guys. I think that that's all they care about. So, yeah, I think that they will allow him to walk, because at the end of the day, if Fonnie Willis doesn't want this bad press and the DA don't want this bad press and Judge Whitaker don't want the media there so much, if you let Doug go, these people are going to stop showing up. Sylvia and them not gonna go because people aren't gonna watch as much. There's gonna be, some people that are fully invested like us that are gonna watch, but I don't think the general public is going to care as much, because the face of the trial, the trial is called the Young Thug trial, even though it's on YSL, it's called the Young Thug trial. State versus Jeffrey Williams. So it's like if he's gone, then it's kind of just like that attention gets off, and if that attention is off, they can probably go back into the dark and into the shadows and continue to do their shady stuff without much pushback from the media, from the public. You ain't Judge Whitaker ain't gonna be getting emails from people anymore, and we ain't gonna be getting letters and stuff if Thug is gone. Now it'll be up to everybody else to continue to watch and continue to support. But I do think that is a possibility. Like all press is good press and bad press is bad press. So if you're running for election, you probably want to get the person that's bringing you the most bad press out of the way. So yeah, I do think
Thug
that's a
not gonna take
possibility.
no plea deal. I almost guarantee you that he wouldn't do that. Only mere fact because it would turn him into a felon.
That's what I was
Mm-mm.
saying. If there was some, I would think that if I am the state and I say, listen, we won't give you a. Hold on, my baby is crying.
Yeah, I don't think that would this. I don't know this. I don't know. My experience with the state, it don't work like that. A multi-million-dollar RICO case down to a misdemeanor, or just for thugs to just walk away and scot free.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like,
I don't think so. Misdemeanor.
Mm-mm.
There's no way to work around this other than to dismiss with prejudice where they can't retry. However that is, can't retry, or they just dismiss with prejudice or go on with the trial. I don't see Fannie bowing down to either letting Jeffrey walk or giving him a misdemeanor or fix it in any way where he is like clean off this mess. Too much has been invested. She has to get something.
that's that's what I was saying. That
I
the
don't
main
think
That
thing
would
that,
nobody
lose,
cares
yo.
about
That
the
would lose
seven.
my vote faster than anything else. I promise you.
but I think the
She
thing
would
that
lose
they,
my vote faster doing some dumb shit like that.
I think the things that they care about is they want him to say they want to
Saying
get as
it's a
many
gang is
people.
gonna get what though? Saying the YSL is a gang is gonna do what for who?
It's gonna be used against everybody else, and it's
How?
gonna
Because
be.
being a
No, it
gang
won't.
is not
That's not
being a
illegal.
gang is not a crime. It's not
Yeah, that's
illegal to
not a
be a
crime.
gang.
But if they're gonna say that the most popular and influential rapper and stuff is
And you
saying
let
that y'all
him
was a
walk,
gang,
and you let him
they
walk.
let Woody walk, and Woody was the one out here dropping
What I'm
bodies.
saying
Which is why this case looked bad. That's the exact
Exactly.
reason why
So
this case is terrible because the ones that you had testifying should have been on the other side.
And
exactly.
it doesn't make sense for her to put all this trouble, money, and thing, and Jeffrey walk scot clean or with a little bit of whatever you want to call it. It wouldn't make sense. The state don't operate that way. If they just want him to admit it's a gang, which gang is not a crime, I don't see how they can use it against other people. But if Jeffrey doesn't get something, it makes it easier for the rest of them because that's who the whole case hinges. He's the kingpin. So if I doubt Jeffrey going to do is a gang. If he says it's a gang, what are you going to do with with his record label?
That's
All the
all.
money what he's going to do with that? He
And
got
that
finally.
brings
I
That
mean,
makes no sense.
it
I'm
don't have
sorry
to
to
be
interrupt.
No, it don't have to
no,
be stipulations where he can't, be a part or do anything with his record label and his image or anything. But
it will be
It
though.
will be if
Because
you
that's how
calling
they
it a
did Lucci.
gang.
It will be. You can almost bet your ass
I
she
know
gonna
Brian
say,
still ain't. We know Brian ain't gonna let them do that. That's what I'm
well, that's
saying.
why he wouldn't take no plea. But I'm gonna
Exactly.
tell you, going back to the Moontoon situation, I believe that the first of all, Love was pissed off because Moontoon had already said, "Huh, I'm not your child, this, that, and the third." So I figured the state, in my opinion, said, okay, since we know we fucking losing, we gonna get somebody. So guess who we gonna get? None other than the one who was on that stand talking shit and talking shit to me. We gonna pick him. This the one we gonna get to revoke his probation. Because they could have got anybody else that was on there that didn't have other than Woody, and I'm assuming QZ had, I think he had took whatever that thing is where you can say whatever you want to say. But they could have got Teak, they could have got all these other folk, but they chose Moontoon because they said, okay, we're gonna make an example since we know we losing. So now that you got these plea deals on the table, if it's some shit talking about giving me 30 or 40 years, count me out. I'm gonna run it. Keep on continuing on with what we doing. Because 30 and 40 years is a lot of time. And if you gave Moontoon 30, I guarantee you some of them plea deals saying 30, 40, 25 for you to get in trouble next month. It's designed for you to fuck up.
No, I do agree with that. I know that. That's why I'm saying like there's a way for the state to still come out of this, even if they, if they don't have Jeffrey, if they don't get Thug on it, they can still get everybody else on it. And that's why I was saying I'm just thinking about the perception of everything and the public, you know, outcry and the media attention and stuff. Like if they care about their image and they care about how people feel about them, the best way to just cut all that off is to just get the person that everybody's there for to support out of the way. So if he's no longer on the trial, then they probably won't be getting as much pushback. Love ain't gonna be getting talked about as much. Ain't gonna be that many cameras there. You think that Fox News and Atlanta 11, whatever it's called, you think they're gonna be there every day? Probably not. You think that Sylvia and Byron and all them gonna be there every day? Probably not, because the money, the person that everybody's there for, the person that's getting all of the clicks is no longer there, and then they can just go back into moving in the shadows because we got to remember that the state and the court are not the ones live streaming it. It's the other entities that are live streaming it. So once they're gone, they don't have any. There's no way that we're gonna know what's going on unless Max Sharp and whoever else is on the trial comes out and tells us. But if Thug's not there, the cameras ain't gonna be there. If Thug's not there, the people not gonna be there. So that's kind of what I'm saying is like if they look at it with those type of optics and say like, listen, we get him out of here and we just let him go and whatever. We get him on some little stuff. We get him a little 5-year probation, uh, X, Y, and Z. We get him time served for something. Then it is what it is, and then shit move on. He'll go back to making music, doing whatever. He ain't even got to stay in land to get out of here. Do whatever you want to do, but they'll be able to continue doing what they doing, and there's nothing better than people that are fucking up the justice system than to be able to go back and do what they're doing without any eyes on them. And
I
that's why I was
honestly
saying that.
think, but I think from your perspective, I think it'll be real fake for those content creators and journalists or non-journalist content creators or whatever you want to call them to leave when Jeffrey leaves. That would be so. That would look to me. That would look so weird
You
because
think they care?
yeah,
They just want money. They just
and
this
no,
is they
I
doing it for
agree.
the money.
I agree totally. But then that's when you will just see who really is with it and who really ain't. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I mean I know that already, so that's why I already know that what's gonna happen. I know they gonna dip. I know they gonna leave. Y'all can still hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
I
cause
can.
I walk downstairs. But yeah, I know they gonna leave. Like we know it. Like it ain't hard to see why people are there and the reasons that they are there. You know, the news ain't gonna put people down there and pay people to go down there to live stream and bring all that equipment and to station themselves down there for no reason. They know that they getting money off the back end. We can see it with all the other trials and stuff that they stream. This is probably the most consistent and big one. This is the longest running one, so this is a continued stream of revenue for them. All these other trials are ending in a couple of weeks, so it's just like, hey, we can guarantee that we're gonna get this amount of money from streaming the YSL trial, every day because it's been going on for 150 days, you know, and we know that a lot of people are watching it. But as soon as that revenue don't match up no more, and as soon as it's a lot more profitable to go ahead and do something else, they gonna get out of there. They ain't gonna be there.
I mean, my opinion is I don't care if they leave or not, as long as they give Jeff free. They can do whatever they want. As long as
See,
they give this man free and give the rest of them boys, uh, the fair deal after they free Jeff, that's fine. They can do whatever they want. We don't want that as real fans. This man has a real life, kids, and all the other stuff. And two, real quick, Whitaker is trying. Even if they continue with the trial, I think hopefully, that it ends before Christmas. That's all I'm trying to say. Whatever they're trying to do, I hope she cuts down the witness list and she realizes, like, all right, there's a bunch of debauchery going on. If y'all gonna keep playing this game, y'all gonna have to get this done quicker, speed it up. Okay. And then last real quick, if you are a felon, you don't have to check in with anyone. You can get your passport and everything. It's just when you're on felony probation, You just tell your probation, your schedule, whatever. Because I mean not Yak, but Kodak Black, when he's still on federal probation, he can travel out the country. He just gotta let your probation officer know.
But yeah, like pretty much what you said. You were just like, we really just want to see Thug be free and just hope that the other people get, favorable plea deals. But that's what I was saying. Is just like majority of the people.
That was a wild statement. I ain't even gonna hold
But
you.
it's true
That was
though. It
a
ain't.
wild
But
statement.
is it true? It's true.
No, I mean you want everybody. I put it this way: if you've did the crime by any means, we would want you to serve the time. However, this case has not been presented well, so I wouldn't want any of those guys in there since we haven't really seen any concrete evidence to say that they did what they done. It might, I mean, the minor shit maybe had some marijuana or whatever, lean or something. I don't even know if that's in there, but I'm saying like the minor stuff. But all this major stuff, if you don't have any concrete evidence, then why are we talking about this? And another thing that bothers me about this case is you want to throw in Drinks murder and Nuts murder and all this other shit. Where was the previous investigations prior to us getting here? Had they did that first and got convictions there, then this case would probably be a little bit more straight and narrow for them. But because it was sloppy work done behind those cases, and here we are with this, and this is even sloppier, like I think all of them have a chance to go free, but I just wouldn't want them to take stupid ass plea deals where if rapping was their thing, such as like Yak Gotti, I mean, most of them that was in there rap or whatnot, I wouldn't want a plea that say that I can't be around Thug, because really, honestly, if you can't be around, then who the hell gonna listen to your music for real? Like, I mean, you might can go out and do independent music, but it ain't gonna hit right if it's not attached to YSL. So I'm just afraid that those plea deals are gonna be on the same lines as Lucci, and I'm not trusting none of it, to be honest. We've seen with even what's his name, his brother, Umfung. Even with that, like you took the plea and got in trouble the next fucking month. Now you gotta serve 9 years or some shit like that. And ain't no telling, he probably can't even be around his brother. Like stupid little shit like that is the reason why I wouldn't want to take a plea deal, especially if I feel like there's no real concrete evidence to say that these things that we've done is what's really going on. But I mean, I'm not sitting there. I'm just saying it from my opinion. Is that to me they don't have enough.
And if it was serious, as we just saw, I hate to bring up Lil Durk again, but feds would pick it up quick. Like they don't play. Feds, they be on it. They just as busybodies, APD. Like they don't play. And if it at the time, my auntie was saying like they didn't get no convictions out of this. Like you didn't convict nobody. You charged people, but you didn't convict nobody. That's weak.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was saying earlier to DJ.
Wait, who didn't get a conviction? Wait, can you explain that? Who didn't get a conviction?
They still don't know who killed Nut.
Oh, you talking about that? Okay, all right. I didn't know what you were speaking about. That's all I.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier to you. I was just like that. Shit, I lost my train of thought. I was just like, if they would have done, a lot of the work with these other, like during the time, and we would have actually had some evidence, some, surveillance cameras, some real witnesses, some DNA, and some stuff like that. It would be a lot easier to sit here as a juror and convict people with evidence, with actual evidence, but circumstantial evidence, hearsay, bullshit, people with ulterior motives and stuff, that's not enough for me to do it. Like, honestly, I can't, you can't tell me that, say if they saying, Thug was the one that was in the car and shot Donovan Thomas, right? And they have nothing to prove it, bro. They don't have a gun. They don't have DNA in the car. They don't have any evidence in the car from the car that they were just shooting in the car. We don't have any surveillance of the car being the car or the people shooting being the people shooting. So if we don't have all of this stuff definitively, I can't say that somebody did it. Like, and we really don't have anything with the motive. Like, there's no real motive
And,
besides Woody. The only person with a motive.
right. And the inconsistency, you remember in the very beginning, the guy from the barber shop who was standing outside with Nut, they asked him, they said, what was the car? He said it was a Pontiac Bonneville. He said, he's sure. He said, I'm positive it's a Pontiac Bonneville. And they're like, man, that's not the car. So there's a lot of inconsistencies. You remember that guy? He was like the like an older guy, like 40, but looked like he been on the streets. Period. Uh, his whole life.
Yeah, I think he
What's
was
his?
in the barbershop at the time.
He said he was standing
Or he
outside
was staying
when
outside.
the
He was staying outside and he ran back inside once the shooting happened.
facts. Yeah.
Yeah,
So he said he's positive Bonneville. He said he know it was, and that's just inconsistent right there.
exactly. So if I'm a juror and I hear that, I'm like, all right, nobody knows. They're saying that it's this car that ties to them, and we got other witnesses saying that it's not. So if that's the case, I just couldn't do it on just as a conscience of myself. I wouldn't be able to do it. Like I just wouldn't be able to do it. Now, let a school shooter, mass murderer, somebody come up in there and they got him. Oh yeah, I'm giving them death penalty. Get them out of here. But to come up there and say like we think that these guys did it, and we're hoping that you think that they did it because we think I can't do that. I can't fuck with that. I can't. I'm sorry.
And I think it looks mighty funny that if
Hey
we're
Courtney, what
saying
you
that
say? You
it's a
said
Bonneville,
that's
why
the
we
guy
didn't
that
have no
said
Bonneville
they came
expert,
out the
but we
T.
was
What you mean the T? The tree?
solely on it was an Infinity,
What you mean by that,
and
Courtney?
we bought an Infinity person that was a service person
Yeah,
that
that was
worked right
nasty
down the
work.
street from my house up here. And I'm trying to figure out how you pick him out the bunch when you should have just went to the some of the folks in Infinity headquarters, but you went to the local Infinity place and just got some random motherfucker to try to tell you and explain to you that it was an Infinity. It just was all over the place. And then the Bonneville didn't even have no sunroof. And if I thought the video showed somebody was out the sunroof, so that junk is all over the place. And if the jury know what's going on, they'll look at a lot of the stuff. And even with saying that Woody's phone was in the area, if you from Atlanta or have even played
Mm,
around in the Mechanicsville area, then you know that the cell tower for Mechanicsville and the barbershop is literally the same
the
cell
same
tower. The
tower.
shit like 2 blocks away.
Oh shit. Well, it's crazy that you know that, and it seemed like
Yeah,
the
because
damn
I'm from
state
here.
don't know
They
that.
know the jury know it too. I'm sure it's somebody on that jury from Atlanta for real. They know what's going on.
For sure. And another thing that's inconsistent when Woody was testifying, he talking about him and QZ was riding, they hit a curve. Then after that, he gave the car the threat. And then he stopped at that point. Okay, so between threat getting the car and the shooting of Donald Thomas, that, that's not, I don't know why they didn't pull his records
The police said that they took his word that he went home and went to sleep. That was what
with
they
the
said.
car. He
Nah, they
went
said
home.
that Woody said he gave him the car and then he left and went home and he had a bad dream and then when he woke up it was the next day or whenever he got the call that what happened to Donovan Thomas. It was just like, bro, y'all can't be fucking serious, bro.
Right.
At all.
And allegedly, it was Shell Kell that was supposed to be outside. Allegedly, Threat was having beef with him, and allegedly they've been going back and forth with each other. And allegedly, Threat thought he was outside, not Nut.
Yeah. And that goes to the whole theory of the generational beef between Woody and Shell Kel and all that shit. Um, hold on, I do want to address something because actually no, I ain't gonna address it. Go ahead, continue, continue.
Go ahead, J-Mon. I think she wants to talk. J-Mon.
I think everybody already covered what I was going to say, actually. The inconsistencies with the Donovan Thomas and the cars. Like, even in the surveillance video, it doesn't, like, it looks like what they say is the Infinity just drives by. It seems like the second car in that video is where where the shots came from. It's just there's so many inconsistencies in the stories.
And the person that really honestly the state should just be fried anyway from not being able to do a conviction from that because you had the people or some of the people that might have known the main thing and y'all said fuck that let's get what we can get out of these people and then turn around and use it on Young Thug years later and now we're here and now these people still haven't gotten any justice for Nut for real. I know they probably upset and pissed off because you didn't solve it then, you ain't solving it now, and you probably told these people I promise you we gonna get somebody for it. And now, right now, we know Moontoon don't went down for it, but it's still not no real justice because Moontoon wasn't even the killer or shooter for none of the cases that they're talking about. So it's like, they catching it really from both ends, and it's really a lousy.
Wait,
Um,
what did Moonton go down for?
no, I'm saying Moontoon took the hit. Right now, that's the only person they've had that they were able to do something with, basically. So right now, we've been in this case 150 some days, and the only person that has even went down for this so far is Moontoon based on how he testified. But what I'm saying is, with the case as far as how they're
What happened? Oh, got knocked down. Hold on. Knocking people down. Don't do that. Hold on. All right.
And real quick, Muntu, he got charged with driving KZ, I think Lil D, to go shoot up old buddy's house out there,
Yeah.
shut up their girlfriend's house.
Mhm. And that's what they trying to say that that's a YSL and furtherance of drive by yada yada yada.
Are you kidding me? I mean, that's not even. I mean, a lot of Atlanta people, we clicked up, but it's like do your own thing. It's like I got my own beef and I hang out with someone else. That's not their beef. I don't know.
Go ahead, Nick. Got your hand up.
Did y'all see Mr. Weinstein, Doug Weinstein TikTok that he just posted?
Posted another one. Oh my goodness, great.
Well, I mean, it was today. I had left out because I took a shower. But did you see it from today?
I saw one earlier, but I'm gonna go double check.
Nah, the one that he just posted today, he's smiling and smirking and stuff. So
So you know what's going
yeah, he
on
was
with us.
like, it is gonna be court tomorrow. He was like, y'all just gotta stay tuned. He just kept saying, y'all gotta stay tuned, and he was smirking. I was like, okay.
Let's
And
see.
he was like, oh, I'm sorry, you listened to it.
Now go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say he was like, y'all, I'm pretty sure he was like, if you've been watching the trial, I'm pretty sure y'all know what we've been working on. You have idea of what we're working towards. And he was just like, hopefully, and then he just stopped in the middle of his sentence. He was like, you just gotta stay tuned and be patient, basically.
Well, I'm curious to see what he's talking about for sure because I know Thug ain't taking a plea for sure. He not, and based on how court's going, I'll keep the wheels rocking until this state messes up again or verdict not guilty.
Oh yeah, that man chatting. He over there smirking and looking to the side. Yeah, he knows something
Yeah,
going on.
he know what that mean. That mean it's something. I feel like it's something that we probably have. I'm not gonna
It,
say
it's
thought about,
it's a lot
but I feel
closer
like
than we
it's
think.
some. Yeah, I feel like it's way better than what we think. I feel like stuff have already been done and better things are already on the way because I mean it's 150 days. And then you got all these news outlets coming in. You got different people starting to view it. Now it's not just people on TikTok and stuff trying to
That's what I
get it.
was saying
You getting a
earlier.
lot of way more publicity in it. So she kind of that's why she stepping in. Now she want to be like, yeah, Fanny's in the office. Everybody, she's in the office talking. She ain't did this the whole 150 days. But now that we got channel two there, you want to be in the office talking.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I was just like, once
It's for
the
sure a political
media
thing with her.
presence and the presence and the sentiment of everything's going on, it's a lot more than it was when Glanville got recused, right? It feels a lot heavier. It feels a lot more serious because it feels like a lot more people are paying attention and streaming it and talking about it on social media. You got people writing letters and emails, and people are showing up, and all these different content creators and stuff. Like a lot more is happening now, and I think that that is a added pressure that a lot of people don't really pay attention to because if a
Yeah, because there's one thing you on TikTok and Twitter, but you on the news. This is what this for the people that don't even have social media. Now they're watching. Now they're seeing and getting an eye on what's going on. Because I mean, not all older people have social media. So now it's a lot of older people that just sit up. Like I know somebody that just sit up and watch news all the time. That's older. And they don't have a Facebook. They don't have like none of that. So now you got a different audience on what you got going on. So I don't know, but he's smirking a lot.
yeah, I
They
think
gotta be
that
something.
he's saying that his boy got something worked out.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I mean, the 9:30, that's a random time for them to start because they never start at 9:30. So
And
wonder
did you see a picture of Rollo was there?
he was. Oh God.
Yeah, I hate. I'm not gonna say I hate him because hate is a strong word, but I dislike him. He talked too damn much.
Yeah, he do talk too much, and why he up there?
Yeah, he took a picture
Right.
with Steel, and he took a picture with Steel and said "Thug on the way" and posted their song.
Oh
You
God.
you go home. Go home.
Please go home. We don't want
Go
your
home.
ass nowhere
Hey
near.
man, the
Nowhere
cap when the
near.
capping start coming, man, you get the clout chasers start coming. All right, man, it's getting too much. See, now you
Yeah.
got niggas with money starting to pull up now. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
it's
mean, I fuck with Rollo, but still, yeah. Keep. Just we don't need all that extra stuff.
Rollo talk too much. She got too much going on. And
mhm,
your little operation was too much. We just gonna let you stay where you at. But he did post. He posted it today. He posted a picture with Steel, and he was still smiling. That's why I said them prices finna go up so high. It's finna be crazy. That was
oh,
just like Gucci Man lawyer.
well, they all
Everybody
going
wanted
up.
to have Gucci lawyer.
They all gonna
Facts.
go up. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean,
Yeah,
hopefully, not more stupid people out there, but it's more stupid
yeah,
people
yeah,
out there.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah. And I feel like that should show a lot of people if you're gonna be outside doing stuff you ain't got no business doing, you need to make sure you have the funds
mhm,
to fund it.
You shouldn't be outside anyway.
You shouldn't be outside anyways, but we can't make nobody do what they gonna do.
Facts.
yeah.
So
So I don't know. Hopefully, tomorrow we get news and we get information and we get some exciting stuff and we just don't get
it's so funny
at.
because Doug he want to say something so bad.
Oh yeah. Well, I just hope that 9:30 don't come and then the seal we get the camera moving from the seal and it's just like, okay, everybody, we're gonna continue with trial today and like I don't want to hear that Judge Whitaker. I don't. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear your shit. I don't want to hear.
It's
Can we
gonna
get
be
the
it's
jury
gonna
in? I
be
don't
a
want
big
that.
ass difference now. I don't know what difference it's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be everybody. I don't know if it's gonna be two people. It's gonna be a big ass difference.
Yeah, and
No
I.
matter whatever happens tomorrow, it's gonna be a big difference. If somebody might be severed, it's gonna be something. Cause somebody took a plea. Everybody didn't turn their damn plea down.
Oh, I know. That's what I was saying. But then, like, my whole thing is just like, how can we just start, like nothing happened because they were supposed to be going over. They were supposed to be going over the mistrial, hearing the statements about the actual mistrials. They were supposed to be going over evidence that should be coming in or not be coming in. So like, we're supposed to see that. If they're gonna do that, they shouldn't be starting at 9:30 because if they're starting at 9:30.
I feel like they already did that. I feel like we just
I
finna hear
mean,
the
that's what
outcome.
it could have happened. That's why I was thinking that it probably did happen, and they just ex
'Cause
parte the whole shit and said, "Look, we're negotiating these deals," and then maybe like they took a break and were just like, "Yo, let's just talk about this real quick and get this over with while y'all still going over your deals." Um, Cause I think at a certain point, like you're really done talking about the deal, and it's just like, you gave us your offer, I gave y'all my offer, and all right, let's figure what else we got to figure out.
Miss Love finna be mean mugging like hell in that camera tomorrow, baby.
She ain't about to be there. Why do you think she gonna be there? They putting them three white men up there now. It's over for the Black Power.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. The
yeah.
whatever the white dude that was up there arguing for Hilton the last time. The tall one with hair, that one not a body, but it was another random tall dude that came out of nowhere. He was arguing, then he had to say, "Oh, I'm gonna let Hilton talk about the evidence or whatever." I believe that they gonna put him
That
up
was
there.
Kevin Armstrong.
The Armstrong going to team now. They putting all three of them white boys up there.
I
They
don't
not
feel like she don't dislike Miss Love though. Like I think her and
Miss
Miss
Love.
Love,
She do too much shit, bro. She's
she
not.
do, but I feel Miss
She
Sonny Willis do too much shit. I feel like they similar, and I feel like that's why she got her the lead on this case. And then Miss Hilton, I feel like they ain't gonna fuck with her no more. But I feel like she still feel like, because if she felt like she was doing anything wrong, she would have been said something.
Uh,
love is unprepared. They just look like they're in the headlights when you ask them a basic question, a legal basic question,
And
and
yeah,
they
but I still feel like Funny is. I feel like she's fond of her. I feel like that's why she
Listen,
chose her. That's
she
why she let her do
she
her
can be as
thing.
fond as her as she want to,
right.
but they still
Yeah,
got them two white men taking over lead of this case now.
right.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah,
y'all
right.
through. Y'all
So,
through.
and then all right, so look, hey, we put Atkins up there because y'all needed a little help, all right,
Right.
and then we had to take Love off of there because you had a real rough 2 weeks. So I'm
Mm.
gonna take you out. We're gonna give you a little break. You gonna start go chase down Moontoon and all these
Mm.
niggas. You gonna go get them arrested. Make sure they come in here and testify. That was her job. That's what she was doing. And then it was like, yo, Hilton. We all thought Hilton was gone. People were saying she was pregnant. People said she quit. Like it was a whole bunch of shit going on with Hilton. Then she
I
pops back
think
up.
she was on vacay because she came back with different hairstyles and all type of shit.
Who knows?
I
But when
think
she
that's
was
what
gone, we thought something was up, and then she came back, and then she was up there, and the next thing you know, she get up there, and it's been 2, 3 mistrials with her up there. Not, and the thing is, it's not Atkins getting the mistrials. It's not a body up here getting the mistrials. It's just the black women up there getting the mistrials. It's just them. It nobody.
yeah.
It's just them. It ain't even the brown dude that was up there. He ain't get one. So it's just them, and they're just doing things because they're so invested
They're
in
so invested.
them
They definitely.
getting a win that they're just trying to do anything. They're trying to straddle the line so close to where they just unable to stay clean. Like they cannot stay clean because they're just on the line and they're over the line and they don't understand that they're over the line and they're just hoping that the judge has their back and she don't have their back no more. She's
I feel
not
like.
able to do it. She can't do it. Like it's too much. You can't do it.
Do you feel like do you feel like Steele got the McDonald's video?
I mean,
No.
I don't think he does, but I do think that he has somebody that worked there that night. Cause that's the easiest thing
I
to
feel
do.
like he got something now. I feel like
Yeah,
because
I think he has
he
somebody
too
He
working
has
young,
a
there.
really.
supervisor or somebody. Like all you got to do is just go and just get you can go to corporate and get pay stubs of the people that work there and find out who worked there that night, and then you just
He
be like,
got
hey,
somebody.
can y'all come testify? Like you was working that night. Do you remember? Oh yeah, I remember about that night. That's around. Yeah. Nobody was in the. No, I was there because I was outside on my break. I was smoking. I was taking my little smoke break. I was outside. I was on the phone.
And you got to
Uh,
think about it. A lot of these people gonna be Thug fans, so I hate to
exactly.
see how
So
that case
it's
go.
just like it's gonna be and there's no way the state can like really prove against it. So imagine they saying that these niggas went to make McDonald's after just like them Dirk niggas did, and they went to In and Out Burger after they done went and killed the nigga, and then they start chatting up an In and Out Burger. You don't have nothing. We don't have cameras. We don't have anybody like really tying them to that. So like if you're saying that they're doing all this stuff and you don't have concrete evidence that they're doing all this stuff, all the defense has to do is just say like there's no evidence. This is our
and it's
evidence.
gonna
Like
and it's gonna have them look stupid because it's gonna be like, so y'all mean to tell me y'all couldn't go ask somebody at McDonald's if you seen them or not?
Well, remember when Gaither was on the stand, they asked her like, Gaither, why you didn't get the McDonald's surveillance? She said, "Oh, that wasn't my job. Dennis did it." Dennis got out there, score brain number two, talking about, "Oh, well, when we got there 2 or 3 days later, the camera was over. They had recorded over there." That's why I still keeps asking, how many days is it recorded? Like, what's the time frame? He's not gonna let that go.
Well, I'm ready for 9:30 because we've been waiting since last week. And I feel like it's gonna be something. He got it. He got on TikTok. He was smirking a little too much for me.
Can I ask a question too?
Sure.
Why did, I just got here a little bit late, but I heard you guys talk. If I'm kind of curious, and for the people who live in Atlanta, what is the good side, or how does Bonnie look good if they take pleas? Like, because in my opinion, she looks terrible for it going this long anyway. So regardless if they get pleas or not, I mean, it looks like Woody the killer. He's
Yeah, but when
free.
you take a plea, you admit to something. So that's gonna just show, like, hey,
It's
I
a
know I was right about this.
on paperwork.
Yeah,
It's a
it
conviction.
shows as a conviction.
Yeah.
Conviction
But
means she
looking at the
won.
stats, they're not going to look at each individual case. They're going to see, oh, you have a 98% conviction rate or whatever.
Yeah. And then on top of that, she might not they might not go to jail, but they're on probation, and you better know it. If they be on the bullshit, how she feel like they be on the bullshit, it's bound for them to get locked back up, especially for 20 years. If you on papers for 20 and 15 years, like, and you young like that, like, no.
So, but do you guys think that? I mean, are you guys going to give her credit for that, or?
Oh no, I'm not giving her credit for
Credit.
nothing. I feel like that's the lazy way out. I'm not
Right.
giving her
Okay,
credit. I
I'm
just
just
feel
trying to
like,
make sure that I was like,
yeah, yeah, no, I'm
No,
just saying,
he
like,
okay.
from
is
another point of stands, like, if you just a regular civilian, you're
right.
not really paying attention, you kind of gonna be like, well, like, say if
Right.
somebody having been right, listening to this case the whole time, and then they hear that she finally convicted them, and they on probation for all these years, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, they got her, because it's a lot of people that's not watching this trial like we are.
Yeah, that's why when I saw one guy posting, he was like, "Oh, now the offers are on Fonny's desk," as if she's doing something. Like, to me, I'm curious to see how the media tries to spin it, or if she can get the media to spin it in a way that makes her look good. Because yeah, I think she looks terrible after this.
Yeah, the spin is gonna be if they take the deal. Oh, the longest RICO trial in Georgia history has finally come to a close, and our DA's office did great work to bring some justice to the area. We're able to get some convictions, and we just want to let you guys know that the streets are going to be a lot much more safer without YSL running rampant. Like that's
Yeah,
all they're
it's
gonna
just a
say.
bunch of BS.
And then they're gonna be like, yo, but Thug about to perform tomorrow. Like, what you talking about? These niggas outside.
Yeah. Do you guys think too? I was just thinking, if this if the trial does go all the way, I almost feel like it's going to be better for the people who are up next, because I feel like there's a lot of things that the Supreme Court could rule on, like the whole co-conspirator statements. Like, there is so much evidence that was brought in that's complete BS that I'm almost wondering for the people that come up next, if they could get some precedent set, it would help them a lot.
See, this is the thing. A lot of those people actually committed crimes allegedly. Like they actually did stuff on camera. They actually got these folks allegedly doing stuff. They ain't got Thug doing allegedly anything
Yeah,
that
that's
they got on
true.
these indictments, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
Well,
they
the
might not be
Supreme Court's
spared.
not going to rule on anything unless there's an appeal. So it's not like they're just going to look at this case and be like, wow, that's fucked up. Let's change it. They would have to see the case on appeal. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying that maybe it's better for them if it does go to appeal, like if it goes all the way.
No, you don't want
Yeah, but
to
it's not better than
appeal.
for the 6 defendants that are sitting here right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They're going to
no,
be
that
stuck
wouldn't
in
be
prison
good.
the
They
whole
going to
time.
jail if we gotta
right,
wait for the appeal. That mean they would be guilty. Hell no.
right. Facts.
And on top of that, they would have to wait for the transcript to be done, and that's gonna take probably like 4 years, unless
And
they
by the
just
way, one of the
use.
other defendants that's severed is Jimmy Winfrey, who's done nothing except for a crime that he was already convicted of and served time for.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was the craziest one. I don't know how that's in. That one is, yeah.
Ain't Jimmy the
And
one
then
that
because
shot
when
up
he
the
got
bus?
out, he posted like, like I don't know, hold down slot business or something like that on Instagram.
Well, hopefully we don't get to that point where we have to get to appeals. But we already know that's going to be overturned. But I think with what's going on right now and the pressure for the state to get this done quicker than sooner than later, I think, and if I'm a jury member, first of all, last thing I remember was Woody. Second thing I remember was QZ. Third thing I remember is Detective Thorpe out there acting a fool, and then the next gang expert acting a fool too. That's all I remember.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I don't remember Jack that done happened day one. I can tell you that right now. I don't remember any of that stuff. And like you said, the things that stick out, they'll probably have it on their mind. But just imagine the jury having to sort out all of this stuff with 900 million instructions, trying to piece together what went with this and that. It's just a hot mess. And I don't know. This whole junk is a hot mess.
It's a goddamn shamble.
And you know how sad it is? Go look at other trials and stuff like that. Go look at those trials, and you like,
Ain't Sarah? Look, Sarah. Didn't she have like two trials already?
yeah,
This bitch
it's
done got convicted and then done again and got convicted again,
right,
and we ain't even on the defensive side yet.
right. Young
And then
Thug,
Crazy.
too, I think a lot of it has something to do with the judge. Because even like when I was looking at the Young Dog trial, that lady wasn't going for it. Although you had people, telling and going on, it was a clear cut trial, but that lady wasn't going for no extra BS. You say
Mm-mm.
what you need to say, and we're gonna keep this thing moving. We're gonna take us a break. We're gonna be back when we say take a break. It was just we started out bad. And I believe, like what Harvey was saying, is no.
right? Because the state trying
And
to
she
pull
was
a lot
so
of.
his. She was so. I'm sorry. I just want to say
Right.
say something what she was saying. And she was so in her damn feelings when he said that, but he was just being real. She was in her feelings so bad when he said that.
But it's true because a lot of times still will get up there and we're like, look, we already talked about this. The state bringing it up again. We already ruled on this. And she's like, well, I haven't heard it. Well, listen, we've been here for 10 months already. Paige?
Yeah, and there were so many things that Glanville said. Well, when it gets to that point, then we can talk about it. Well, they lost the chance. Like,
Okay.
so now a lot of evidence was brought in, and the state is just. I mean, they were able to play when who was it? QZ was up, or the person before him. They were playing stuff that the jury heard like 4 times. Like, it was just ridiculous.
You got fired? Not my fault. My fault.
So what y'all think tomorrow? You think we actually gonna have
Shit
trial?
show. We gonna start at 9:30. Gonna be some bullshit. Ain't we gonna start at 9:30. Probably gonna start at like 9:52, and then we're gonna see Whitaker up there. Her hair gonna be messy. It ain't gonna be done. It's gonna be messy, and she's just gonna be like, um, she's gonna get up there and do some word salad for a little bit. And I honestly, I think that some deals are gonna happen. So I think
I
she's
think
gonna
we
be
got
like,
that mistrial.
I don't think so. I think she's gonna go up there and they're gonna be like, um, for whoever's left, we have to come up with some curative instructions to tell the jurors of why these people are no longer here and how we're going to address the evidence that have came in before, and we need to work on that. And then we're gonna go see the seal again. That's what's gonna happen. So we're gonna come. She gonna say that we're gonna see the seal. We're gonna go bye bye for like 45 minutes. We're gonna come back. They're gonna let the jury come in. They're gonna come in. One lead gonna get back on the stand. They're gonna ask like two more questions. He gonna get off the. Then the defense is gonna get up there and be like, "Did you not know Quay?" And then that's gonna be it. And then we're gonna go to lunch. We're gonna have a break. We're gonna go to lunch, and then we're gonna come back, and there's gonna be some useless witness on the stand. Somebody absolutely there. It's gonna be somebody from fucking the gas station. It's gonna be something dumb. It's gonna be something you're gonna be like, why are you here? Or you know what's gonna happen? After when the league gets on the stand, you know who we're gonna get? We're gonna get the 911 lady back up there. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah,
We're
she
gonna
got.
hear another 911 call. Yes, we are. We're gonna hear about three of them. She gonna be up there. She gonna be so tired of these niggas. She'll be like, I'm up here again, bro.
I
So
don't
we
think it's gonna be like that.
I don't either. As a matter of fact, I don't even think we gonna be in there at 9:30. That's really my based
Hey
on
Sherry,
how
and
Doug
yeah,
just was looking in his
still
TikTok
ain't
or
talking to
whatever they
ain't
posted over
talking to
here so
Love
we
no
can look
more.
at
He
for
ain't
him to
never
give
want to
us
talk to her,
updates.
but he
Sound
definitely
like
not
to me
talking to
it's
her. He
some
don't
still
respect
some
her.
baloney bullshit
So
going
yeah,
on,
and he
and
know
we not
that
gonna be able to see a damn
Love
thing.
ain't gonna be
I'd be
able to get
surprised if
nothing
at
done
9:30
that he
come
need to talk to
and there's
Fonny
cameras
anyway.
in there.
So 100%,
But if I had to think about how
hundred
this
percent.
went today, them folks probably gonna be standing outside again tomorrow, and we gonna be on the outside looking in, twiddling our thumbs, hoping that we see some action. They'll fool me if they show up at 9:30, and if that happens, then I'ma assume that the plea deals didn't go through. But I don't know.
Honestly, I feel like everything is in their favor. I got a big feeling on that.
I hope we can at least hear something. Like, tell us something, show us something.
I
Anything.
just don't feel like Doug would have been doing all that damn smiling if something wasn't going that good now. He was grinning. He was grinning, and then that picture with Rollo and Still was ear to ear. I don't
Yeah, I'm
know.
not going for nothing with Rollo right now.
Yeah, Rollo was
Not a damn thing.
heavy on he weird.
Still
Yeah,
is
but
always
Steel did
smiling
look
like
pretty
that.
happy. Yeah.
So
Still
yeah,
happy because he know that check rolling in. He know what he done put in that
nah,
work.
nah, don't do that. Still
No,
out
I'm
here.
just no,
That's
not
his
no. I'm not
brother.
saying it in a bad way, but
I
shit,
know,
Thug is paying his bills
but
Hell
look,
yeah.
because he can't
still,
take no other case.
yeah,
So
but
we
he
got to
know.
be real
Listen,
here.
You
still
know he
done
been
Ben got
paying
his
his
meal.
bills.
Still got his meal a while ago. He's straight.
I know it's over
He
now.
got his. He got his. He ain't getting paid no money. He got a, hey, big dog, and then
You really think he not paying him no more? You know, Thug is
Yeah,
still
yeah,
paying
I
him.
was finna say that's not
if
how it works. Hell no.
He especially
hold
when
on,
you take somebody case,
let
you
me ask
ain't
y'all something.
expecting to be on no damn trial for 2 years. You think that man gonna be able to turn down everybody else and not get paid? Hell no,
How
Thug.
much money y'all think y'all still was making a year before this case? Without this case, how much y'all think
Maybe
making?
maybe
Two.
maybe 400,000, half a
Probably yeah,
million.
about
I was
four.
gonna say, I was gonna say
More.
2 mil.
You know, we
Hell,
could
But
can
we
we look
gotta
it up?
think
Let's
about it.
look it up.
He been out of the way for this long. He ain't making no money, so
he
he
ain't
gotta
making
make
no
money
money.
off of this.
Yeah, he
Also,
gotta. He
I was saying this in another spaces. I actually attended court in another county that's also in the metro area about 2 months ago. And when I was in the courtroom, a lot of defendants, whether y'all know it or not, have these lawyers that's on this case, including Melnick, who cannot even practice because he's suspended. And to hear that people have to sit in jail because these lawyers and Melnick, who can't even practice, can't do shit, and you got people sitting in jail because their case can't move because they need a lawyer or because the opposite party doesn't have a lawyer. This shit is affecting Georgia across from one end to the other, and it sucks.
Wait, what Melanie do again?
Milne fought somebody not birth
It
control,
was
but what
child
you call
support,
it?
wasn't it?
Child support case.
Now
And
who
so
lawyer he
I
was?
still think that a lot of that was done on the mere fact that he was representing Woody, because I think he had three or four, five chances where he should have been gone, and they did it in the middle of this shit. So that messed up a lot of people cases. Imagine that, people that paid money to this man and he can't even represent them because he can't even practice correctly. Like, it's just a lot going on.
That's facts.
Still for sure getting
I
another
agree.
check. That 2M, that shit over with.
Oh yeah, yeah. And you gotta remember, Steel was already on retainer, so obviously that's been blown through. But there's been some other people that support. I mean, Lil Baby dropped the M
Yep, I seen
on,
that. I
on
seen
him,
Future did something too.
and I also heard Drake drop an M on it. So there's people taking care of him, looking out.
Hey man, send that
When
bread
you a real
to the
when you
boy.
when you a real one, you expect that though.
Facts.
Gotta be. So yeah, I think I think still all good, man. He got the money. He's straight up. He ain't worried about none of
But
that.
you come on now, business is business. Ain't
Oh
nobody
no,
finna shoot you
I'm
straight.
saying that he got his flat fee
But
pay.
still good.
He
It's
said,
still
"Hey,
good.
listen, I know this gonna be a long time. Hey, bro, drop me like 2 M's and I'm good to go." I just looked it up a little bit. They said he estimated got like 5 mil net worth. So,
Nah,
hey
that ain't
man,
real. I don't feel like this real.
could
And
be.
low key still hasn't dropped. He's still taking cases. Don't get it twisted. He still got cases beyond he not working on as he should be, but he still got other cases. He already said it at the court hearing.
And then they might got a mutual agreement, like if you win this, you'll get X, Y, Z. So
I mean, still gonna be forever Jeff's lawyer, and I'm sure he gonna put other people on as well. So,
oh, still finna be in the music video.
oh,
Man, listen,
Still finna be in
man.
that music. Watch what I'm saying. I want you to put
Still
back.
already been in music videos with him.
Oh,
first day out music video. Go ahead, drop it.
he definitely a part of HYSL for sure.
Get Gucci Man on the feature on the first day out. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all know that man gonna be on the album cover.
Oh, he gonna be in a good album
He
cover.
gonna be on the outro, the intro. They're trying to say that he's King Slime. His name is Jeffrey Woods. He's the most honorable person I know,
Now
and he's innocent.
he family. He done said he'll die about that man. You know he took that to a whole different level. Cause
Listen,
somebody tell you they'll die about you,
you
you gonna
know,
forever.
you got the check when that man said, "I go to jail for this boy." You know the
Facts.
check there. He ain't worried about nothing. It's a nice check too. It ain't
Facts.
no, oh, you gotta pay my retainer fee. He don't even got
No.
no contract with it, but that money is there.
Cleared.
I am here.
Cleared.
That boy show up every day, ready to go.
He sure do. I know his wife be like, God damn.
He's like, I don't care. I'm watching you on TV.
She an attorney too, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
work together. Well, not work together, but practice together.
yeah.
I seen his little website. I said that's so cute.
She the one. I think she the one that's
She doing
doing
the
the motions and
motions.
stuff.
Yeah, she
So,
do the motions.
you know what I mean, she alright. She
She
be
doing
just
what
sitting
she
there.
supposed to do.
Mhm.
That what she supposed to
She the
do.
one sending him the case law when he be up. Hey, babe,
Yeah.
check it DM real quick. I just sent you that.
I
Yeah.
know they arguments be crazy.
Nah, you can't argue.
Nah, yeah, you
Nah,
can't
you don't
argue. I was
argue.
about to say they probably don't
They just
argue.
look at each other.
Shit, if you think a lawyer not gonna argue, you crazy.
Listen,
No, they
I
both
don't think
so
Steele argues with his wife for real. He's like super nice all the
Yeah.
time.
Well, I ain't gonna say when I say argue, I don't mean like argue in a bad way. I feel like they not gonna agree on everything. They human.
True.
listen. That man said, if these glasses come off, you know I'm about to go crazy. So
Hey.
argue with me. I put the Brian Steele glasses off and I look down at some piece of paper. Just know you lost the argument.
Man, I just don't know how Steele has a full head of hair still after all these stressful
He
trials.
look like he be stressed out too, though. Now
Yeah.
But he also looked calm though. Like when he got his anger level, he don't raise his voice too much, but when he do, you know it's serious.
When he was up there yelling at Glanville, I was like, "Whoo, we in trouble. Somebody did something wrong." And nah, but when Harvey get up there and start going crazy on Love,
Harvey said
I
what?
be
He said
dying.
this too damn bad.
Harvey
And
be up there
you see how
losing his
Harvey be
shit.
looking when they say ejection, he cross his legs and look to the left or right and
That's
be
what.
like,
Even though he been sick, that's why I noticed he don't. He let Westmoreland's take over. He was like, man, I can't, cause I'm gonna get us thrown out if I keep going crazy. Every time I gotta say something about Love, well, he be up there ready to say, bitch. That's what he want to say.
He definitely want to call her a bitch for sure.
hey, what about his boss though? His boss that came in there and chomped off the expert, the light skinned lady. When
Huh?
when when he was crossing, so Weinstein's boss, when she was crossing the gang expert
Uh huh.
and talking about, I think QZ was standing on a car and he was just asking her multiple questions that she did not know.
Yeah.
And Weinstein was like, "Yeah, that's my boss."
Oh yeah, yeah. That's what's the
That was
name?
Gotti standing on the car, his client.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, yeah,
definitely,
yeah, yeah.
I do want to say something. Now that you said that, so do you feel like they told the dude, what the lawyer that subbed in for Weinstein that time that was going crazy? Do you feel like they told him he was doing too much?
No, that's the boss. You can't tell the boss he doing too much.
Yeah,
I'm saying like, do you feel like
You mean the other attorneys?
yeah, the other attorneys,
No.
not
Well, no. Max
like when
did.
they
Max was like, whoa.
Maybe I do think that.
yeah,
Yes.
I feel like that because when they came back, they was like, and anything that he said, because he was going crazy, and that's not really the approach nobody been taking the whole time. So I
They're
feel
like,
like when
leave
they
my
had
client's name out your mouth, bro.
Yeah, I feel like they weren't fucking with how he approached it.
Yeah.
He was going too. I mean, he started off really good, but then he
That's probably how he. That's probably
Nah,
type of
he
person he is.
he
right.
he just he don't have no allegiance to the rest of them at this. So he just up there. I'm going about my client or
Facts.
about my workers' client. So I'm just up here. Listen, I did my little research. I know you was up here chatting. I gotta attack it. But with attacking it, he was like, he also threw some shade to Shannon. So Max had to get up like, hold up. He doing a great job, but hold up. We ain't talking about Shannon. Don't talk about Shannon. We gotta
Yeah,
strike that.
he was doing a lot of his body motion, and he probably, like I said, they're probably just the attorney in, but this not the trial for your ass to be getting up here doing it.
It is because you got to remember the
Right.
jury sitting there and they're bored, listening to all
Right.
this bullshit. Now the first person that come up there and start
But what if they don't
getting
like
it
that he
raw,
being aggressive? Because he was a
But
little aggressive.
he
yeah,
was pulling her. He was pulling her card left and right though.
He was pulling her card left and right.
He was justified until he started using pronouns. You can't be using pronouns when you got six other defendants. You gotta be specific.
yeah. So I mean
I,
that probably woke them up. Like, you know what I mean,
I liked him, but I wouldn't want him to be my attorney because he seemed like he'll talk too much and get us in some shit.
Yeah, he's right on
I
the
think
head
he's
though.
good for like small doses, like
Yeah,
every once
yeah,
in a while to replace Doug, and then
yeah.
go back away for a little bit.
But like the whole time though, no. He seemed like
No.
they'd be like, we gonna give y'all this because y'all a little aggressive.
Yeah, no, he did get out of control a little bit, but that's what the
I
host
feel
was
like that's
saying.
how attorney should be though. Like if you feel like you doing your shit, you supposed to go up there confident and like if that's your personality, then that's your thing.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but if you're unlikable, that's all the jury's
That's a
gonna remember about you.
exactly
that's true.
right.
No, you're right. He good in small doses. He came there, he shot his shots, and then he got up out of there.
Yeah, I could. I wouldn't want him there. I wouldn't want him too long. He a little aggressive.
I do think like if he were to come back up in like 3 weeks or whatever, if he's back in there one day and he stands up to do the cross, I do think the jury's gonna be like, oh, like I wonder what's gonna happen this time because last time
There he
we had
go.
the expert up here saying she's not an expert, so like
exactly.
they'll pay more attention. But yeah, I definitely think that's not the kind of thing you can do every day.
Yeah, no. I would be like, okay, he do too much. We gonna go ahead and say he guilty.
Yeah. I just like when she was like, I assume he was like, you assume?
I'm
No,
not gonna lie. Watching this case definitely made me want to go back to school now.
no, thank you.
I don't
I,
mind
Yeah.
if I
going
could
back.
just be a lawyer for like a day, oh yeah, I'd definitely go there and cook up something. But to go to
Facts.
school for years to do this and be in debt, no, thank you.
Ew, new.
I don't know.
I
I
like
feel like
when
I feel like that's fun. I, I know it's
Going to
not.
school and
going to
being in
law
debt.
school would be very fun.
It's not good, but
But I did like when Love was like, objection, assuming facts not in evidence. And he was like, yeah, you're right. You are assuming
Right,
facts.
and then Whitaker didn't sustain or object, and she was just like, "Oh, this nigga cooking." Oh shit. He like, "Oh,
Yeah,
we in
she didn't do
trouble."
anything.
She ain't say
She
a
didn't do
word. She
anything.
was just up there like, "Yeah, he right. All right, go ahead, bro." That when he said that, I was like, "Oh yeah, he definitely leaning in right now." And then she
so would
got
you rather be
mad.
a lawyer or a judge?
I'd rather be oh shit.
You said
Lawyer.
a lawyer.
Lawyer.
Yeah, I
Lawyer.
want to make more money, but like if I wanted to
Facts.
chill out, yeah, I'll go in the robe and just sit up there and listen to people babble.
I feel like a
I,
judge is
I could
boring.
not put somebody in, I couldn't put somebody in prison. I
Well,
couldn't do
you're
it.
not putting somebody in prison. The jury is.
Right. You
So,
just
Not all the
you're a
time. First of all,
mediator.
a lot of the time the judge does the sentencing.
well, yeah, but you can only sentence if the jury finds them guilty, right?
Okay, and I
So,
But
wouldn't
would it
want to do that. I don't want to be a part of somebody going to prison.
see they gonna feel
I'd
like
want
I'm
to be a
biased?
part
I'm
of
gonna be
trying to
like,
keep
I'm gonna
somebody
just
from
give you a
prison.
little probation.
Right.
me,
No.
I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, big dog,
2 weeks community service. Get out of my face.
I'm gonna be
I'm
like,
gonna
big
say,
dog, here you go.
me personally, I would do home confinement if I was a judge. I wouldn't make you go to jail because I feel like home confinement, your ass can't go nowhere still. Like
Yeah, petty
it's still
stuff,
something.
yeah, but if you murder somebody or
Now,
you
if you
outside
murder
shooting,
somebody, I'm not doing
get
home
your
confinement.
ass.
You go to
Hey,
Jackson.
I'm gonna
It
ask him what
depends though,
cell you
bro. Because
want.
what if you was defending yourself? Because some people still go to jail for self defense.
Hey, that's fine.
That's
You better defend yourself rightly.
Right, correctly. Yeah.
Don't be defending
He'll
yourself with
respond.
an AK with a switch on it, bro. You
Right.
still going to
Yeah, no,
jail,
I ain't doing that.
dog.
You got a switch. I'm gonna be like, now what is you doing with a switch?
Don't let them run. Once they run, you shoot them in the back. You going to jail.
Mhm. So hell no.
And you got to remember the judge is also thinking about the community and like
Yeah,
Mhm.
their county and
that's
like
true. That you don't want menaces in your damn county.
Man, the judge is
right.
worrying about if I put this person in jail or not. Are they coming to my crib after? That's what they're worried about.
Or
See, if I
is
would
my
have,
daughter
okay,
going to be safe?
I feel
Facts.
like
That's
this
it.
a good. I feel like this a good question. What would you have gave Moontum if you would have judged them?
Are you asking me?
Like everybody.
You the attorney,
Uh,
right?
I would no, I'm not an attorney.
No,
Well,
no.
you
I
are
would have
today.
given him.
If you're the judge, what would you do?
I probably would have given him 6 to 12 months.
Six. Okay, and why?
Because I don't think that when you think about probation, you think about what are they doing versus what were they charged with and what are they doing now. And he hasn't had any major violation in terms of his behavior. All he did was have some disagreement or misunderstanding or some kind of blatant you know I don't know. He did revoke his admissions. However, I don't think that that's worthy of 5 years. So
I,
that's fine.
I think I would have gave him house arrest. Um, Probably like 8 to 12 months. Do good on that, then I'll give you credit for the time you did on house arrest. Because they suspended when they suspended, that means that time is suspended. So I would have did house arrest.
I would have said, I would have gave him 2 years. I would have been like, now why the hell did you get up there playing like that?
I personally would have gave him none and gave it and took his lawyer's card away
No,
because
I definitely would have did something for his
his
lawyer. I
lawyer
would
was
have.
the reason why.
Yeah, his lawyer is the reason why, and he said he said he completed 8th grade, so he probably was lost. Hell,
Y'all do know they give like 30 to 90 days for dirty urine on probation in Georgia. Like, y'all being real light talking about house arrest or something. That's crazy.
I mean,
I mean, all he did was lie. He didn't piss dirty.
well, first of all, he
He got a
didn't.
long he had a long rap sheet, like all of the previous crimes. That stays on your
But
record.
That
that's not what they were basing it off. They was
right.
basing off what he did on that stand, which was he lied. So I mean, if
He
it's
could have
not
got
like he
perjury.
went out there and
So
smacked Miss Love.
His
Like
and generally how these go, they pull you up to court, you piss dirty, they pull you up to court and they say, "Hey, you piss dirty," and your attorney speaks and he says, "Hey, well, he had a relapse here on this date, but he's been, in favor or in compliance for the past however long." And then the state comes up and they say, "Hey, he's done this, and he's not in compliance," or they say he is in compliance, or he's so it's really weird that
But but look, by the time you get to that point, you're already behind. You're already in jail for like 20 days already. By the time you get to that point, in Georgia, I don't know about everywhere else.
yeah, I don't know about in Georgia.
In Georgia, like I had a dirty urine right there on the spot. When I came back to probation, they arrested me. I didn't see probation for about 25, 30 days. Went to see the judge. The judge was like, all right, we're going to give you 30 more days or 60 days, do 30. So I'm in there for a whole 2 months over just dirty urine. No problems, no nothing, just weed.
Yeah, Georgia loves some time served. That's their thing, 2 for 1. But for Monty, he didn't commit a new crime or nothing. In fact, like someone else said, I would put his lawyer in jail because he didn't explain everything to him. And I believe, and I know how they do, if they say, "Oh, you can explain on trial what X, Y, and Z is," then that's cool. They lied to him. You can't do that. Once you sign that paper, that's it. So
His
that's why
lawyer
I'm
didn't
giving him
even
house arrest.
object either. His
Yeah, I
lawyer
feel
didn't even
bad.
object to anything. He just sat there and listened to the guy
He was scared.
telling himself. Yeah.
I wouldn't even want his damn help for free. Never mind. Don't even worry
Facts.
about it. But that you can stay where you at. You ain't even gotta come back and help me for free. Cause I don't know what you was thinking.
Yeah,
It just my thing is crazy. It's like for you to be a lawyer, you really sat there and listened and then say, hold on, wait. Not even one time.
I believe he didn't understand the plea when they told him. I'm sure
I
he
feel
was
like
in duress.
I feel like Miss Love was being real slick. And the lawyer didn't think she was being real slick, but that's what you get paid for, to make sure ain't nobody being real slick.
Right. Because the things, and I don't care what they say. He kept repeating over and over. Y'all were supposed to change this, and that. And then Love was like, well, we did. But the stuff they changed was the stuff that he requested. So he's still thinking, I don't know, I'm just a speculation that what he said was going to be true when he got on the stand, and it wasn't.
And that's his lawyer's fault too. And even his lawyer talked about how he was basically trying to work with the state. So I mean, he really didn't even have his client's best interest. He was just trying to make sure that for Monk to that he gave the state a good deal. So then when he gets the next person, he can give them the same shitty deal. So I mean, in my opinion, he didn't do anything good for anybody.
Why they didn't record when they was at the coffee shop talking, like the initial conversation? Why don't I thought when you sit down and speak to somebody, they start recording immediately.
They didn't have, she couldn't find her notes. You remember?
That's how they do.
But
Listen,
it's like that's not he wasn't the only one though. Like somebody else was like, you remember what we talked about?
That was
And
Woody.
yeah,
oh, see, yeah, like why
yeah,
they not? Like I feel like they doing that shit on purpose because, like, from what I understand, you supposed to start recording when you as soon as you sit down. You would want to record,
That
especially if you finna make them say some stuff you don't want. You want them to say.
well,
yes.
that's how the you know you can they only supposed to record if you hold them accountable of recording. So when Woody over here getting snatched up by the Atlanta Braves
Right.
arena and they grabbing him in a car and they talking in the back alley and they throwing him out on the street, they ain't gotta record then because it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
You
guess
know.
I'm thinking about when they sitting down at these coffee shops and stuff. Like, why are y'all not recording? Like, if you know you finna mutually have an agreement with somebody to sit down and talk, I might record my damn self. Like, even like, no.
Mhm.
Well, the state doesn't record because then they'll have to turn it over. But I don't know. I think this case has turned me into a crazy
Yeah, you
person
kind of loud. Hold on.
because
You
what
came in
happened?
hot. You came in hot.
Loud?
Yeah, you were kind of screaming when you came in.
It's sorry, it's in my car. I think it's echoing. Let me take it off Bluetooth. Well, anyway, I'll just. What I was gonna say was when they had that one, the email that wasn't actually somebody reading a letter, like it was a letter from a witness who thought she was being threatened by the judge. They found a recording of talking to her and the investigator. So how did you have that recording so you could prove to the judge that you weren't threatening her, but you don't have recordings of any other potential witnesses? Like, I don't buy that.
Well, Atlanta's so small. We're a small city. It's a lot of that stuff, and I'm not gonna like go on this. Allegedly, Gaither was touched down with some information that she heard that she wasn't supposed to hear based on her relationship, and traveled that along with a lot of other little small investigations. So according to them, these are unofficial investigations. So, like you said, they don't have to turn those over. Unfortunately.
In my opinion, you shouldn't be able to use it in the case then, because but Glanville will just let everything in, so that's
Well,
why we got
that's
him.
why we keep seeing a lot of this stuff. Is just you just be like, we see where y'all going, but we missing so much. Like, how are we missing so much? Like, how did y'all like? How are y'all piecing this together? And you could just tell it's just off of somebody going off of what somebody's saying. That's what this all looks like. You know.
It's a lot of he say, she say stuff. But I think the main key is that surveillance at the McDonald's because Woody, even though he already said that wasn't true, that's the main key because he said everyone met up after that, after the murder, allegedly.
I don't even think that mattered, to be honest. If I wanted any surveillance, I would want the surveillance from Thug's house, where
No,
everybody was meeting up there.
I don't think it matters. I think it's a big puzzle piece, and it just debunks
It don't
the
matter. Like
state's
we at
case.
McDonald's. Oh well, and I lied about being at McDonald's. Oh well. Like what they got to do with somebody getting killed? He didn't get killed at McDonald's.
No, but they met at the McDonald's afterwards. That was the whole thing. Is once they did the shooting, then
Allegedly.
everybody met at the McDonald's.
But
But
what does that prove of them shooting or killing somebody? Then we met up at McDonald's. I can come meet
oh,
you
that's the
at
same
McDonald's.
car. That the same cars that were in
It's
the shooting were at the McDonald's.
it's basically
But I thought that
Validate it's validating or not validating what Woody says. That's what, because from there on, it's obviously a lie. That's why.
I mean, he always been lying though, so they don't need
Facts.
to done the video to know he a damn liar. But did y'all hear about the guy that's getting his PhD? Um, he got indicted for road rage murder, and it's not him. And he was driving a Q35 or something like that, just like the car in the third
The
trial.
fuck? When does that happen?
Yeah, that happened today. Do you follow the dude that he always had a sweater? He be folding his sweater up, talking about the trial.
Nah.
His name called Shoot the Messenger or Smack the Messenger, something like that. But he covered the trial. He real good. Like he real good. And he basically he had the boy was driving a Q35 and it is not even his car. And they got it mixed up with a different Infinity, but it's basically the same thing like in the third trial. And they got him mixed up with somebody else. Let me go find it. Hold on.
All I know is the cameras at that time weren't that clear. That's no one's fault.
Hello.
And two,
Hello,
you got
Pamela. You
two
said that's
different
McNair?
cars you keep trying to place into. You got the
What do you know about
Bonneville and
that
you
that
got the
trial,
Affinity. People saying the Bonneville was
Pamela?
doing it. Stay saying it's the Affinity. Now
They're
the
saying
Affinity that
somebody
they
did a
have, and
road
don't
rage
quote
and
me,
killed
I don't
somebody,
think
but
it
it was
had
the
a
wrong car.
sunroof. The one that they showed.
Which is kind of crazy because like y'all didn't check the license plate.
I may be wrong.
When you get off of here, go to type in the messenger smack and then watch his last couple of videos. But it's crazy. He was comparing it to the YSL trial.
That's kind of wild. That just show that these niggas don't know what they're doing. Cause like
But he
y'all
did
didn't y'all didn't
the
get
boy
the
that
license
they
plate.
trying to accuse. No, they thought it was him, but it wasn't him. And he has an alibi about him being in class and everything. So they denied his bond and everything. Like they trying to indict him.
That's
They,
ridiculous.
and it's dead as I don't feel like it's him, especially how they coming about it. Like I don't think it's him. But it was like a lot of similarities, like how he got denied for bond. Like the dude that I'm telling you to go look at, he's been covering the trial since like it started. So he just was like comparing a whole bunch of shit, and I was like, that's crazy.
And it ended. The trial ended.
No, no,
It's still going.
it happened today.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it just happened today. The boy he got locked up like over the weekend, and so basically they was in road rage and somebody got killed during the road rage, and I guess they think it's him the whole
In
time.
Atlanta? In Atlanta?
In Atlanta, yeah.
Oh, well, we all know to be a detective in Atlanta, you just got to count past three. So,
Well, who Woody said got a squirrel brain or something like that.
Gaither and Thorpe, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. You see Thorpe, he look like he can't count past three. They're
He
going
was
to
talking
ask him, they're
shit.
going to ask him the lifestyle lyrics, talking about, will it be? I thought you was talking about Any Given Sunday with Jamie Foxx. No, dummy. We talking about a damn the gorilla in a damn zoo. How you an expert?
I like when I don't know who was saying what the fuck song it is. He was like, he was saying I jumped out that ghost. I was driving a dead body. What song that is on his punk album?
So dropping jewels.
Dropping Jewels. Yeah, they was singing Dropping Jewels, and I think Love thought he was saying. I can't remember what the hell analogy it was, but it was crazy. I was like, damn, thug wordplay is crazy.
About the little Uzi, you talking about where he got a diamond in his forehead? That?
Oh, he was saying that that too. But no, he was saying what the fuck was he saying? Cause
I just watched this last night. He was questioning Trontavious Stevens, and he was like, and when he said, hop up, I ride in dead bodies or whatever the lyric was, is in a.
it's
I'm
a
too
type
poor
of
to know
car.
what kind of car it is. Is it a
Yeah.
Bugatti or something or Rolls Royce? I don't know.
No, it
Rolls
was
Royce.
no, it wasn't a damn, I gotta go find it now. But Thugger Daily had reposted and I was like, damn, that's crazy. Cause Thug, like if you listen to Thug, his wordplay be crazy. I'm a big fan, so I didn't even catch that. But when he broke it down, I was like, damn, that's what he meant.
I just be laughing when they be trying to decipher his lyrics. I be like, I know exactly what he's talking about. And they be on the stand talking about, no, I didn't know that.
Well, that's what happened when these black people are up there trying to use their blackness as a say all be all lyric breakdown, and oh, we understand this because we're black, and just like y'all literally have no idea what y'all talking about. Like there are so many ways you can look at lyrics, and it's just like we all know the lyrics, and when they're up there lying about the lyrics, we're just like, bro, he does not say that. Like that's not what that means. Now there are some lyrics that you can be like, all right, that's a little sketchy, little sketchy thug. What were you talking about? But they
Yeah,
can't
some
be up
shit
there
he be
doing
saying.
everything. Now this is weird.
I hope he get out before Rolling Loud, so he can be in Miami.
Oh God,
Then-
you you so you so
I'm
selfish.
ready for the first. I'm ready for the first concert. I'm doing
You
the
ain't
meet and
going.
greet. I
You
don't
ain't
give a fuck
going.
if the ticket's $1,000. I'm up there.
You ain't going. You ain't gonna make it
I,
there.
what
Oh,
I seen Thug when he was how long ago this was? This was I seen Thug in 2015.
oh,
2015, 2016, yeah.
I
I
see him
went
at
co-conspirator over
Central
here.
Station. I see him at
huh?
Central Station.
So y'all
I seen
co-conspirators.
oh no, I'm big YSL. I don't give
Yeah. When he came out with I'm a Stoner, when Rich Homie Quan was putting him
I
on.
then I seen Gunna before Gunna blew up. Like I seen Gunna used to be real big.
Damn, Sergio. Damn, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Sergio.
But feel
I'm
bad for what?
I mean,
glad
cause the
like
fact,
making that money because
the situation he was put in, he had nothing to. I mean,
That nigga.
listen,
Alright.
legitly Gunner from the street, straight up, had nothing to do with it. Nothing is going on. Nothing. Far from Thug. He just had to be in the wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, if he didn't get caught in the car with the gun in that lane, he would have been alright. They would have snatched him up, but circumstances, it is what it is. You had to do what you had to do. I believe Thug gave him the okay to go ahead and
He did.
take
He
that
did.
plea because it's like if Thug was already taking the charge or saying like it wasn't him and it was between Thug and the driver, then that's already like I ain't trying to have you caught up in none of this shit, so go ahead and get out.
then he gotta make money somehow. Shit, if
Yeah,
Gunna locked up, he ain't gonna make no type of money.
yeah, go ahead, bro. Bring the money back.
Yeah, cause Gunner
Some
exclusively signed to YSL.
something gotta some gotta keep going. Everybody, all the money can't stop.
Facts.
I don't know
I'm
who it
you know
was
I'm
that was
ready
just
for.
talking about.
I'm sorry. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I'm ready for like to hear Thug point of view, like, cause we talk about it a lot, but I want to like what's going through his mind and how he feel, and like I'm ready to hear like a good ass interview from him because he gonna have to address a lot of shit. I feel like he need to address how he feel about Woody. I feel like he need to address him about how he feel about Gunna taking that plea because a lot of people were calling Gunna a snitch for a long ass time.
I mean, if I was
I mean,
him,
he don't have to
I
address
wouldn't
it,
address
but
none of that shit. I would just leave it at that. If you gonna address it, if you gonna address it, and you gonna be like, oh, Gunna good, then it's gonna be on the song. Like they just gonna hop on a
okay,
song
well,
together.
yeah. I feel
You
that.
don't
I
really
feel
got to
that.
go out and say that. He don't want to talk about Woody because
I'm thinking about Rollo Big Mouth ass.
yeah, like if he go ahead and say anything about Woody and then what something happened to Woody, like they just gonna try to say that's on him. So like you just leave that alone.
Yeah.
You know what I
I mean,
mean? Because you
Jeff
don't want to
Dad.
do it either way. You don't want to provoke Woody to like be like, oh, you calling me this and that. I'm gonna come back and get at you, and then we
So do
got a
you feel
Nipsey
like he will?
Hussle
That's why I said
situation.
I want to see what he feel like. Cause what if he forgive him?
He not going. I think he get
Just
out and
just leave that
just
alone.
yeah, leave
I
that
mean,
alone.
but who's to say that's how he feel though?
It wouldn't
I mean,
matter.
Jeff
That's how we feel. But why? What if he feel like? What if he forgive him?
Jeff Dad
He
already
could
done
tell him
came
straight up.
out. Yeah, Jeff Dad only came out and just said, "You look, y'all don't know nothing. Y'all need to stop talking, baby wham. Y'all need to stop talking. Like y'all don't know what's going on."
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people was against Gunna. Then his dad said that, and a lot of people was shutting up. So I just feel like we don't know how he feel for real. What if Woody? What if he messed up the trial a little bit for him and they could like? I mean, you just don't know. Woody
And
done gave him some money.
that's all you got to do is keep that off air. You keep that in the back. You Cause then if that's the case, then they're gonna be like, oh, then the state gonna try to come back and appeal it and be
No, I
like,
mean if
it was
it's
an
gone,
intentional.
I feel like depending on how the trial ends, we
Yeah.
should get an interview. Fuck that. I need an interview.
Oh, I mean, Brian gonna have that. I mean, it ain't nothing. We know that the camera's gonna be there when he get out. So,
Not like when he first get out. I'm saying like a couple months down the line when he
oh,
start lining stuff up, stuff like that. Not when he
I
first
don't, I
get out.
don't. Well, I mean, yeah, he definitely probably will, cause I mean that's
Cause
gonna be
it's
money.
going some
That's
million
gonna be
dollar man.
money.
Somebody going it's gonna be so many people want to talk to him. He gonna get a whole different type of
What
love.
if he go back on the shit with Gillian Waller? They gonna be like, nigga, we told you, and we just glad you made it out, cause let's just play the replay of us telling you.
I don't know. I like that. I like which one didn't go to jail?
What you mean? Oh, Gilly,
I, yeah, that's Gilly. I
the
like him.
short one.
Yeah, I feel like Woody Wallow. He too emotional to me.
Well, that nigga right. He been
Yeah,
right.
he
He done
right.
told both of them niggas
He
gonna
been
end.
doing
I
all.
mean,
He just always damn
He
crying.
he
Shit.
Rollo been like the big unk, Gucci the big unk, and then Rollo, and then Thug for the little ones, and then
yeah.
that's how it go.
Go ahead and cry all you want to, big dog. You been in the pen for 25 years and you coming out and you
Yeah.
crying and telling me, nigga, stop doing what you doing because it's gonna end bad, and then it go bad. Yeah, nigga. When I get out, I'ma
I
come
feel
give
like
you a hug because I should listen to you.
yeah.
Facts.
I feel like he just be whining too damn much for me.
You see, Future
Every
in Europe. He in Europe for a reason.
interview he crying.
But he trying to tell these niggas that rich, like, if 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 somebody that been in jail and know all about it is telling you like I can see how they gonna come for you and I can see that they coming for you and you should move differently, and then they don't adhere to it, like it's just like, all right, the shit that happened with Thug happened after he told him X, Y, and Z, and then
hmm
he sat down and talked with with Dirk of saying like, yeah, I told Thug, and then we see what they happened with Thug, and I'm telling you, whoop de whoop, and then now he in jail and he going through the same shit. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
think the next nigga he talked to should probably take it. You know what I mean?
you're not finna just be listening to what nobody say if you in the streets. They just like you gonna listen, but you see what
I'm a
Dirk did. They was feeling the vibe that day. He was crying and he still went and got on the bullshit. They don't care.
exactly, and hey, if they don't care, that's on them. It just keeps you with a clear,
Yeah,
with
but
a
Thug's
guilty
stuff was from
conscience.
a while ago.
What you say?
To be fair to Thug though, his stuff was from 2015.
I feel like that's why they
I mean,
got him because he was cleaning a lot of shit up.
And the songs he written before they came out. There's a lot of songs. I think one or two songs. Don't quote me. He writ before Nut was dead that they bring it up now.
And that's gonna be on the defense. And they gonna be like, hey, bro, this is when this song was written. This is when it went to a mixtape. This is when it went on Spotify. And it got uploaded to YouTube at this time. And they trying to say that it was made after. And we was talking about the killing of Nut. But it actually came out 5 months before that even happened. So therefore, that's a lie. And that's just how they gonna have to come out and do their thing. You know, it's just obvious to us because we're tech savvy. This is our generation of technology, so we understand all of this stuff. They don't fucking understand it. Like these, and I don't. That's my problem with Hilton is because Hilton, you're about 30, in your 30s, right? Hilton's in her 30s, right? I'll look it up. But she acting like she don't know nothing. Like she acting like what lingo is. She acting like she don't know about these songs and stuff. Like like what? What's her name?
No, no, Hilton playing dumb because Woody called her out. He was like, "Remember that time when I was in Henry County or whatever? And you came in, you were talking slang, whoop de whoop de whoop, and then when Love came in, you straighten up and you say something." So Hilton, she know she with the shits.
How old is she? She graduated in, oh damn, she like 40 something. 50. Damn, she
Ooh,
50?
she's 40.
50?
She graduated Harvard in '04. I'm 30
Damn,
something. I graduated high school in 2010. So that means she in her 40s. She might
she
be like
late 40s.
47.
She late 40s.
All right, let's see. Simone Hilton.
but she know the lingo. She a professor at Emory. She teaching them. I don't know how.
She 41.
Okay.
She from Colorado. No wonder. No
Oh,
wonder. That makes sense.
Colorado.
Wait, this might let me. You know what? I can't even go off of that.
I was about to say, that
I
don't
can't go
sound
off
right.
that. I can't go off that.
Willie
Yeah, I ain't gonna
said
go off
she was
that.
with the shits.
I ain't gonna go off of that. Can't find her age. Trying to find her age.
She graduated in 2010, I think, from college.
So if she graduated, yeah, she graduated 2010. Well, she went to Harvard, graduated with her bachelor's in '04. So I'm gonna just say she finished school in '02, maybe 2000. She in her mid 40s, and she was born in Philly. Oh hell no, she can't play like this.
Yeah, she graduated in 2008
And
law
she
school.
moved to Georgia after graduating law school in 2000, like in
Oh, she a Delta.
yeah.
Oh,
So nah,
she
she
red.
can't act like this. Like,
Oh,
why the
she
hell?
red.
She's a member of the Cascade United Methodist Church of Southwest Atlanta, Georgia. If you don't get that out of
Mm. She a
here.
Delta. She booling.
Yeah, she can't act like she don't know what's going on, man. You can't tell me you grew up in Philly and then you move to Atlanta and then you don't all of a sudden you don't know what lyrics and words are. Like, cut it out. You was in
What?
school when 50 and Ja Rule and them was beefing, bro. Cut it out. Ridiculous. That's my problem. They acting so unseasoned up there. Like, oh nope. He says slat and slime. He's talking in code to his co-conspirators. Like, bro, these white kids on TikTok are saying slat and slime, blood, cuz, and all other type of language.
All Atlanta in 2014 to 2019 saying slat, black, bulling, all that. That's how we talk. It's not me. People from Gwinnett, far away from Southwest Atlanta, saying it. So they affiliates.
I think we all are at this point, cause
Oh yeah.
with their logic on everything. But it just don't really make sense. It ain't really connecting. I don't think it's connecting with the jury. Um, I just really think that they're trying their best to like disconnect. It's just weird because they're like trying to disconnect themselves at times, but they're also trying to say I'm black, so I know what's going on. Like when Love Be Cold switching up there, that shit's the most annoying thing ever. Oh, my countryside just came back out. I'm sorry. Like, cut it out. I don't want to hear that. But then she tried to get into her I want to be a white girl bag, and it's just like it don't land. Like it ain't landing like how you think it's landing. Like people are understanding it. It's just weird. Like if I was them, I would have just leaned all the way with the I'm cultured and I'm seasoned thing, because it's just like that would just be more sensitive. Be like, yeah, juror, I know what's going on because I'm not dumb. But then they playing none the wiser as well, which is kind of like weird at the same time.
I'm gonna close out with this for myself. I'm gonna get off. But remember in the beginning, they were cussing. They were saying the N word. They
Oh
were saying
yeah, going
everything.
crazy.
And then when Steele and them started crossing and being polite and appealing, to because I know there's a couple white older ladies and another white guy. They stopped saying that. I was like, oh, okay, you trying to go hardcore, with the jury. That didn't work. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They do a lot of switching. Whenever or whenever Love get mad, then she'll start cussing up a storm and reading all the lyrics verbatim, trying to read it back to somebody, or reading their text messages, yelling at people. And it's just like, just stand on one ground. Like, it's just too much. You're doing way too much emotional stuff. But yeah, do anybody else got anything to say or want to come up and speak? Put your request in. I don't know what else we got to talk about. We've been up here for a while. It's been some hours. I don't even know how long we've been up here. Oh, excuse me. It's been 3 hours. My God. It's been a while we've been up here. Anybody else got anything else? Any other questions? Anything I want to talk about? Any other topics? Or are we good for the day?
Yeah, I'm good. I just hope Thug gets out tomorrow. But
Yeah, hopefully we do. Definitely gonna shit. Actually, I'm not even gonna be able to go live. Got a baby's doctor's appointment in the morning, so I'ma be tapping in and probably go live when I get back. Uh, yeah, hopefully he does. Like we'll see. I really hope that we get some type of clarity uh tomorrow. Figure out what's going on. Hopefully it's in good favor for the boys and everybody. But I don't put anything past the state with a throwing a curveball at the end of the day and trying to make this be harder for everybody. But I do think we get some type of I do think we get some deals done tomorrow. I believe some people will be out of here. Will it be Thug? No idea, but I do think a couple people will slide off. Kelly, you came up. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, everybody. I just joined, been working all day. I don't know if you've talked about this before, but let's say tomorrow that some of the defendants have taken a plea deal and some have not.
Hmm.
What is that going to look like to the jury? Is that something that the judge can let the jury know about what's going on? Like some of these guys took a plea deal and then some of these guys are continuing with the trial. It seems
Um,
like a big, as a juror, if I were a juror, that would be a big, what is actually going on?
yeah,
We've got, you know,
I don't. It really depends. It's kind of really up to the judge at that point because there is ways that it could be a mistrial for some and not for all. Um, so let's say the two Quays that put in their mistrial, so Mr. Matthew and Mrs. Westmoreland, they get the mistrial granted, and everybody else denies the mistrial and say, no, we want to continue going on with the trial. Um, what kind of makes it hard for the people that are going to continue, they won't be able to appeal um, is that mistrial in the appeals, so they would kind of waive that right. Um, and then also, I think that it will be on the judge to come up with some type of curative instruction for about the 100th, and she's only been there for 50 days, so I would say this is probably about the 30th curative instruction that's probably coming for, to where she can be like, oh, as you can see, some of the people that were sitting here are no longer sitting here in front of you today, and everything that all the evidence that was used against them can no longer be considered in your deliberations towards the defendants that are still here on trial. So please put that out of your mind, erase it out of your mind. We're going to go through your notes and we're going to erase and take your notes for anything that has to do with those people and their evidence. And we're going to continue with the trial. Can only consider things that are against the people in front of you. I think that's going to be the curative instruction. Do that make sense? No. Uh,
right.
I just don't really see how it's been 100 and some days and people are now gone, and then you're going to tell them to forget about those people yet again. But instead, these aren't witnesses that you're trying to forget.
Right.
These are actual co-conspirators that you're trying to forget, and then now you have to forget everything that pertains to them. Like, doesn't really make much sense. It does make sense for okay, she up? it does make sense for Nichols because uh I believe the shooting of Shamel Drinks has not come in yet.
Mm-hmm.
Not 100% sure because it's been so fucking long. I know they've mentioned it a couple times, but I don't think they've actually gotten to like the evidence towards that.
I agree
So
with you.
that would be a lot better for everybody else because if that's actually been proven, convicted, and all other stuff, that's a bad look. So they always wanted to be severed from this case anyway. So it just really depends on what Whitaker does. She can grant it that way. She can say no, and if everybody doesn't take it, or if everybody doesn't agree to take it, then I'm not going to grant it. Or if everybody doesn't agree to take it, I'm going to grant it. So it really is up to her.
Right.
So it really depends, honestly.
Well, thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
No problem. So yeah, that's all I got for today. I don't really have anything else unless anybody else have anything else they want to say or bring up or talk about. Oh shit. Did we get any news on it on Dirk? On the Probably not. Probably get some of that by the end of the week. If they bring any actual indictment on him. But I think everybody's in the same space. We all are waiting for tomorrow. Get some clarification on what's going to happen. I will be in the Twitter realm, talking about things, and whenever I can get back home and start up a Spaces and start up a live stream, I will, and all experience whatever tomorrow has for us together. Cause I hope by the time I get home that they're done and there's no live streams and they say the plea deals were agreed to and that these men are going home. Um, but we've been watching this trial for 150 some days and it just won't surprise me if they just start tomorrow like nothing happened or at least try to. But we'll have to see. Um, I think tomorrow's going to be pretty exciting either way. So let's hope that these boys go home, they can get back to their family, and that this kind of waste of a time type of trial can go away, and hopefully the DA, thinks better about bringing trials like this in the future because this was a shit show, and it continues to be a shit show. At where I'm going to bring you up right now, and hopefully they don't do things to people in the future like this again, because this has probably been one of the most publicized, horribly ran trials that we've ever seen, and unfortunately, the spearhead of both sides are black people, and it just kind of just doesn't put things in the greatest of light. But Edward, you can go ahead.
Hey, King, how are you? I hope I'm not echoing.
Nope, you're good. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Hey, appreciate you letting me know that y'all spaces was going on. I missed the last part of what you were saying to the last person's comment, but I heard most of it. And one of the things that stuck out in the comment was about, what is it going to look like to the jury? And I've been pondering that all day as well. Because one of the sides, it could look like just from this capacity, minus what you had already mentioned, it could look like to the jury that, well, these folks have been on trial. Now, these folks took plea deals if they learn of that. And so they all must have been guilty because now they're admitting to being guilty. On the other side of it is they've seen all of these raw deals and may be concerned themselves and may look at it. If any defendants decide to continue forward, there's no mistrial and there's a continuation of the trial. Like you mentioned, I really hope these folks it just ends the case. But if indeed that is the direction that it goes in and some continue, it could be in the favor of the defense because of that piece. Another thing that struck me, I listened to Attorney Doug Weinstein's video today. He did one after court. He couldn't say anything, but he said a lot without saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the key terms that he said was, if you have been watching this trial, you know this part. Don't quote me. You know how things are going, or what it looks like. That's kind of what I took from it. And then he said he started to go down one line. He said, "But I really can't even talk about anything." He didn't say anything, but it causes me to think that we may still see something that is completely game changing occurring. So I'm just looking forward to seeing what happens. And I think the last piece of what we saw was when his boss, Apt, got up on the news and he was saying that it's in the state's corner. The ball's in their hands pretty much. So, it opens the door to more speculation and wondering. And, some people may be disappointed that they weren't able to see what was going on today, but a lot of people may be hopeful. I just want to throw those pieces out there, and maybe some folks can give their perspective on what they're thinking about all these aspects.
Yeah, I mean, I do. It's just a very delicate situation because just like you said, with how this is going to have an effect on the jurors, definitely should be taken into consideration by the judge. It's going to be pretty, like I was saying about the curative instruction, like she would have to come in and say like everything that they saw pertaining to these people that are no longer here cannot be considered anymore, and their plea deals wouldn't. I would think they would have to be Alfred pleas to where you maintain your innocence, and I don't think that they can be used in this trial anyway. So she wouldn't even have to say that they took a plea, but I think that just saying that they took an Alfred plea and would probably be more of a reasonable thing because that takes the thought out of the juror's mind of why they shouldn't hold it against them. Um, then the defense has to take that into consideration as well. But if I'm like Brian Still, I don't want none of these dudes on trial with me. Like I got the easiest case to prove, and they're just using my affiliation with other people or relationships I used to have with other people or that they so-called said that I had with people against my client. So the less of y'all here, the better for me. I can just do my job, and the less people, like say if Mr. Nichols is taken out, I'm pretty sure that 25% of the witnesses that they have left is for the Shamel Drinks murder. So if they get him out of here and they can no longer bring that in, then that kind of speeds up the state more. This gets the defense to their case more, and it's less evidence. So it really is, a give and a take situation with the defense. I think everybody kind of has to be on the same page when it comes to um, doing what's best for everybody's client separately, but also do they even care about the people that are coming behind them? Because I would hope that none of the pleas that get agreed to can be used against anybody that's not going to be taking a plea and they're going to continue with the trial, and also the people that are going to be on trial after them. I would hope that they're taking all of that into consideration, and it will be kind of hard if the DA came and said your client can go home today and be on probation for a year and you get time served. You only have to agree to this to be on your record. Um, Jeffrey will be a first time offender, so he could do you know he can use his first time offender thing to get that taken off his record. it will be hard for him not to take that if the last stipulation would be that your plea deal could be used against others, and we might have to call you to testify in the future. Like, I think Brian still would fight pretty hard against that, but I don't think that would be. I don't think if I'm Young Thug, like, I don't think I would die on that hill, man. I'd be like, fuck it. Like, I would just have to make it to where it would have to be like the Ashley Merchant plea deal with Duke, and just be like, hey, I can keep my Fifth Amendment. I don't have to say anything. I don't have to talk about anybody else. I don't have to agree to any of these different overt acts or all this other stuff. Y'all just want me to come in and just say that I used to say YSL and I used to say slat, and if that's it, then okay, cool. But other than that, they don't have anything on Thug. It's not like they have any conviction where they have to say you were convicted for this, so you have to testify to this. So like, I wouldn't die on that hill. I really wouldn't. Like, I would say, hey man, good luck to the people that's coming behind me. But I'm going home. And that's just
I think one of the hardest things that, just from looking at it from the jury side, let's us, and I think I mentioned this on one of your other um, spaces, but let's just assume that the jury itself could have overlooked the free quay, but once they abruptly ended court and then said, we'll let you know when to come back. Oh, you're going to come back on Tuesday. Now, that has solidified that in their mind. And
yeah,
then you have the jury returning to potentially some defendants not being there anymore. You've created an untenable, a potentially untenable situation. So, at that point, I'm wondering if Judge Whitaker, and I'm having serious issues with Whitaker and some of the things she's doing. But what if Whitaker says, okay, these plea deals have got out of the way. It is at the point where we really can't continue a fair trial. I am going to do a mistrial. And let's just say she goes with prejudice. Um, I can only imagine what some of those folks who took plea deals may even think.
yeah. I mean, it would kind of suck that people took plea deals, and then right after they take a plea deal, it gets completely dismissed. You would just have to hope that the DA and the court would allow you to get out of that plea deal, because it's like, well, you dismissed it with prejudice, so we only, you know, took this deal because we didn't think that there would be one with prejudice. If we knew that that was on the table, we would have stayed and rolled our dice with, with the prejudice. So I think that is something that they can definitely would be able to sit down. I don't know if there's a actual legal way to go about this. If it's like, do you appeal your probation, or anything like that? I don't know. I've never been in trouble, so I don't really know how that would go. And then I hope that if something like that, were to be addressed, that they would do that for Moontunk as well and try to get him out of jail, because that is wrong for him to be in jail if this whole thing ends on a mistrial with prejudice. Like, I would think that they would have to go and get him out of here.
I was going to say the same thing about Moontunk, that if it is, dismissed, then, and you talked about uh, talking about his probation and appealing his probation. I mean, that's a big deal, and I think that that would need to be addressed as soon as possible.
Yeah, because they're just gonna say, well, he was put his probation was revoked because he, you know, did perjury on the stand. So they would just kind of be like, well, this isn't the same matter, but it's still morally the same thing. And you would just hope that there will be some type of moral code and upholding on that situation. Maybe if it would be Judge Whitaker that would look over it again. I don't know if the judge that gave the probation revoking could be the same judge that would be hearing for the case to unrevoke it. But if she was, I would think that she should do the right thing and just say, you know what, since the trial is over and the trial is no longer, I believe that your perjury is no longer in effect um, to the justice system. I believe that it sent a message about if you were to do perjury on the stand that you would be punished, and I believe that you sitting in jail for the little amount of time that you did allowed you enough time to rethink what you've done and to allow you the space to understand the process of court and what can happen if you impede in that process, and I'm going to let you go. And I believe that that would just be the right thing that a judge in that situation should do if it does end that way. Black Mamba, you have your hand up, you can go ahead.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Um, One of the things I was thinking about was two things. I'll start with the oldest one first. Um, Harvey, remember when they did opening statements, he deferred doing an opening statement until the prosecution rests. So I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't know. Like, I wonder how that impacts if Harvey takes a plea and that opening statement is removed from the case permanently. I don't know if that matters or not. But then, what I was thinking is, if these people are pleading out, like, you can't just have the jury walk back in and it's only three people. I mean, two people in the crowd, and it was and everybody just go about their day and act like nothing happened. Like, you can only act. They've already asked them to act like nothing happened 1,000 times, and it's beyond ridiculous at this point. But I feel like if they're gonna try to take some plea deals with some people and continue the case, you almost have to read. You don't have to redo the case, but you almost, I feel like you need to give the defense a chance to speak. So, like, I don't know if that's a legal thing that could happen, but you almost Brian still should have the right to stand in front of that jury and point out all of the BS that the state has done and why there's only two people in the crowd instead of six. Like, whoever's remaining, whether it's Max Shark, whether it's Shannon and Thug, and everybody else take a plea, or Shannon, Little Rod, and Thug, their attorneys need to kind of be able to get up there and not wait for closing arguments to try to make a statement. They need to be given like an unobstructed speech chance in front of the jury. Because, like, other than that, I don't see no way to repair everything that has happened, because there's been so much BS that the judges have kept covering up for the state. At some point, they need to let the jury see all of the shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and that's kind of what Edward was saying, where he just doesn't see a clear path that we can go if people are severed off the case or take their plea deals and stuff. Like, it's just how everything ended. Um, with the free Quay statement, that's the last thing the jury heard, and they were sent home and were told to come back tomorrow. And knowing that they've been gone for this amount of time, so they know that the last thing that they heard was serious. Um, Ain't no way like these jurors went home and just like, oh, we're not coming back Friday, we're not coming back Monday. All right, something happened. What the hell happened? And they're not looking it up and trying to figure it out and piece things together. There's just no way. And then if they come back in the on tomorrow and people aren't there, there's no way they're going to sit there and just be like, this is fine. Nothing's wrong here. There's no problem. This is okay, and we could just keep going. There's no way that somebody with a logical mind can just sit there and just not ask questions. And, like, I try to put myself in the seat of the juror throughout this trial. There's no way I'm not standing up in that juror box and being like, Your Honor, can I ask a question? And, like, trying to get clarity and just like trying to understand what's going on, and then trying to call out the bullshit that's going on. I'm gonna be like, it's just no way. So I just don't really know mentally, where their heads are, but I can just tell you there's no way that all, what is it, 16 of them? Is all 16 of them on that? Why did I
Yeah,
just get Jamaican?
I think it's 12 for six alternates, or maybe it's four alternates. But I think the jury is kind of, they've already just, I think they even got agents at this point. They're just waiting to do their books. I don't think they'll ask a question. These people have shown that they don't want to get off this case,
And the only reason I can see they don't want to get off this case is either they got the hidden agenda, they want to save these people from the state, or they just waiting to do their book deal because otherwise anybody who don't give a damn would have been left.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So it's just like, you kind of have to take that into consideration again, as well as like, what bias are they under? Because ain't no way
Exactly.
I'm sitting there. There's no way I'm gonna sit there if I can get like, ain't no way. Like, all right, say for example, right? I'm a truck driver and I'm making six figures, and then I get called to jury duty, and the next thing you know, I've been on jury duty for a year, and I'm not getting paid the same amount, and my job ain't paying me, so I'm making $25 a day when I was making double that an hour. Ain't no way. I'm sitting there. As soon as they gave me that green light, yo, I'm out. Or I pull up on Monday, yo, Judge, I've been online. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. You gotta bring one of the alternates. Like I'm
And,
out
and,
of
and
there.
How
and your point about what kind of bias they under is true because it's like I said, like I had a situation where a few years ago, uh, my brother was falsely accused of a crime, right? And I was glad that the jury that he had stayed there because they did the right thing. Because it was so bad in his case that the prosecutor, we had evidence that he wasn't even in the state when the crime happened. And then she told the judge, Your Honor, I don't care if he was there or not. I could convince the jury he was. So it's like I've been in a situation personally where you see the wickedness of these people who they'll do the wrong thing and they'll tell a judge, and the judge heard her say that. In the same way that Glanville was helping Love, it's the same way Page is going to help the state. Like these people are all corrupt, yo. And the thing is, I could definitely see Page try to come in and nothing burger this whole thing on Tuesday. And I think that the reason she was trying to cut the cameras out today is I think she went home over the weekend and said, you know what? I'm about to get on demon time again. And when I come in on Monday, but it probably didn't go the way she was expecting when she got there. But I just like the only thing in my mind that makes sense is this whole thing get thrown out, or you give the chance for the defense to stand up and literally read the riot act against the state to the jury. So, like, in case there's any doubt, this is what it is, y'all.
going back to the jury and what they are being paid, what is it, $25 a day? Are there laws in Georgia that how are they living? How are they paying their rent or their mortgage or for grocery? Like, how does that work? Are they allowed to file for?
So
They
some
went through like
jobs,
a pretty extensive financial hardship thing, so the people that are there are getting paid from their jobs.
some
Oh, okay,
jobs you
good,
get paid
good.
for your jury duty, but
Okay,
it
good.
would, I would think that's no job would be prepared to pay this amount for this long. So I'm pretty
Right.
sure there's maybe they're getting, you know, what would it be called, like maybe they're getting leave, paid
Like a
for leave. They can
hardship
get
leave
hardship
or something.
and then they can get like unemployment because technically you're not employed anymore. I know you could do
Okay.
that because I know I work in the state of Massachusetts, or I used to work in the state of Massachusetts, and you would be able to file for unemployment if you're a full-time worker and you don't work a full-time, like 40 hours throughout the week. Like you would be able to get paid like unemployment for the weeks for the time that you miss. Like they
If
did
you
that,
have,
so
yeah,
you're able to do
if
that.
if you have to file for unemployment, does that hurt your credit at all? Like, is that like
No,
are there any kind of
no,
um? Okay,
no.
okay,
You just gotta. It depends on the laws in your state. I know that
right.
Massachusetts is very pro worker. So like you know, like I've been hurt on the job, um, and I actually was on leave for childbirth. My job fired me while I was on leave, so I have a whole lawsuit that's about to go forward with that. Um, but then I also had a surgery a few months after, and even though I was not employed by my employer at the time, they still had to pay for my medical pay leave because of my surgery, they had to pay me for that full amount. So my full 6 months or whatever, or 12 weeks, they had to pay for that. So I got paid for that. I got paid for
Good.
unemployment. So there are some states where you can get, some type of assistance with that. I don't know how Georgia
Okay.
works, so it
Most
is
of
what
these
it is.
southern states, I live in Texas. Most of these states are like right to work states, so they can fire you for everything.
Yeah, not up here, not up east, bro. They got to stand on that,
I'm
and
in St. Louis. They can do that. We are a right to work state.
I feel sorry for you guys, really do. But Edward, go ahead.
So a couple things I wanted to hit on. Number one, about jurors coming back to say that, I was on social media. That's be kind of scary. Number one, I think it'd be scary because you saw Glanville hold one juror in contempt and had her do a 30-page paper. But the risk is actual jail time. So that could be a concern if someone were to disclose that or actually violate their oath by doing that. So we're going to assume that they haven't. I'm just going to assume that. But number two, thinking about from the pay side of it, there's some pieces that were already talked about, but I just wanted to bring to the remembrance of everybody that one juror who was pretty much stuck where she was, and she's been in this case. I think it was a she, but
Mhm.
whomever that juror is, stuck in one lane with no opportunity to elevate, and didn't expect the trial to be going this long, and it's going this long, and now she has a job opportunity, and the judge said, "Nope, you here." And so whether it be being able to pay their bills now or have advancement opportunities, this trial is definitely causing a burden on the jurors.
Yes,
Absolutely. And then it's
ridiculous.
like,
Go ahead.
this trial and case is so big, it's almost impossible to not hear anything about it. So to be a juror and you're not supposed to talk about it, read no information, hear about it, you turn the radio on, you hear them talking about it every which way you turn. So it's like they're between a rock and a hard place. No matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, that's 100%, and that's kind of, you know, I know the judge is supposed to take into accountability, not only, the state's position and the defense position, but also the effect on the community. And I would think that that would proclaim to the jurors as well, like they should not be stuck on a trial that's taken this long. And we're kind of talking as if the trial is over today, but what happens if it's not over and they still have to continue with this trial for another 70 days? Like, that would be damn near 2 years of their lives being stuck in a situation because they're being forced to by the law because we're supposed to be, citizens that, supposed to take the jury and, hold our peers accountable of situations like this. And it's just like they're being punished worse than, well, I wouldn't say worse than the people on trial, but they're being punished like the people on trial. They're stuck. They're not able to do anything. Their finances are being limited, and they're damn
Lord
near being
forbid you
punished.
have to go to a funeral or something out of state. Lord forbid life show up for them and they're innocent.
It was just like whenever the Empress Fox, she just went and she was the one that led the recent protests down there by the courthouse, and it obviously made local news. But she stated something that I had never really thought about. This case is holding up other cases, so not only are these young gentlemen locked up without bond, but what about the people that are waiting to be tried? They're being drug out. They're being prolonged. Their case is being prolonged. They're being locked up longer than what they should, have to be locked up for because of this case taking so long.
I
I thought
think
she brought
so
up a really
too.
good
I
point on
think
that.
that's a very, very good point. But also, I think this case is gonna be the reason why a lot of them boys
Until she
don't
had
go to
brought that up.
trial.
Right.
Because I feel like Georgia is gonna be very picky with the money that they use for trial after this one, especially with all these bratty violations and some more. Like,
Right.
I
And
feel
what
like
I
this case is gonna be studied forever because there's so many holes in it, so many
saw on this
violations.
case, and I didn't know this either, that before Fonnie Willis was elected in, the previous DA would not touch this case. He was like, nope, absolutely not. We are not proceeding with this RICO case. It's going to cost too much money. It's going to take too long. And here we are. I thought that was very interesting.
Where did you find that out?
Feel like I read an article. It was on Twitter. I will have to. Um, I'll see if I can find it, and then I can send it to you. Uh,
Yeah, it was some. I read something similar in an article or some a link I clicked on as well from Atlanta. I think it might have been Atlanta First or something, Atlanta Journal, whatever that thing's called down there, Live 11.
yeah, yeah, I
So, do
agree.
you
Yeah,
guys get information we don't get, being that we're not in Georgia?
I'm not in Georgia. I'm in
Oh,
St.
me
Louis,
neither.
so I don't know. I just found this article, and that's what I had read, and I did not know if if it w- is in fact true. Um, I just found it interesting. The host might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Oh, go ahead and repeat that. Sorry, I was doing something.
Oh, I just said I think that you might be able to elaborate a little bit more on that article that both of we had both read about the previous DA.
There was a story that came out from DA Paul Howard and why
Mm. And why he did it?
Paul Howard office declined to move forward with prosecution of this as a gang RICO case.
Yeah.
It was some kind of a background story into it, but it didn't have like the inner workings of the details from inside the office, the stuff that Brian Still said he wanted to bring
Uh
out.
huh.
But it was something like an overall like a timeline of when things happened. It was something that somebody. It might have been. I don't know. It was a few months ago. It was like I think it was during. I know I saw it
What's
around
up,
the
Johnny?
time
Yeah, Paul
when
Howard ain't. He
Whitaker was
ain't
taking
dumb.
over. When
That's
somebody
why.
tried to go into like the
He
history
ain't
of
dumb.
this.
So, what is your philosophy on it? This trial is just for Jeffrey. And Jeffrey don't have no previous convictions. Like, do you think it's fair to him?
Of course, it's not fair. This.
And then we talk about everybody but him.
Yeah, I mean, this is not. Of course, it's not fair. This is literally the state trying to bolster themselves and trying to make themselves look better by um, you know, trying to put a well-known rich individual in this case just to garnish more, support, more media attention, and obviously if they win it and get him convicted, then that does a lot for their images, for their career
Yep.
advancement and stuff.
If
So
they win it, they still gonna lose with appeals, though.
it won't matter. People
It
don't
doesn't
care. We
matter.
people
Yeah.
like you gotta think about the regular people. Like the regular people probably ain't even watching this. Regular people probably just gonna see it in
I'm
the
a
news.
regular person.
You're not regular because you're in the spaces. You're not regular. That's why I try to tell people like we're regular people, but we're on the internet. We're consuming the information daily. We're looking for it. Like we're not a regular person that, like, if you go to work tomorrow and you go and pick a random person that don't look like you and somebody you don't know, and be like, "You heard about the YSL trial?" They'll probably be like, "Yeah, I heard about it, but I ain't keeping up on it." So you got to think about that, and then when the
I'm
news
not sure if he
comes
was just
of X, Y, and Z, that's going to hit more than the entire trial. Because like once there's like Young Thug is free, that's gonna go crazy. Young Thug is found guilty, that's gonna go crazy, and that's all that's gonna matter. Like it's not gonna matter about the appeal, because when the appeal
I'm
happens, they're not gonna post it. They're not gonna the
They're not
DA
gonna. They're
office
not
not
gonna
gonna.
cover nothing
Yeah,
on
they
that
ain't gonna
shit.
say nothing about that. And it's gonna take
They gonna.
years for that appeal to
You go.
happen.
You go.
So
You just gonna see Young Thug walking in the mall. You're like, oh
yeah,
shit.
and when the appeal is done, whatever career advancement they wanted is gonna happen from it.
Facts.
Going back to the young lady,
You,
I'm not sure what her name is, but she was asking about why are they going forth with this and something to that effect. But Fonnie Willis had actually, she ran her campaign on busting gangs. That was like her entire campaign, and I
Yeah.
think that might be one of the reasons why she got elected. And this is her big, I got him. I got this big, gang that's causing all this mayhem in Atlanta. And she wants to be reelected. And I think that has a lot to do with maybe why deals aren't being, well, that's going down a rabbit hole. But the point is that that was what she was running on originally when she was started her campaign, was going after gangs.
yeah, and the state's theory is so. It's like it's so basic. It's like I'm not. I don't live around these guys, but just from the little bit I've heard, I'm like my theory would. My theory is that my theory was they wasn't even trying to. Nobody was trying to kill Nut. I said my theory was they was trying to kill the other guy, Nut's little brother, and Nut got killed. Like that's how like you remember that video when at the gas station when the girl gets out the Infinity out
Yes.
the gray car, the gray
Yep.
Infinity. I swear I want somebody to like zoom in on that chick because I'm like, yo, if you zoom in, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like Woody's baby mother or something.
I don't
I'm
know
like,
how
nope.
the jury doesn't even think that Woody is the one that's responsible for this murder.
No
Like
one
he's
has
clear.
asked like who is that chick that gets out the car? Like Woody has this car. Woody gets the car to drop her off with his baby mother. A woman gets out the car, and I'm like, yo, at no point is nobody like, yo, wait, who is that chick?
But did y'all see the day that Woody came to court with his suit on and he said I gave the car to Threat?
Mhm. Yeah, we saw that. We
So
heard that testimony, and then Matt Shark got up there and said,
but
"I don't know
even
if you gave
Kayla
it to
said the
Shrek,
same
but
thing.
did you crash the
Kayla
car?"
said Kayla, who was Woody's attorney back then, she said Woody gave the car to somebody who's not even being tried. Hence Threat. Even though he passed away now, but I feel like they know who did it, but I don't think it's no party involved.
It
It's Woody.
it don't
I don't
matter.
think it was him either.
I was like, somebody was popping at Kel. Kel was outside with his brother, and his brother ended up getting shot. I was like, it ain't no thug going after this dude for no record label deal. Like, this just don't even make sense.
Yeah, and that's just kind of like the situation where, you know, unfortunately, the state is able to take instances and try to infer why they believed it happened, but in all reality, the best story that was told was by Max Sharp, and that it was just Woody get shooting at Shell Kel, and it was collateral damage, and that Woody's the one who had all the problems, and Wooly wasn't really affiliated with anything, and Woody was the one that was outside doing all this shit, and everybody else was getting retaliated against because they hung out with Woody, and they thought that Woody was an associate of theirs. So then you got Shannon over here getting shot at, and Shannon said that either in an interview or on the phone that yo, this is all happening because of Woody. People were trying to get to Woody, and he's locked up, and they just coming and shooting at us. And it's just it all just makes too much sense. But now it's going to be up to the defense even more on their case in chief that they make sure that that separation is made in the juror's mind that this was all because of Woody, and these people thought that Woody was associated with these people, and they were getting shot at and targeted and all this other stuff, and then now the state is targeting them when the real person that should have been targeted for all of this stuff is the person that they cut the deal with, and they
Yeah, I
they
think it
have
should
to
have
do that.
been Woody and Threat. I think they should have been the ones being looked at. I think you are absolutely correct.
Well, you gotta look at the situation with Dirk, right? Look at the situation with Dirk,
With who?
with Lil Dirk, right? So Lil Dirk is he getting a Fed case, and he's probably gonna get a RICO case for the shit that he got going on. And they got the people that killed Quando Rondo's cousin. They got him already. They got him on camera. They know all of it or not. But we know that they are gonna cut a deal for them. They're gonna cut a deal for them because they want Dirk. They want the money. They want the big name. So they'll probably even let the killer get off on a lower charge or a lower sentence. Like the state, the feds, they're always willing to cut deal with the murderer to get the head. They just want the head of the snake, and they
That's
do what they
exactly
got to
right.
do. So, but it's just that the state of Georgia, they didn't they didn't you know go for the head of the snake. They let the snake go, thinking that the snake wasn't a snake, and
Exactly.
they
Yes,
thought that
sir.
Thug was the
Yes,
snake,
sir.
but Thug was the grass snake, and
And
Woody
look,
was
man,
the you know what I mean?
that snake that got the two heads, the tail, it looks like a pig
Yeah.
head. They went for that one, and they caught the tail that ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, like they went for they saw King Slime, and they were just like, oh, he is snake. We want the snake, and then they found out that that's the grass snake, the little snake that we used to catch when we was kids, and put him in a little fish tank or whatever. They got that snake, and then they let
Literally.
yeah, and they let the cobra, the
The
poisonous
Cobra.
snake, they let
Hmm.
him go, and that's just what it. And now they gotta live with that.
Well, like Little Dirk's case, they said that because he was flying out his friends on private jets into like different cities, that's why it's kind of like the same case in YSL. It's like they're connecting very loose dots together.
Nah,
And
that ain't loose. The Dirk shit is very tight. That ain't
is it
loose
okay?
dots.
I don't know a lot about it, but
Nah,
just based on what
it's a lot. It's a lot. Trust
okay,
me.
okay, fair enough.
It's it ain't nowhere near this. This is
Okay,
this
fair enough.
is this is you waking up in the morning and you eating some fruity pebbles. The Dirk shit, that is a full course breakfast. Like you getting everything, bacon, eggs. You getting your waffle, you getting pancakes, getting hash browns, you getting a nice glass of orange juice, you get
I love it.
bacon, getting all that. It's everything. They don't even gotta play with that boy. He gonna have to sit down, and that's just what I'm saying. Like they
Okay.
want him, and then the question is, they know who pulled the trigger, they know who killed him. Are they gonna say we will give you about to go to jail for 35, 45. We give you 15 with parole at 10 if you tell us about Dirk and if he's done any other crimes and if he paid you to do any other crimes that you know of.
Well, thank you for clarifying
They'll
that.
do that. Like, and the state thought that they were doing that in this case because Woody made it seem like X, Y, and Z, and then I think that they found out that they got the wrong person. But at the end of the day, you gotta stay on your story because you already here, you already knee deep. You gotta stay on your story. So I think that's just a lot of the situation that we got going on with
So,
this
is
shit.
the jury coming back tomorrow?
9:30. That's what they said. I mean, I
So,
guess
does that mean the motion was denied?
we have no idea. We don't know anything. We don't
Well,
know if the motion was
hopefully
denied.
the state got it together because their witnesses is exactly like Paige said, sloppiness.
I don't think that the only way the state gonna get it together is if they say it's the defense turn to go at this point. I don't think that
Yeah, but the defense got their
anything.
foot on their neck. Like that man that replaced Doug Weinstein that one day with the glasses.
Yeah, that was he was frying, and I don't really.
Man,
It's just gonna be a situation where you know if we continue to keep going, the case has so much pressure on them now to not fuck up anymore that I just think they're gonna fuck up more. Like it's
Well, that's why
hard.
they took. Yeah, and that's why Love and Hilton are basically out. And now they got, the three white dudes up there. Um, I think that
did y'all see her list of violations
Mhm. It's all from this
yes,
trial. That's
from
all
this
from this
one
shit.
trial alone?
Yeah, I mean that's just the problem with it. It's just like there's no mistrial motions and all this other stuff when Atkins and the body are up there talking. They know what they're doing, and it seems like Atkins is probably younger, but who knows? But they know what they're doing. They're not going up there with word salad and trying to squeeze every little thing out of these witnesses to leave room for mess ups. Like they're going up there, they got their questions, they're not going off their page, they're not getting knocked off their square. They're just asking questions, telling the story, painting the narrative. Next witness. Love and Hill go up there. They are going up there. They're not painting the story. They're bringing out the brush and they're mixing the paint while they're up there, and then they start drawing. They don't know what the assignment is, what picture they drawing. They just throwing paint on the page and figuring out as they go, and
That's a
then they just
great
keep,
analogy.
yeah, they keep getting themselves in trouble because they don't have a point, a starting point and an ending point. They just
And then
have
they
the
still have
tools.
101 witnesses left.
Yeah, and there's no way that this is not going to happen again. There's no
I,
way,
I'm a
no
little
way.
less I'm a little more mistrusting. I feel like Atkins, he's been given the witnesses that required the least bit of dirt. He's been getting like the crime scene text, the lady that comes to talk about the cab reports.
Why
He's
you
not
think so?
getting so I think that he in Atkins, I think if he had these other witnesses, he would be thorough with them. But he's also tries to slide in a lot of misinformation. I mean, everybody
I
does it,
mean,
but
that's a part of the gig, but
that's a part
it's
of
the
the
difference
game.
between
Exactly, exactly.
misinformation
So
and misconduct. That's
yes,
different.
that's true. That's true. So,
They're
but what
doing
I'm saying is,
misconduct.
I feel like Hilton and Love. I don't believe what the judge says. I think this is like I'm 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 gonna say it like this.
The judge is stuck between a rock and a hard
The
place.
judge
Like
the
I
judge looks
wouldn't.
at the judge looks at it all with such a fair lens. I think it's so calculated. It's so intentional. Everything those ladies do, they are by no means unorganized. They are. I think they
I don't
know
believe
it's
that. I don't agree with you on that
Overwhelmed.
last one.
I
No,
think that
Now the
go ahead.
I think that is all intentional for two different. I think that they have two different approaches because you can't come up to like everything that they do. They do it to elicit the reaction, and what the hope is, they know that they don't have a case. So I think that they came into this case and they knew the person I want the most, I have the least evidence for. So they have zero evidence against Thug. So the best chance that they had, and this is the reason why Love and them put Little Rod on this round of the trial, is because they're trying to figure out how to get one piece of evidence that the jury could convict that could then force a RICO conviction. And the only way that they can get some shady information in that they know the defense has pushed out is they have to do these underhanded dastardly tactics. So they're trying hard to prove because they don't like if they could get Thug and Shannon walks and Huey walks and Marcavius the Nichols walk, hell, Little Rod walk. If they could get a conviction on Thug and those other guys walk, they would. But I feel like they know they can't get Thug if they present a clean case. So what I feel like what they've been trying to do is they've been making this a mud ratch, a mud wrestling match, and they taking everything down low, and we're gonna keep it there because that's the only chance they have at maybe getting the jurors to say, you know what, I don't know what's happening, but these guys did a lot.
So basically,
they
that's
they've
what I.
been
Hold on one second. Before, what I said before is that they're they are doing two things, and the first thing that they're doing is they're doing not only a trial by ambush, but they're also doing a trial by chaos. So what they're doing is that there's so much chaotic shit going on. There's so much witnesses and pointless witnesses and all this pointless evidence and cumulative and mishaps and the juror got to be out for these many days and X, Y, Z. All of this is creating so much chaos that it's so hard for the jurors to retain the information because there's so much happening, and they're just betting on that the jurors get so disconnected with the case and so overwhelmed that they just say guilty because that's norm that's human nature. When too much is going on, what we say, oh fuck it, man, I'm over this shit. And
that
I
was
disagree
the
with you
fuck
on
it, I'm
that.
over
that
this
was
shit is I'm just
that
gonna
was the move
agree.
initially, right? But if you see, like, as the days have gone on, that's the reason why they're still in deliberation at this point, because their move for like, if you've been seeing like as it's been winding down, right, the days they've been getting more and more chaotic. It's been getting more and more like
Yeah, it's out of control. It's
violations
spiraling.
and yeah, things
But
that
it's
they're not
only
supposed to
that
be
when
doing.
it's only that when Love and Hilton are up there.
No, but I'm saying like initially when they first were going through the motions, they were trying to piece by piece
Well,
give all
they
this
had they
cumulative
had
evidence that they were
Glanville up
doing.
there. They don't got
No, yeah,
Glanville no more.
exactly. But and then this judge now is in between a rock and a hard place. She's like, listen, she's said it multiple times. Like, listen, yeah, this should have been mistrial from for a minute now. But I know because Glanville's the head judge, he's not gonna let her do that. So she's stuck between a heart. Like, I want to go on ahead and give a mistrial for this, but I can't. So right now they're in deliberation because it's like, hey, it's day 152. We've tried this move to go on ahead and be chaotic. This new judge just gave a mistrial to one of the defendants. So now that they see somebody's been given a mistrial and someone's getting off on this, right? And there is no way that they're going to build a case and retry them amidst this YSL case, amidst all these other defendants that they have. They're like, okay, we see somebody's already gotten off. They see the kind of crap that we've been pulling. They see what's going on. And on top of that, forget even all of that. They're just tired. It's day 152. They do not want to be here. They feel like this has been a long waste of time. So they're in deliberation saying, hey, we need a win. What we'll give you X amount of years. And so they're just fighting, saying like, hey, we're not going to take this money. We're not taking 10. We're not taking 7. We're not taking whatever the case. I'm putting money right now that they're going to, at best, the best deal that YSL will take is going to be 5 years with time served. And they're going to let them go off on parole. Like and they're gonna amend the charges to say, hey, it's not gonna be a RICO, it's gonna be something different because they're like, we've spent so much. This is the most expensive case in Atlanta's history. We need to get something at this point. Otherwise, it's gonna cost a lot of people's careers. So we're
Well,
gonna have to get.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just going to state that the jurors have had multiple times or multiple opportunities to bow out of this case, right? For example, whenever uh, Judge Paige Whitaker came on, she instructed the jury, like, hey, can you disregard everything about Woody or X, Y, and Z, everything that she had said? And she's like, raise your hand if you cannot forget about this testimony or whatever her words were, and they all chose to stay. So I think that says a lot about the jury. Like, I feel like they are invested, regardless
Oh yeah,
of
100%.
they're in favor of yes or
Mm,
guilty or not guilty.
they only have a certain number of backup jurors. Me personally, with the way that this moving, I personally feel like there has been some communication between the district attorney's office and these jurors in a manner of which they're like, hey, listen, we only got like 10 people we only got X amount of people to go and replace you guys. If half of you guys leave, it's going to pose a problem. If more of you leave, it's going to pose a problem. As my personal take on this, right?
That's a fair
Especially
point.
because it's like at this point to replace all of the jurors, right? Because I mean, if we're being very like, these people are not being impartial, because reality is it's like you're not going to be able to take that testimony from Woody out of your head. You're going to always keep that in the back of your mind, like, hey, he just admitted that, like, all this is not real. Or you're going to hear, evidence that's being posed by YSL side that shows what's going on isn't right. So I feel like the only possible explanation, because these people are not getting paid. Like, I don't know how their financial situations are. They can't be being paid enough to stay in the jury, to stay with being members of the jury. So there has to have been some communication between the district attorney's office to say, hey, listen, we'll get this case done. Just stay put. Let us finish this case.
And going back to the previous gentleman that was speaking, going on, they're just tired and over it, and they're just gonna vote guilty. I kind of think it the other way. There have been so much has gone on in this year that they're just going to be so overwhelmed and they're not even going to know where to start. I think that they may go towards a not guilty verdict, but that's just my personal opinion. I am a nobody of nobody, so that's just my
I
opinion
feel
on it.
like the DA is that's why they're because
Yeah, that's what they're
there's
hoping on.
more fear. There's more fear in their heart that there's a good case that they will say not guilty. So that's like there's no reason for them to have gone to deliberations if there was any belief within themselves that they have presented a good enough case for this jury to go on ahead and say guilty. Like you only really go into deliberation for the sole purpose of trying to get something out of this. And so
And we haven't
they're
even
sitting.
talked about Brian Steele. He's all about this McDonald's videotape. He's asking everybody about this McDonald's videotape, right? He's got something up his sleeve. So that might be the nail in the coffin. Well, not in the coffin. That might be his, Jeffrey's.
Trump card, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. They really haven't presented anything that I think, I could be wrong, that is, that is an actual RICO case. And, he doesn't even have a felon. His record is clean. So I feel like, I don't know, there's a lot more to be presented, but I think Brian Steele's got something up his sleeve that's going to kind of change the game, in my opinion.
Somebody said specifically that if Atlanta DA actually charged Jeffrey the right way, they charged him with crimes that were, that weren't as high up as RICO, right? Something to the effect of like, aiding in the distribution of drugs, or something that isn't to tantamount to running a criminal organization. A lot of evidence has been presented by the DA to offer to get them to that point where they can try him and charge him and get him convicted for particular crimes.
Hmm.
They dropped the ball because of the fact that and the
Yeah,
reason
they was
is
horny,
because
man. Just say it. They was horny, and they wanted
nah,
the big dog, man. They
they
wanted the big
they
dog.
they wanted it's not even just because they were horny for that. It's because they wanted to set a case study. They wanted to say, look, we got YSL, one of the biggest rap groups out of Atlanta. How many rap groups out of Atlanta are operating in a similar fashion to them? We can easily use this as a case study and say, look, this is the manner in which we judge. I would refer you to the trial of the Atlanta versus YSL, and you could see clearly that this rap label group is similar to this group. Like this has been an effort to go on ahead and get like even Fannie Love was mentioning that point too. She's like, it's not only YSL that we're going after, like, but she needs YSL to be the first stepping stone to that.
True.
So you're right, they're horny, but it was horny to be able to make the path easier for them. If they can get YSL, they can go after free bands. If they can get free bands, they can go after
Nah, they ain't getting Future,
1800.
dog. If they ain't getting
No, I'm
Thug,
saying
you know what's gonna happen if they go for Future.
no.
It's gonna be a
What I'm
problem.
saying, what
Them
I'm
strip
saying is,
clubs gonna protest. They gonna be outside in their high heel shoes and losing their
And to
goddamn
that point
mind.
of going after free bands, sorry to interrupt you guys, but I have a very, very interesting story on that. So my brother who used to rap, big following, where we back home. Hold on, baby. I'm cooking dinner. Sorry. My brother who used to rap, he started up a group, and he was going to start his own label, and he was going to name the label Pirate Gang. He decided to stop rapping a few years ago. He used to do a lot of mixtapes, all of that type of stuff. But he had got married, had a bunch of kids, so then rapping was getting in the way. So he stopped rapping, started doing promotions, and then he was about to join the police force, actually, right? And one of the funniest things that happened was similar to this case where they started following Young Thug when he started rapping. When my brother got past the test for the police and was doing the academy, he was rejected. They said because they said, "Oh, it came back in your file that you're a gang member." So what it appears to me, and what I'm saying is one of the things that was interesting to me with this case is I'm watching these black women lead the charge on criminalizing, because every time people come out with a rapper, what, like back in the day when I was young, it was Arrested Development, it was Wu-Tang Clan. But every time a rap group starts, just like a rock group, you start a band, you start a movement. And what I'm watching them do is that you can't control who decides to get a tattoo of your movement, who decides to do anything with the movement you start. But I'm like, if they're criminalizing movements, what they're basically saying, moving forward, if you decide you want to get into the rap game or the hip hop industry, you have to go to a label and let that label create your movement for you and control it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Edward, go ahead.
So I got 2 points here, touching on a couple things. So the money piece, number one, the money piece. So when I think about the RICO side of it, and while I don't know Georgia law, um, I can only assume that it's going to be likened to the federal side of it, where looking at Diddy. One of the pieces a lot of people don't realize is in those um, counts, they're talking about the money. We hear about Love in this case, um, bringing up about Thug is the money and so on and so forth. Why, it hasn't been touched on a lot, but why is that being brought up? Well, in the Diddy case, if indeed he is found guilty, they can, and they can tie it to his gains in his business, they can take his money.
Mm-hmm.
And so while we're looking at this case and it's costing so much, they may be having in their minds, talking about the Fulton County case, if we can convict Thug and tie him to this money and that everything they owe, his money to, the ill-gotten gains, to the issues that's going on, that he was funding these things. Now we can take that money and recoup some of it for the cost of this trial. So that's point one for anybody that wants to talk on that. Point two is going back to that piece about Abate and Atkins, where it said, they hadn't really messed up and so on and so forth. I kind of agree that they kind of got some of the easy sides of it. But we also have to remember that some of these folks have some bad history behind them. And I'm going to read something because I think it's so important to understand about Abate. Abate is no different than Love. And
Mm-hmm.
the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we can give them all the credit we want. We don't know the hand that's working behind the scenes either and what they're doing. And there is actual evidence that has gone to the Supreme Court that names Abate. Ashley Merchant mentioned that to have your name as an attorney mentioned in an issue that the appeals court writes an opinion on, or their final, whatever they call it, or the Supreme Court to do it, she said you might as well turn in your bar card.
Yeah,
And
Edward,
so,
real quick.
yes.
While you're saying that, that's why I said what I said about Judge Whitaker and how uh important and how I believe she is really stressing on getting these deals done because if she was an appellate court judge, so she knows this case is filled with a bunch of mistrial stuff that's going to make it get overturned. She doesn't want her name to be tied to that, especially after what she pulled last week. She doesn't want it. And that's exactly how I feel she's thinking, is that she's so serious about not wanting her name to be tied against anything because she wants to go to the Supreme Court, that she's going to try to get this over with as soon as possible.
And that could be a big possibility to have her name, and it's going to tie all these attorneys' names as well. This is what Ashley Merchant was referring to when Abate's name was um, brought up in a Supreme Court of Georgia's finding. And so bear with me just one moment. It's not long, but bear with me. It says, at the hearing on the motion, Glenn testified as follows. At the time of Thomas's trial, she had a pending shoplifting charge from Carroll County, which would be a felony because of her prior shoplifting convictions. The prosecutor who tried Thomas's case, Fulton County Assistant District Attorney Adam Abate, came to her house with an investigator about 2 weeks before the trial to ask her about Ultima. Glenn told Abate that she did not remember if Thomas had the Ultima on the night of the murder. Abate told her that if she did not cooperate, she and her mother would be subpoenaed. After that interview, Glenn talked to the attorney representing her on the shoplifting charge and decided to meet with the prosecutor again. She talked to Abate at the courthouse during Thomas's trial. During that discussion, Abate noted that he was aware of Glenn's pending felony charge and said, quote, "I'm sure that you don't want to go to jail," end quote. He then told Glenn that if she answered the state's questions, quote, as they wanted her to, you hear that, right? We've heard
Mm-hmm.
this. If she answers the state's questions as they wanted her to answer them, then her case will go away, close quote. On cross
Mm-hmm.
examination at the hearing, Glenn testified that her trial testimony was, quote, "not true," end quote, but she did not provide more details. And then it goes on to say, with this one part, the Supreme Court of Georgia found that there was a Brady violation. So we have to be clear the type of people that are working in that office, and they clearly have a history. We saw this with Love and her plea deal with Muntu, with all these other folks, forcing them into these pleas to say what the state wanted, and then people have changed their testimony, and it should have been turned over. So a body's hands are dirty as well.
The whole office dirty, and that's just what's been pretty obvious for all of us watching is that they're doing a lot of underhand tactics. They're doing a lot of things that we all feel isn't right, and they've been allowed to get away with this stuff. But it's a lot harder when we have all these eyes on the case. We have people standing up and voicing their opinions about the case. And that's what I was saying before is I don't believe that they expected this amount of attention and want of transparency with this case because they probably never had it before. So this is and a lot more light, and it definitely plays more into the hands of the defense because it's an added pressure on them to get things to get deals done, to get this case done with because there's been so many errors, and they know it's not just the attorneys that's been watching, it's regular people that's been watching. I wouldn't deny that any of the other judges haven't seen this, other attorneys that work in spaces and stuff. So this is a conversation that's going on not just in, Twitter and stuff, but there's also you got to think about these what do they call it, mixers or whatever type of parties where or the golf course where the judges are going golfing or going out to eat and stuff. They're talking about this case because this case been going on for so long. How do you not talk about this? And that's why I just think that when all of the history of these people and the mishaps that they have done and the tactics that I've done have start coming to the light and people see it, I think now we're able to see and put things together and be like, oh, you got in trouble for that. Oh, you got in trouble for this. Oh, you got in trouble for this. Well, all of this is happening on the same trial. You try to use those uh, same tactics that you used 10 years ago. You're still using them now, and you're not just using it on Woody. You're using it on other witnesses. And are you gonna, be allowed to keep doing that under Judge Whitaker? Obviously, it seems like they are. Um, Hopefully that changes, and hopefully they get held accountable for it. But this is why I think that Judge Whitaker is really trying to get this over with because I wouldn't think that if she didn't care, we would have been back to court already. I really think that she's weighing her options on if this case can't get overturned, if it goes all the way. Because before I think she wanted it to go all the way, regardless. She didn't care. Now I don't think she wants it to go all the way because she knows that if Brian Still is on the end of that trial, he's gonna appeal it, and she know he really likes doing appeals, and he's been on a lot of appeals that are upheld in the Supreme Court. So she knows that she can't even do anything about it because she's not an appellate judge anymore. So she knows that that is going to be dealt with, and he's going to deal with it. And, that's just I think that she's weighing that a lot for her future endeavors as being on the Supreme Court herself. So, you know, it's just all of this shadiness and everything is coming to light, and I just don't see it as a coincidence that all of these attorneys have had issues in the past, um, and this case is just not have been able to be held together because you have Love and Hilton that are doing a bunch of shit in the court, and then you have a body probably trying to go against his nature of doing stuff off the court or in his past, and then now it's just like everything is falling apart. There's just too much. It's too much evidence to have control over anything. Like there's too many witnesses. There's too many stories. There's too many lies. There's too many plea deals. Um, there's too many people that you're trying to coerce to come and testify and what you're trying to make them say. There's too many things you're trying to be slick with to try to get in. There's too many, you're trying to pull the wool over the sheep's eyes too much. You're trying to slick things in. You're trying to not redact things and then redact them, and then it's just too much. And we all know that when you tell lies, it's hard to keep up the lies. So the more lies you tell, the harder it is to maintain your lives. This is what's happening with the state. There's too much stuff that they're trying to do on the back end that's not right, and they're not able to keep it together. And that's kind of why I believe they've been trying to shift away from Hilton and Love and go with Atkins and a body, because they haven't they probably haven't been in charge of the whole case, right? Hilton and Love have, and they know that they're probably not as invested in his case. And one thing I know about Atkins is not about to jeopardize himself for this case. He's gonna make sure the defense got whatever they need. He's gonna make sure that whatever's supposed to be redacted is redacted on all ends. He's gonna make sure that when he's up there and he's doing his stuff and everything is connected to him, that his point is on point. But when Love and Hilton get on the on the stand, it's just you can't tell what's gonna happen. There's no way what happened last week should have happened. It's literally just you're just looking at it just like, bro, how are you supposed to redact something and then you don't make the copy of the redaction and then you just go off of the paper that you're reading, and then you know that the paper that you're reading isn't redacted, so or it is redacted and you gave the unredacted version to the witness. Like it just doesn't make sense, and that's just when you see people that are unorganized, unprepared. I don't think that these people, or at least Love and Hilton, I don't think that they go home and do what they're supposed to do on the case. I don't think that they go home and listen to what the judge says. I think that they just come in and they try to get shit done. They try to get to the courthouse at 7 o'clock and try to get stuff done, and they're rushing instead of doing it when they leave. And hey man, I might have to stay at the office until 10 o'clock to get this done. I feel like they just go home and say, man, I'm gonna go home, get a drink, watch some TV. I'll wake up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. I get this done, and then it's just never done. It's always rushed. That's why they're turning in stuff at 5 o'clock in the morning because they done went home, fell asleep, woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now they gotta write a motion. And that's why it just looks so unprofessional. Like it just looks crazy. And I just think that that's been happening this whole time. And I think that's why the switches has been happening because it's just like they're just I wouldn't say that they're overwhelmed. I think that they're just not qualified for this big of a case that they put on. And there's no like Miss Love didn't want to delegate to anybody until she got forced to do it. And then now we got Atkins and the body going, but I think that they're just like we don't have enough time to get caught up on all of these witnesses. So, hey, Hilton, the witnesses that you were gonna do, we're still gonna let you do those witnesses. Love, we're gonna take the witnesses that you were gonna do. We're gonna keep going, and then it just gets all over the place because then she gets up there and do it, and then it's just like, oh, mistrial, and it's just like, how? You ain't been doing nothing for 2 weeks. You ain't been on this trial. We thought that you quit. We thought that you was pregnant, and then you come back, and then you questioning a witness, and it's your witness, and then it's a mistrial. Like, just no way.
But
You're not
but
prepared.
that's what I'm saying. It's so intentional, bro. Bro, I'm trying to. It's so they're diabolical. It's so intentional.
I
They
hear you.
because
I think it's
they know that, like,
intentional.
for instance, They know that the judge isn't going to give a mistrial with prejudice. The only chance that they have at doing what you were saying, which I agree, they want to get to the money. Not you. It was Edward, I think, believe was saying it. They want to get to the money. I agree, but the only way they get a guilty verdict on this trial is if they pay the jury off. Based on where they're standing in this case, and the defense hasn't even gotten a chance to present their case yet. And Lord knows what Brian Still is planning on doing. And so it's like, it's to me, it seems so intentional. And the only reason the judge left up, like, the judge wasn't even going to leave the option open for a mistrial on last Wednesday. I truly believe the only reason she was going to just go with a stipulation and a clean up the forget what you heard type of statement. The only reason I feel she went with the mistrial was because she realized she put her foot in her mouth and she wanted to save her own neck. When she realized that she said to the open court, "I'm trying to clean up your sloppiness." And when she realized what she said, let me take a break real quick, and she thought about it, and that's why I feel like that's the only, if not for that, but for that, because what the free Quay thing, I know it's cumulative, but so many other things were much more worse than what the free Quay statement, even what came from Dennis, was worse. But she was willing to overlook everything, including ex parte, including just everything she was willing to overlook, because she was going to put her head down and get to the finish line with this case, come whatever. But when she realized, like, oh wait, I'm looking as bad as Glanville out here. I just said I'm trying to clean up the state sloppiness, because no judge would ever say in open court, I'm gonna object for the defense because this defendant's lawyer is forgetting, and would say to that would say in open court, I'm trying to help you out because you're messing up. I'm trying to help your client.
Wow.
And what she basically said was the flip side for the state. And when she realized she said it, she's like, I got to get a defensive way out now. And that's the only reason we're here.
Where I don't agree on that statement. Overall, I agree with what you're saying, Black Mamba. But where I don't agree is that this was not as bad as what Dennis said. Dennis said it real quick, and I get that. Why this is bigger, in my opinion, and they're all bad, and I'm with you in the full complexity of things, but just to nitpick a little bit, why this is worse than when Doug Weinstein, week before, I guess you could say, said that, made his motion about what Detective Dennis said. It was because Hilton had gone through an extensive walkthrough on who these people were in the courtroom and how do you know this person? Do you see this person in the courtroom? Can you tell me what he's wearing? Okay, here's this next person. Can you tell me what this person is wearing? And they were both the Quays. Then it gets to the Shannon component, and he accidentally says, or he says that,
I ain't changing. No.
you know,
Did she do it
because
today?
he's
No.
been in jail,
No.
I can't really talk to him. And then
I
that
gave
was
her
like a
prunes
hiccup that
earlier,
she
so
tried to
she might have
quickly
to.
dismiss that piece. Then 25 minutes later, 25 minutes later, here comes that free Quay. He paused right before them because in his mind, Whitaker tried to say, well, we heard it from, someone's breaking up and trying to get out of bullshit. Excuse my language. You could tell by his pause, because I watched it many times, that he was like, this is kind of the same thing that happened when there was an issue before. Maybe I shouldn't say what I'm seeing here. And then she pushed him to say it, and he said that. So I think because of the entirety of that 30 minutes that went on, drew that piece out where Dennis just said it one time real quick. Now they both bad character evidence that shouldn't have come in. But I'm just trying. I just see it a little bit different because of how meticulously Hilton walked him through, searing that into the jury's mind.
Just really quickly. Hey guys, I had to go do something, but I'll be really quick. Somebody had made a point about the jury will return a non-guilty verdict. I think that depends on if they all don't take a plea deal. If some take a plea deal, it's no way it's gonna be not guilty. It's gonna be guilty because the jurors have been so used to all of them together as a pack, and then now some take a plea. That's prejudicial to the rest of them. Like, even if they don't take a stand, the mere fact that we saw you as a pack, and now some of you have pleaded guilty, and now it's going to come into evidence, that's gonna cast a bad light on the rest of them, because if, and I've seen that too online. It has to be all or nothing. All of them take it or none of them take it, because yeah, because if I'm a juror and I don't see, let's say, Quay and Huey anymore, and now they're admitting their guilty plea into evidence, and I'm gonna say, wait, they're calling them YSL, but some are not here because they pleaded guilty. So in my opinion, it depends on what happens tomorrow, because that's so prejudicial to have some do a plea and not the others.
I think everything that Edward was saying is like spot on because she said, "What's your relationship like with?" I think Shannon, and he said, "Now, like, what you mean? What's my relationship like with him? I ain't talked to bro. He in jail." Then he asked, "Was I supposed to say that?" He kept asking, as if he knew he wasn't supposed to say it, or it's like they made a face or signaled like you messed up or something. Like, it's so many holes in the case. Then he said it looked like Gotti had a trench coat on. Y'all remember?
Yeah, that was the picture with them trying to say that he said got a gun under his trench coat and that he's a felon, so he shouldn't have a gun. But he said he had it. Like, it's just dumb shit, bro. It's just dumb evidence. They didn't need that. If they didn't use that, they wouldn't be here. But they want to pull at anything that seems to have any inclination that these people are bad people and doing crimes and all. It's just so dumb. It's just like, if y'all don't have anything concrete or to go off of the concrete evidence, then you're just not doing a good job at your job. Like, this is ridiculous. This
And
is
it's
like a
like the
teacher.
whole case is based off of Instagram.
Yeah, this is like a teacher having a class and saying, okay, everybody, hey, jurors, you're the students, I'm the teacher, and I'm going to teach you chemistry today. And instead of teaching them formulas, why the formulas are important and what the formulas are used for, they are just showing them pictures of chemicals and what what happens at the end of these formulas. They're not walking them through it. They're not giving the foundation or anything hard evidence. Like, the formula would be hard evidence. All they're showing them is the chemicals at the end. They're just saying, "Oh, these people are bad," but there's no formula, there's no structure, there's nothing to base this stuff off of besides bullshit off of Instagram pictures that, let's just be honest, we're all of the culture here. We know that people go online and cap on Instagram, whether they're capping about their life, their lifestyles, them being a tough guy, having guns, drugs, being the biggest boss, being this and that, X, Y, and Z. Everybody lies on social media because that's where people go to make themselves feel better. Like, it's just very simple. Shannon could have said that and that thing, and he could have had a freaking tampon in his pocket. Like, there's no there's no relevance to that, like, to that picture, to where he has a gun there, to where you needed to have that. Now, if he would have had a trench coat on and did the little shuffle with his trench coat, and there at his hand, there was a carbon assault rifle hanging from his belt buckle. All right, bring that in, cause that why he got a gun hanging from his belt buckle like a animal. Lock him up. But you just showing he just out here wearing a trench coat. It was bad fashion anyway. That fit was trash. And y'all up here showing it off like it's gonna make the case or something. I just don't get it. Like it's ridiculous. Like it's just that didn't need to be there. We didn't need to waste an hour on that evidence, and then for that to be where we're at today because of that picture is just fucking wild. Because they wanted to use some lyrics of the person that was on the stand who was telling you those are my lyrics and he was promoting my mixtape. Like it just don't make sense. Like this is what we do. Like this is what during what 2000 and oof, from 2000 and what like 4 my was it MySpace? No, Black Planet and MySpace days all the way up to now. What were we doing? We were using captions from songs as headlines to our pages for our pictures and captions. Like that's what we were doing and people still do to this day. Now it just turned from using the captions to just using the music and playing the music in our pictures and stuff like. But that's what we were doing. We were taking lyrics and bars from our favorite songs or whatever popular song and putting that in our stuff. So there was nothing different that picture was happening in 2000 whatever that changed to today. We can go on Instagram and you can go to anybody's page, and I guarantee you there's a Gorilla lyric or a Meg Thee Stallion lyric or a Cardi B lyric or a Nicki Minaj lyric. It's the same shit. It don't mean nothing.
So one thing that I also I don't remember which attorney said this, but it was on YouTube. Apparently, in Georgia, they have this thing called victim something something something, and I'm not quoting this directly, but apparently each step of the way during a trial, they have to give like they have a uh, victim advocate, so and the prosecution talks through them, and they have to give an update to the quote unquote, well, I'm sorry, the victim's family. And
Mhm.
in that, there's a lot of bolstering that goes on. So they're telling them, yes, we got this along, we got this. Yes, we're going to bring you justice. And that may also be a factor into maybe why the prosecution are not conceding and just letting it go, because they've had to bolster themselves through these victim advocate that's communicating through like the families of whomever was victimized. um, and I thought that was interesting, because we know that Fani was saying that she was going to bring justice to Donovan Thomas family, and George Chidia said that Fani was a prosecutor that prosecuted the Donovan, well, not prosecutor, but she was supposed to prosecute the Donovan Thomas case early on. And then when she became DA, she made a promise to his family, and she has like Donovan Thomas's picture on her desk. Um, and she'd been telling the family that, yeah, she's going to bring him justice. And so.
So what you're talking about is in reference to Marcy's Law. Marcy's Law is one of those laws for the Victims' Bill of Rights. And so it gives the victim's family certain um, abilities to participate and this is just simple form, participate and to be in the understanding of what's going on, and if certain decisions have to be made, they are allowed to be, or they have to be, there has to be some communication with them. I just want to interject that part.
Thank you. And when you say thank you for that, and when you said communication with them, does that mean like let's say they hit a wall and they have to go back to them? Do they have to consider the victim saying no, keep going? Like how much are they factoring in like the victims?
So I don't know the specifics and the details on that, but part of the purpose of Marcy's Law, and it's extensive, is to keep, say, the prosecution from doing what they want to do without considering the impact on who they allege are the victims. And I believe a lot of, and Marcy is a case, and it extends from there. But a lot of it is just to remove that railroading that victims over years have felt, which led to a concerning outcome.
Got it. So yeah, thank you. And that makes so when I heard that, I was like, that was interesting. So if they dismiss this case, knowing that there's that law in place in Georgia, could then the victim's family sue the state then? Like how significant is it in this instance?
Well, I'm pulling up some information real quick here. Marcy's Law was passed in Georgia in 2019 with the passage of SB 127 and SR 146. The law is named after a young woman murdered by her boyfriend. The law advocates for a statewide automatic victim notification system to help enforce their rights. The Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation are currently requesting proposals from contractors to provide a statewide database. The right to be treated fairly and with dignity by the criminal justice system, the right to reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of arrest, release, escape of accused, the right to reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of any scheduled court proceedings. To get into detail, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know all the details and how it plays a part in that, but that might give just a little overview. But we also have to remember when Love was saying that, she's being a little melodramatic. Love, the state represents the interest overall of the people. They're not and in other words, they represent the state. They don't represent the victim. There are certain requirements they have to give notice to victims, and from a people side, they may, you know, connect with the victims in certain ways. I think Love is on I can't really say vigilante side, but in that realm, she's just so tied to that. But I even think it's even deeper than that. She has a mental deficiency where she sees a goal and she's just going to run with it, and whatever she can tie to it to keep her imaginary theory going, she will tie it to it. So she starts adding these things. Well, I'm fighting for the victims and I'm doing this and I'm doing that, just so that her sense of I'm going to win this. I'm going to avenge this because I went to sleep on last night and drum about. You know how people go to sleep and then they wake up and say, "You cheated on me." Hold up. some of this stuff I think Love has made up in her mind. She went to sleep and she came out with it in that realm. So people who have a narcissistic personality, those who have obsessive personalities, those who get pinpointed and tunnel vision on things and can't move, they will run over people and use things that, and especially if you're in the political realm, because she was trying to run for office, and you know how these political environments run, they will grab hold of these things that are legitimate to go with their illegitimate moves as well. So I hope that helped. I didn't want to get too far off from what you were talking about with Marcy's Law, but I hope that helped a little bit.
No, thank you. Yes, it does help a lot. And when I heard that from the attorney on YouTube, it made more sense to me, maybe why they may not be able to cut it short. So there are many parties of interest, and it's not just, the defendant, but it's also the fact that they have to report every step of the way to the victims who, in my opinion, were not victimized by these defendants, but according to the law and the charges that are being brought, they do have to, you know, relay information to them. And I can only imagine, if those families have already have their senses on, oh, these are the people that victimized my child or something, I can see how the way this case is going, they're probably having a lot of negative feedback for the prosecution, and they're probably banking on being able to sue because in the Marcy's law, I just looked it up too. It offers for restitution. So after the case and stuff like that, it's an easier way to sue the defendants, and yeah, so it's a lot of moving parties here, and like they even get the sentencing report, like pre-sentencing report. They get a lot of stuff. So
Yeah, I kind of feel like as far as the whole litigation side goes, I mean, think about it like this: when OJ went to trial, OJ got found not guilty, and he got sued out the Woodworks anyway. I feel like because the case has been brought, Thug is going to be sued no matter what. But I do think that to your point of Love trying to fake like she cares about victims, I think Adams did a good job when he was crossing Dexter Montgomery. I think it was. It might have been Adams or Shark, but one of them basically pointed out that the state, the first time Dexter Montgomery ever heard from the state was a couple days before they brought him in to testify. So he had got shot in 2015, and he never heard from the police. He never heard from a prosecutor. And then, like in 2020, when they asked him, they said, "When was the first time you spoke to the DA office?" And he said, "This week or last week before I came in here." And I think it was Adams. Adams did that little look he always does and looked at the jury and walked away, because basically he was trying to expose that these people don't care about nobody but winning.
yep, and I do hear you that either he's guilty or not. Jeffrey Williams may get sued, but it's different from OJ because OJ's family and whomever sued OJ, it's different groups, whereas I don't think that in this case people necessarily believe in lawsuits. Like I just don't see um Donovan Tom I don't know them, Donovan Thomas's family just embarking on a lawsuit right now when it's been 10 years.
Remember that bus driver from the Lil Wayne bus driving thing? The first person he sued back then was in 2017. He brought a lawsuit against Young Thug already. That's why they tried to. Glanville wouldn't let Brian still expose that. That in 2016 or 2017, he filed a 35 or $50 million lawsuit against Young Thug that's still pending. So if Young Thug is found guilty for this racketeering, he's then guilty for that bus shooting, and then he's guilty for all these other shootings. So that and anybody who has ever had anything done to them by anybody on trial is probably out there hoping that Young Thug is found guilty right now. And some of them people related could be on the jury because
And
if he found guilty, everybody coming for some money.
yep, and that's why that plea is just it's gonna be really, really, really difficult because it's got to be all of them or none of them, because some of them on trial taking a plea, even if he's found out not guilty, they're going to say, well, all these people were at YSL and they took this plea. So I'm just curious to see what happens tomorrow. I don't think anything will happen tomorrow, but we'll see.
You don't think they going free?
But what about the statute of limitations
Mm.
to some of this stuff? Like everybody can't sue because a lot of this stuff is like a decade old. What about that? They can't just jump out the water and sue.
They'll
Right.
probably say like, "Oh, since this court case has been going on, it's affected me mentally, and I'm suing civilly for emotional distress, pain, and suffering." That's the way to get around it.
That'll be interesting. They try to pull that because, for example, I don't even see YFN Lucci's family trying to sue them because from what we've heard so far, it
It's
looks
street shit.
like,
They can't do that.
yeah, because from what I've heard, it looks like, they're, I mean, they could sue Woody. Go sue Woody.
They don't want to sue that nigga. He crazy. He might come back and shoot him.
Remember, anybody can sue anybody for anything at any time, so it's whether it sticks on the wall or not.
Yeah.
especially civilly.
But if you go sue Woody for that, then you basically saying that you're not gonna sue Young Thug for it.
See,
So
I think this RICO kind of opens the door though, because it's that bigger piece. And it's that criminal organization aspect that's went to supply all this, and it kind of opens the door. It's sort of like the Me Too movement, where people were rightfully dealt with in many cases, where it opened the door for other aspects to come in. I think that the RICO case, the RICO charge itself, because how is it not double jeopardy if they've already been charged and convicted and done their time for a a, a a, a charge that you're bringing up under this RICO? I get it on one side because it's this that was part of this bigger piece, but and now you're just charging them with RICO. But I think the RICO might open the door for some of this stuff, and that's just me speculating.
So okay, let me. Okay, I'll say this. Let's just imagine Donovan Thomas's family trying to sue Jeffrey Williams. Well, then we would need to explore what is a shell cow, and he was never really. They didn't really investigate that deeply his involvement in everything. I just see it's different from the OJ case in that I don't see this group pushing for a lawsuit unless, of course, Fannie Willis puts a battery in their back. Whereas for OJ's people, it's like her family, and it's just two different mindset. Whereas in some cases, if you find yourself in a jam or there's maybe some crime happens to you, you may not even say anything. Whereas in the OJ case, it's much different, different lifestyle, different life experiences, and people don't believe in lawsuits. And
Think
like
about it this way.
nobody had clean hands. They don't have clean hands.
What if they don't need a lawsuit? Think about it this way, because if indeed there's and I'm just going to talk about devil's advocate, worst case scenario. Because of all the injustice, I do hope they are out of this case free and clear. But let's play devil's advocate. Say for somehow Love is able to go through this and get a conviction and able to tie it to the money. Now they can potentially take all of his money, create a pool of restitution, and there's no lawsuit necessary.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not even gonna. I mean, yes, anything could happen, but honestly, with the way this case is going, um, they either all just take a plea or don't take a plea at all. But I don't even know what plea will be good for Jeffrey Williams. They will have to come up with like some type of, I don't know, deferment or something. Because when I look at his predicate act on there isn't really any lesser charge that he could plead to. These are We have guns, we have drugs, we have RICO, we have criminal, we have all of. There's no lesser charge that he could plead to in any way that would make sense.
Just
Well, I'm
know
just
he could have.
trying to
Just
figure out
know
how
Doug
he's
could have
even.
walked last week, but he just don't want to. He's not going to admit that YSL is the game. So
Yep.
I just don't. I don't think they really. I mean, they haven't tied this to him. I mean, they might have. Some of these other elements might have potentially weakly grabbed hold of, but I ask myself daily, like, how are you connecting Thug to this? I'm not seeing it. Whether he did it or not, I don't see the state proving it. I haven't seen it.
The state is going after them because of Woody's statements. Period. That is why they are going after Young Thug.
Well,
That
you
is
got to remember QZ statements too, because those were something too.
right. But that I mean, these are people going to my dogs are about to bark. Um, that is why they are pursuing this whole RICO charge. There is, if anybody, going back to suing people, if anybody wants to sue anybody, I think families should be suing Woody, because Woody has even come out and said, you know what, I regret everything. I was young, I was stupid, I should have never said this, I should never put this
I
on
did
him.
these crimes.
What?
That's what he said. He said, I did these crimes.
Yes, he exactly. And he was even on stand. He's like, looked at the judge and was like, you mean I got full immunity? for state, for federal. Like he was about to say some things, and man, I don't know. I just think it's all convoluted, and Woody, he's funny as hell. Funny as hell, but he's the one who got everybody up in this mess.
Well, Raquel was saying that the case could have ended like last week if they would have just pleaded to YSL is a gang and they would have all walked last week. But
I
nobody,
don't know about all of them now,
but Jeffrey for sure. But
Jeffrey
that's the
just
thing that, for business purposes, for career purposes, like that just opens him up to a lot of.
But
You
what
got to
about like
remember
all these
also,
other
there are
One
other
night.
trials going on right now with YSL, and there's one that Judge Whitaker is supposed to be taking on right after this case.
yeah, that's the other group who got severed and just still waiting. The one who was
So if they can
that's
get
the
them
group
to
to
say
me that's
certain
really messed
things,
up.
and then it goes against them, making those cases easier.
what about like everybody's like, oh, it's slime, he's got the snake. What about Lil Wayne? What's his symbol? It's a hawk, or Drake's got some animal. Like all these artists have these different emblems of their albums. So how is it that why is it just because it's Slime Life, that doesn't make any sense. It's a label. He's an artist. I don't know.
They have whether it's a street things could become a street gang. I'm not a street gang expert. I would never claim that kind of idiocy like Gaither and these other cops do. But the thing is, my thing is this: I know a lot of musicians. Musicians get followings. I know people who follow rock bands like Fish, and they get and to say that you can turn any rap label or rap following that's get of course if it's a popular rapper, his popularity is going to be in the streets. So if you see a bunch of young kids, older guys, middle age, whatever, following a guy who's popular from Atlanta, to say that he's responsible for everything that anyone that follow him does,
It's
it's like
ludicrous.
it's so dangerous, and it's like
Yes.
like I agree with that point that that guy said that they want to go after free bands, or like you were saying OVO, but it's like it would be like you got when kids go on tour, it would be like saying I'm gonna criminalize everybody who come out with the face paint. It's like people follow their artists. That's just what we do. If there's an author you like, you know, Star Wars, whatever that thing is, the Star movie, Star Trek, whatever that thing is, anime. People follow whatever they like. They begin to emulate it.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with
And then
Grateful
to
Dead.
criminalize and say that you're responsible for what people who emulate you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not fair to
Yeah, like I
Thug.
was saying,
That's
like I
not
grew up with the
fair.
Grateful Dead, and they're anti-government.
That's
So,
not fair to him.
it just doesn't make sense, and it's just so sad.
It
Is my
doesn't.
point.
It's not fair to Thug. Like when that Straight Outta Compton movie came out, everybody wanted to be straight out of it, and everybody wanted to be a fake Easy and some more like that. It's not fair. He's absolutely correct. That is not fair.
We will know more tomorrow, I guess. Probably not, but I think they'll be fine because one thing that's for sure is the state will make mistakes. So she doesn't grant this one with prejudice, and they say, you know what, let's move forward, and they let this one issue go on appeal. Like meaning they cannot come back and say, well, if they say we don't want a mistrial anymore, then they can't use this issue on appeal. But however, though, Hilton is gonna make mistakes again. Miss Love is gonna make mistakes again. So what's gonna be her excuse then? I think this could work in their favor, especially how big of a deal this has been. Just let them make another mistake and watch. It will have to lead to prejudice, and she will be forced to dismiss it.
I agree. If I can jump in really quickly, that's what I personally think. That I hope none of them take a plea because I've been reading from other actual lawyers, Phil Holloway, and people covering this. Like Fani wants them like. She wants Thug to take a plea. And like, even if he takes an Alford plea, I believe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's going to make him a felon. Even if I know you can do the probation and they can wipe the felony off after so long. But if I'm Thug, from what I've seen, I don't see anything. Someone mentioned the money, the racketeering bit. They admitted they didn't even look at his financials, you know? And even further back, I'm thinking Fani represented I forget his name, but the other guy who is credited
Mondo.
Mondo, yeah. How is that? I don't understand how that's not becoming a bigger deal because, like, he said that he started it. Everyone else has said he started it. You hear all these calls where people are like, Thug wasn't even helping us anyway. Like, he wasn't giving us money. He was in California. I agree with KZ. I would say if it was me, and I wouldn't judge them if they do take a plea, some of them are facing serious time. Like Shannon and the two Quays, I think, have it the worst out of any of them. I would want to just keep going because they are going to mess up again. And I believe one of the attorneys who I see on Twitter was like, even though this was egregious, this whole last thing that happened, they were like, this is small potatoes to other mistakes that have happened in the past that are definitely going to be great for appeal. And like KZ said, we've seen all this. I would bet any amount of money on it that they're going to make even more mistakes. It's been like a whole year of this. So,
Yep.
yeah,
It's
I would
like
say
they say exactly what Paige
One other
said.
thing that
Paige
I
said they were
also
sloppy. That's exactly what they are. Sloppy.
one
There's no other word.
one other thing that I also heard. I'm not sure if it's true, but because I'm sure it can be looked up. Did present Mungtung as an attorney before? I don't know where I
Mondo.
heard
Mondo.
Mondo, the other
it's
guy.
Mondo. I don't
Yeah.
know why I also heard Mungtung as well.
Oh, I didn't hear
I
that.
know
I
Mondo
never
for
heard
sure.
Mondo.
I know I've heard Mondo for sure before, but it may have been in a space last. Maybe the person misspoke, but I'll
Yeah,
look into that. If she represented Mungtung, that'll be interesting.
I think Mootunk had that. Hi, panel. I came here, so y'all talking about YSL. I'll be looking every day. Survivor Speaks. Hello.
How you doing?
I think did y'all see Doug on made the TikTok today?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Cheesing.
Yeah. I think Moontuk Wright was Moontuk's lawyer all this time. He said when he met him way back then, he's been his attorney. So and the reason why he didn't even read over his plea agreement to see that he had the mistakes. But Love was playing with all that stuff, playing with the papers and stuff. I don't even understand how they're getting away with this. How will they even start in court tomorrow? Why is this not a mistrial from what Whitaker said? How are you guys going to unring the bell about what she said on the bench in open court? I don't care how mad she was for her to say, "I'm trying to fix your sloppy whatever she said, your sloppy mess that you." How are you a judge saying saying these things? And I just think that she just doesn't have. She's like an airhead to me. I thought it was so. Y'all gotta.
She's a blonde girl. That's what she is.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
gets
Give me
blonde
that.
moments, and but she gets really mad. And when she
Yeah,
gets
she.
mad, she can't control
Hey,
her
now,
mouth.
y'all, I'm a blonde.
It's okay.
No, not like
It's all
that
right.
though. Not like that. We ain't talking about that. But so she.
I'm just playing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't even I just don't understand. Like this really makes me so upset because it doesn't make a difference. You have these men locked up for years, right? And I think that Whitaker, for you to say, yell at the what was that? The state and say, oh, people have given up 12 or 13 months of their life. What about these men that's sitting out here that you don't have any evidence? They have not all the stuff that they're showing us. They don't have any evidence because every time they present something and then somebody else comes on,
the information that they give, it crosses the information that y'all tried to elicit from the people, and all the stuff about them making mistakes and stuff written on paperwork and stuff. They doing that stuff on purpose. Hilton knew that when she handed Wani, how did they say it, Wani, whatever, I forgot. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. But why did you need to hand him the document, or if you was handing him the document just to say, "Oh yeah, I do recognize that. Yeah, that's it." You had it up on the screen, but the document that was on the screen didn't have that um,
Free Quay.
free quay. Yeah, and then How are we going through a trial where you have Lil Mike and Quez is fake? They made up. They're nobody. How are we doing this? It's outrageous. Like, I don't understand.
Cause we gotta throw these black men in jail. Cause why not? The streets will be safer.
You know what? The state did absolutely no homework, and they still trying to add. Love keeps, yeah, you gotta listen to Love. Love keeps sneaking stuff in, and they talking, oh, because this was done in furtherance to to the enterprise. Whatever she says, she get on my nerve. How are you trying to charge these people with stuff after this for after they got locked up? You saying that Doug is running this from the jail? Y'all never did any homework on this man to see how much money he's worth. Are you kidding me? The people that those campaigns that he used to do with those dresses on, that high fashion campaigns, he probably make like 500,000 to $1 million for those campaigns. They're high end fashion campaigns. So Love, you can't just come. Love wants to change what we've heard already, as it as more stuff coming in. She wants to change stuff because she's always buffering. You're always buffering. You don't do anything that the state tells you to do. You don't even know about your own case. She don't have a clue about her own case. She be sitting there on GPT typing. Sometimes that's why you see her. She turn her screen around because somebody said something. You don't even have it. You just want They just want Thug. That's it. And I think that that's so sad. And I think that it's I'm a what do you guys think Doug is gonna do when he gets out?
Go
Um,
to the studio.
yeah, I know that part, but I'm talking about. Do you guys think that because Doug did a lot for his city. He did a lot for his city, and he was buying a housing for people to live that don't have anywhere to live. He doing stuff like that, doing stuff for the kids, doing it. He knew that he grew up in that culture. You can't hold this man to that. He grew up in the culture. He's super talented. He rose from the dirt, and he made something out of himself, and he tried to reach back and get some of these people. And Love, you act like you're not even hearing. You want to play all this stuff, and you want to play, oh, just play it to here and stop it to here. No, play it to where you can hear Doug in the background. I know Doug is in the background of his sister, but what is Doug saying to through his sister to Woody? Remember when Woody was locked up and he called Doug's sister, and she was said where the girlfriend was at. She was going to bring him $700 because his bail was like, what, 15, I think. And Doug said in the background, tell Woody he needs to chill the f out. He doing too much. He doing too much. And that was the thing. Love, are you listening? Are you listening when these people like Quandarius Zachary? I hope his father already has. I hope he gets a good lawyer because he has a um. He could get a pretty good penny from the state. All that shit, all that stuff they did with him is illegal. And then, if my memory serves me right, I'm a breast cancer survivor, y'all. So if you hear me like pausing a little bit, that's what it's from. I have chemo for Alzheimer's.
Congratulations to you. I am
Thank
as
you. It's 17. It's
yes,
17
I
plus
am
years. So
also
yes,
a
yes,
breast
yes.
cancer survivor, so I feel you, girl.
The
Congratulations.
survivors, the star. I call it the
Yes.
stars. So yeah, so I just think that Doug tried to do so much for the community once he got on, and I hope it doesn't go that far. But Brian Steele, I hope he brings in this interview where Doug was saying that he had to get out there in the street to take care of his family, and that's all that he knew. But he knew he liked music, and when he started doing his music and making money and everything like that, he said he started reflecting, and he said, you know what? All this time we out here, we just doing this because we struggling. I guess it was important for him to reflect on where he is now and where he came from. And he said, damn, I was just trying to survive. That's it. Doug has kidney issues. Why y'all can't? What is the problem with him going home and he's going to pay for all this extra security? It's going to be like he locked up right at home. Why is the yeah? They don't have no charges on Doug. Doug got one charge. That's the RICO charge. That's it. Count one. They don't have any other evidence on him. That's love. You can try to put all the stuff you want to put on him, and I'm not understanding how they're allowing them to use um Instagram and stuff like that. I can go look what you do on Twitter. You just retweet stuff all day. You don't know who posted that. You don't even know if that account is yours. Just because you saying the name is on there, you don't know these people be out here hacking and making accounts and stuff like that. I just think this is it's just a total injustice, and it's just like it just needs to stop. I don't understand how they start in court tomorrow, but I mean it is what it is. Like, cause I don't understand how they're gonna let Whitaker ring that bell. You're not supposed to be. You're supposed to be the referee. You're not supposed to be in here helping the state or the defense. You're supposed to be here for balance to make sure. Cause the state and the defense they gonna fight. But you're supposed to be here for balance. You're not supposed to be here. You've been helping the state since you um got on the case. Love don't know nothing. She be sitting up, standing up there, buffering, yeah, cause in furtherance of, and yeah, and then every now and then she'll remember, oh shit, we ain't say Thug's name in a while. Oh yeah, and Jeffrey or Thug, yeah, cause it was for Thug. You don't have no information about Thug. So what if he was in the? And it's not even against the law to be in the game. I'm not in the game, but it's not against the law to be in the game. It's against the law to commit crimes while you're in the game. But shit, she's just up there asking them like, um, so you're in the game. So do you know what is this and what is this? Oh right, and that YSL,
But she
and it's
asked
a
the
game.
most
I'm just like, oh
broad
my gosh,
questions. Like she get up
she's
there and
stupid.
say your Instagram post has the like slime snake in it. Oh, my
Oh my
Instagram post
god.
got the beehive in there.
We
Like,
all
come
let
on.
me tell you something. We have a I don't know if anybody, I don't know where you watch the trial from, but Kat Not Williams, she does like she's been doing the trial run. So like a lot of people go in there and watch because we're interactive in the chat with each other and going on. That's what we call ourselves, slime. We Rico. Y'all gonna come lock us up? Like what y'all gonna do? So we be in there joking like, yeah, we getting ready to get a Rico. Yeah, we gonna get a Rico charge. Cause what are you doing? What are you
We
doing?
gonna be charged for being a part of Rihanna's Navy. Like, come on, dog.
But do y'all realize that almost every one of their officers, investigators, or whoever they were got on the stand and perjured themselves? I think it's like one or two officers so far that have got up there and didn't stretch the truth. Everybody else, all of these people that's supposed to be law enforcement, you can stretch the truth when you're doing an interrogation. But this is court. This is these men's lives that y'all playing with. How are your officers getting on the stand and lying? And then love every day you lying, talking about you sent the state something you ain't sent it. Well, I don't understand. We went back to day one today and listening to her opening statement. The same thing she's doing now. She's been doing it since day one. Opening statement. That's crazy.
Because she is under the thumb of Fonnie Willis,
Tony, yeah. I think it's more.
unfortunately.
I think it's more. I don't. unless well, I don't know. They do be texting at the especially when something's going down. They know that it's they about to get it. So first thing love do is pick that phone up and she put it under the thing and she just be, texting. I don't know if she be texting Fanny or whoever she's texting, but you gotta and not just that, like, I just share with you guys. I'm a breast cancer survivor and I don't care about I share that information because I want everybody to know. And the men that's on this call, I'm just gonna just share a little awareness right now. Men can get breast cancer too, and I understand that it's a stigma because it's like breast, and men don't like to, the word is just not, they don't want to hear that. So if you want to call it pet cancer, chest cancer, whatever you want to call it, you still can get breast cancer. So if I always tell people, if you feel something that's not right, or you're aching in those areas, just make sure you go get checked out. And men, if you go get checked out, you might have to tell your doctor, please make sure that I don't have breast cancer. My uncle had it twice. So, um,
I love your awareness for that. That is
oh yeah,
very,
I
very,
have to. I have to spread
I
awareness.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I had triple negative breast cancer, and it was just like supposed to be, one of the worst cancers that there is. Because everybody thinks cancer is one thing. No, when I was
No,
diagnosed, they had 52 different types of breast cancer.
yes,
So
ma'am.
yeah, I spread
I,
awareness. This is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I always, try to, spread awareness, and let people know. And this stuff right here, like, really, really, like, bothers me because, like, I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I knew I didn't grow up, bad either. Like, but it wasn't just like I wasn't rich or anything, but I knew that I always said, when I get older, I know I want to raise my kids in an area where I don't have to worry about, you know, things or whatever, like small things. Cause I grew up in a project, so
People get it confused with being rich in life. I think
right.
being rich in life is about having family love and
Mhm.
support and
Mhm.
friends,
Mhm.
family. That's what's
Mhm.
being rich in life. It's not
Yep.
monetary, it's about the people that surround you.
Yep. I wrote a song, um and I actually say something like that. So that's kind of cool.
I
Um.
appreciate your passion on this case too. I come from a completely different background. I'm a white woman, but
So
this
no,
is this is a disgusting
we got
case
all
of
color.
injustice.
Let me tell you something. We got when I tell you, I don't know where you guys watch the trial from, but Cat Not Williams, she streams the trial, and like it's like a family over there. We don't do like a lot of that. We just we talk. We say we a gang. We Rico. We a gang or whatever. Um, and so yeah, it's just it's a big injustice what they're doing. Um, and I'm not sure if Fanny, Fanny, however you pronounce her name, Fanny, Fanny. With I'm not sure if she's putting the pressure on them because Whitaker done went off a couple times. But to me, I'm like, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you're acting a little bit like Glanville. That case should have been thrown out when they had that ex parte meeting. And so many things before that. I mean, every time you hear Doug and Shar in them and still in them ask for a mistrial, they've done something. They've done something to make them ask them for a mistrial. But now we got Whitaker here. She's cleaning it up. It's not even about black and white. We are all here. So we're all in this together for the fight for justice.
King
And
Gatsu, what do you have to say?
I'm letting y'all go, ladies. It's y'all time. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hello, hello. I'm
Yeah,
feeding the
I think.
baby right now, so y'all go ahead.
Oh,
Oh,
look at that! Look at that! I like that.
I love that. I'm not
Good
able to
dad.
have children because of my breast cancer
Oh,
journey. So
oh.
I love babies. It's such a blessing. I just love that. I love everything
Oh.
about it. So, congratulations.
My daughter was 5 months when I was diagnosed. It was it was crazy. I found my own lump, so I'm like, is this milk? Let me just be sure. It wasn't milk. So yeah, I always just tell people just know your body, pay
Yes,
attention to
ma'am.
your body. You know when something is not right. I've been telling all the women you can if you don't you can do like a self breast examination. A lot of doctors' offices give out the placards that you can hang on the shower to show you how to do it properly. Just in case you don't know, you can always pull it up online and see that. But I do just recommend that. But like my focus this
Yes,
year was
ma'am.
really the men. I tried to put like a more a focus on the men. Because when my uncle had was diagnosed the first time, he didn't tell us. He already has a bald head, so he didn't tell us. And then the second time he got it, he had it. So I got diagnosed, and then he told me only about the first time, but they need your family history though. So yeah, and he got it again. So that's what this year
You
I'm just
should
like,
DM me, and if you ever want to talk, just DM me, and we'll hook up.
oh yeah, you gotta get good listener. What no, no look at me, I'm crazy. What's your name? It says good, but then it got dot dot dot. I can't see the rest of it.
No, my name is Kelly Pitts.
Oh, Kelly, you talking? You know what? I'm looking at the other. Okay, so she's
Yeah,
not
I
talking.
don't ever know who's talking, who's not. I
No,
just
they got.
say,
I see you now. They got the purple thing by your name. I'm sorry.
yeah,
Okay,
no,
yeah,
you're all
I'll
good.
DM
You're
you.
all good. But
I'll
yeah, if you
DM
ever
you.
want to talk, just DM me.
Yeah, I'll DM you. Like this year I was like, if anybody wanted me to, do. I went on a couple panels and like just had like casual talk. Well, about breast cancer and like just spreading awareness this year because some years I shut down. The last couple of years I had shut down, like before this year, last year and the year before that, because I lost the people that started my journey with me. I lost two of them, and so like I just suffer from survivor's remorse. That's what I call it. I guess it is a thing, but um
Yeah, it's a thing, and
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with
I
that.
suffer from that, and so I may have something all in my head, like yeah, I'm about to do this campaign for breast cancer, and then October come around, and I feel like shit, and I'm like I'm not doing anything, and I shut down. But this year, I wanted to make sure, like I'll make myself available for people that want me, to come up and just talk, and we want to just talk it out and just spread awareness and stuff like that. I'll do that. But yeah, my focus this year was the men because I
I
just think that it's
I
so important.
yeah, I agree, and I don't want to get
Hmm.
off topic here because I think we've gone way off topic from the
Oh, we did.
YSL.
I'm sorry, y'all.
No, you're good. I just wanted to let you know that I ran with the Susan Corman Foundation. I was
Hmm.
the number one. I won the most sales, I guess, for our big walk that we have every year here in St. Louis, and I was the VIP winner. So if you ever have
Hmm.
any questions, just DM me, and I'll be happy to help you with that kind of stuff. So
Yeah. So I did a and so you see my name is Survivor Speaks here. I think I'm about to post it now. I did my own breast cancer campaign. Um, I was it was November last, not no, the year before last in November. I did a breast cancer campaign, and so
nice.
yeah, it was in the works for 10 years, and we finally did it and finished it. So
Good for
yeah,
you.
yeah, I think I'm gonna. I don't know if it's on my page or not yet, but if not, I was getting ready to post something. But I saw y'all was here, and I was like, oh, that's they talking about YSL. Let me go.
No, that's wonderful. So, King, is it Godsu? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I was just going to redirect the conversation back to you, not to take
Hmm.
away from our
Yeah.
private breast cancer
Oh,
conversation, but because I love talking about it also just as much as she does. But I just thought if
yeah.
you have any
Hmm.
thoughts or
Oh, current
going back
thoughts?
to YSL.
Oh, I mean, I just think that we all just gotta wait until tomorrow, you know, to really be able to gauge our conversations from there. It's just, it's gonna be a very weird type of day. It's gonna be a day either we're gonna be like, damn, it's over, or we're gonna be like, damn, it's still going.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's kind of just up to that point. I think we pretty much talked about everything. I mean, this live's been live for like what 5 hours or so.
Yeah, and I just jumped on what 2 hours ago, so
Yeah, so we've been up here chatting for a while.
for a
So,
minute.
so I don't really know what else
Are
that we
you going to
haven't
be
talked about.
hosting anything tomorrow?
Yeah,
Is that
I'm not gonna be able to host it from the beginning because I have baby has her 1 year doctor appointment tomorrow at 9:30.
oh
Do I even think we're gonna start at 9:30? No, I think it's gonna
no?
be a sham, just like today. So I'm pretty sure when I get home. Um, but yeah, I might start it from like on the way back and while I'm driving or something. Just
Okay,
start it up.
all right.
Um, but yeah, definitely gonna be here, and then we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll be in here actually having some in real time conversations about what Judge Whitaker is talking about or doing, or we're all celebrating that they're going home, or we're all
Right.
pissed off that they're not going home.
And
It's
we're
going.
probably all going to be pissed off, but
Don't say
fingers,
that. Come on,
fingers crossed, fingers
believe,
crossed.
The way Doc was
believe.
talking today, he was talking like they had something in the works.
Yeah, but
I don't
people,
believe
man,
anything until I see it as
they
proof.
at the
Yeah, he
11th
was.
hour, 59th minute,
Yeah.
and say
Yeah.
deals off the table.
Oh wow.
Well, I got to jump off here, y'all. I just thank you, Kingatsu, for letting me be a speaker this evening. And at Survivor, DM me, girl. I would
All
love to
right.
talk to you. And
Sure.
y'all have a good night, and I hope to talk to you all tomorrow.
You too. Thank you.
All
You
right. Bye.
too, Kelly.
All right, let me get back up to my computer, see if anybody requests to come up. Anybody have any other thoughts or anything else?
No, y'all all have a good one. I'm gonna jump off too, but I'll if I see you guys on later tomorrow or something like that, I'll rejoin, chat with y'all, see what's happening.
Definitely
But yeah, it was a
appreciate
good
it.
combo. Thanks for the combo, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey
Appreciate
And
it.
guys.
thanks for the awareness information too. And wish y'all both the best with that. Glad you're
Hey
doing.
guys, I literally had
Thank you.
because it had kicked me down. So I saw a post on the timeline and
Where that?
I then went to Sylvia's channel. So on there live was Chamel Drink's aunt.
Oh Lord
And
Jesus.
she had came up and Chamel Drink's aunt. Remember when we were just talking about how Georgia has this
Mm-hmm.
Marcy's law? Apparently she was told that Nichols took a deal because he's charged with Chamel Drink's murder, and she was upset at Love and Hilton. Let me see if I can stream it. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah,
Let me
grab
see.
that.
I thought that was, it
Oh,
was one of
what
those
the?
things